Chapter 2290. The place where the Thunder Flame inheritance was, after the jade strip in Xiao Chen's hand reached 3 dragon images, it stopped increasing. There was clearly still a lot of dragon essence in the water-like Thunder Flame, but it could not increase. Perhaps that remnant soul could be controlled and wanted to preserve the dragon essence for the next successor in the succession race. This is enough. The Thunder Flame inheritance was a peak superior grade inheritance. With some small tricks, Xiao Chen managed to fool Tuobi Yun away and monopolize the treasures and resources of this place. This was already a great harvest. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? I nearly forgot. Xiao Chen took out 2 jade strips from his storage ring. The jade strips were heavy, and they also contained incredibly vast dragon essence. These were left by Qin Yu and Qin Liang. Earlier, these two relied on their bloodline advantage to move about without fear with Tuobi Yun. After breaking through many inheritances, they clearly gained a lot. Whoosh! Xiao Chen transferred the dragon essence and the 2 jade strips to his own jade strip. In that instant, his jade strip gave off a dazzling light. It was crystalline and resplendent. The dazzling light moved people's hearts. Another dragon image swam in the surroundings, causing Xiao Chen to reveal a joyful expression. The further one progressed, the harder it was to collect the dragon images in the jade strips. This jade slip with 4 dragons was equivalent to 10 jade slips with only 1 dragon roar. With such a harvest in less than 10 days, Xiao Chen's dragon essence definitely surpassed everyone else's. It's time to go. After putting away the jade strip, Xiao Chen left the inheritance hall. Crack! The instant Xiao Chen stepped out, the shattered bronze door reformed. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he stared at the mysterious thunder pattern in the center of the ancient bronze door for a while. Without any warning, Xiao Chen attacked ferociously, striking the thunder pattern. Bang! Xiao Chen bounced back. Interesting. Xiao Chen was certain that the force of his strike was no weaker than Tuobi Yun's earlier strike. Since Xiao Chen could not break the door again, it could only mean that the thunder pattern did not work earlier. Xiao Chen gently stroked the thunder mark and closed his eyes. He could feel a strong and powerful force condensing within the thunder mark. Unable to understand it for the time being, Xiao Chen took out the stone slab and copied the lightning pattern. If he thought about it in the future, he might be able to gain something. When Xiao Chen turned around to look, the sacred beetles that were everywhere had disappeared without a trace. The demon blood vulture probably treated it as a great nourishing pill and directly consumed it. In the center of the hall, a blood cocoon was burning fiercely, and a wave of divine might was faintly discernible. When he focused his gaze, there seemed to be the silhouette of an ancient vermilion bird at the center of the blood cocoon. It looks like the demon blood vulture had a pretty good harvest. When it wakes up again, it should be able to make a breakthrough. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen placed the blood cocoon into his storage ring. Dong dong dong. Hurried footsteps approached from afar, and a figure appeared like a gust of wind. It was Tuobi Yun, who had returned. You're really here. Tuobi Yun felt enraged. When he looked around, he saw the bronze doors behind Xiao Chen recover. Tuobi Yun immediately felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. You bastard! To think that you dared to trick me, monopolizing the Thunder Flame inheritance. Xiao Chen's expression did not change, ignoring the enraged Tuobi Yun. He sensed an even more terrifying aura behind him. Whoosh! Indeed, the moment Tuobi Yun finished speaking, Dao Yan appeared with the other 2 divine sword pavilion experts. Dao Yan. Xiao Chen thought for a while and recalled this person. He had met this person once outside the palace. This was the strongest guest under the 8th Prince Wang Feng, the divine sword pavilion's vice pavilion master. The divine sword pavilion expert who tried to assassinate Xiao Chen in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion might be this person. What a coincidence. Brother Xiao, unexpectedly, we meet here. Dao Yan said sinisterly when he saw Xiaoqin, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile. When Tuo Biyun saw this scene, he could not help feeling nervous. Could this Xiaoqin be on good terms with Dao Yan? However, Tuo Biyun relaxed in the next moment. Do you intend to give up on your own, or do you want me to let you go? Dao Yan threatened in an indifferent tone. It looks like you are definitely the Divine Sword Pavilion expert who tried to assassinate me in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion back then. Xiaoqin showed a calm expression as he stared at Dao Yan. Monarch Yu is one of my final disciples. As his master, it is not a big deal for me to seek justice for my disciple. However, I do not wish to dwell on these grudges. Hand over the Thunder Flame inheritance and the jade strip in your hand, and I can let you off for now. Strength reigned supreme in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Dao Yan did not have any qualms, so he could not be bothered to keep up the pretense. Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot agree to that. Die, then. Dao Yan snorted coldly, and a strand of sword qi appeared out of nowhere, shooting at Xiaoqin. Whoosh! In that instant, Xiaoqin turned into an ice sculpture, maintaining his earlier posture, not moving at all. Everywhere the sword qi passed, a pillar of ice condensed, looking like it would never melt. Tuo Biyun's expression changed dramatically in shock. 10th layer Dao domain, ice small world. To think that this Dao Yan comprehended the ice Dao domain to the 10th layer. The flowing shadows turned into ice, never melting. Dao Yan frowned slightly. Then, he looked around and discovered Xiaoqin in a different direction. The one that froze earlier was the afterimage that Xiaoqin left behind. Without saying anything, Dao Yan flicked his finger. More than 1,000 sword images with a chilling aura shot out from behind him, looking like flowing light. Whoosh! 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 Xiaoqian's figure turned illusory, continuously flickering. The many afterimages got sealed in ice. In mere moments, hundreds of afterimages were sealed in ice in the hole. The ice pillars formed by the sword images crisscrossed in the air, looking very scary. Crack! Xiaoqin could not dodge in time. In the end, a strand of sword qi struck him. The cold penetrated the dragon armor and injured his physical body. Fortunately, Xiaoqin had awakened his blue dragon divine body once, so he would not die instantly. As Xiaoqin looked at the frost-encroaching alloy dragon armor, he did not get flustered or surprised. While the other party was talking to him, he had already spread his small world of ice soundlessly throughout this space. It was only a matter of time before Xiaoqin got struck when fighting in this small world. Dao Yan's cultivation was only one grade higher than Tuo Biyun's. However, the combat prowess that he displayed was worlds apart. A 10th layer Dao domain and an ice small world could indeed inspire despair. You can only blame your greed for meeting me so early, overestimating yourself and wanting to monopolize a superior grade inheritance. I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to give me the Thunder Flame inheritance or not? Dao Yan threatened again when he saw that he had already injured Xiaoqin. Dao Yan feared that Xiaoqin would give up and leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. If that happened, he would not gain any benefits at all. Overestimating myself. I have many flaws, but I have never been arrogant. Dao Yan, you can't scare me. Xiaoqian's body trembled. As electric light flickered, he scattered the frost on his body. The divine lightning talisman in his palm slowly appeared under the sea in his soul pool. The talisman formed by the immortal epic's 10,000 tribulation divine lightning revealed a tip of the iceberg. With just a tip, the strongest divine lightning of the previous epic burst out with horrifying lightning-attributed energy. Boom! The divine lightning talisman in Xiaoqian's palm soared into the sky and instantly broke Dao Yan's small world. Then, it did not lose momentum. As boundless electric light flashed, the talisman broke the small world of the Thunder Flame inheritance. Ka xie! Ka xie! In that instant, chaos reigned. Dao Yan's ice small world shook. The eternal ice pillars in the air shattered, turning into a terrifying storm of ice and snow wreaking havoc. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he leaped up through the hole the divine lightning talisman broke. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The sudden situation startled Dao Yan. He gave chase with a ferocious roar. Fiendish saber inheritance, water droplet breaking the firmament. Saber intent gathered in Xiao Chen's entire body. He flicked his finger, and a water droplet shot out. This water droplet looked unremarkable amid the many berserk ice storms. The raging Dao Yan did not notice it. He only had eyes for Xiao Chen. Bang! This water droplet landed silently on Dao Yan's chest, and the water droplet exploded. Immediately, an unparalleled berserk saber intent shook the entire palace. Before the saber intent that spread out, the surrounding ice storms only lasted for a moment before shattering into ice shards. Dao Yan vomited blood and fell heavily to the ground, breaking the restrictions there. Amidst the rumbling, a huge pit appeared in the ground, and a terrifying, water-like thunder flame crazily overflowed. Dao Yan held his hand over his chest. Then, he looked at his hand, at the blood on it. Dao Yan found it unbelievable that Xiao Chen managed to injure him. Furthermore, the injuries were not light. Senior brother, the inheritance's self-destruct restriction has been activated. We have to leave quickly. The expressions of Dao Yan's two junior brothers changed drastically as they looked at the thunder flames scattering everywhere. As for Tuo Biyun, the saber intent had knocked him back. When he saw the scattered thunder flames, he fled in fright. Damn it! However, Dao Yan seemed to have gone mad. He roared with all his might, and his fine black hair instantly turned snow white. A boundless cold light burst out of Dao Yan's body. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the thunder flames that even Tuo Biyun found horrifying were sealed in ice. If someone looked from outside, the entire palace would be covered in frost. The endless lightning bolts in the sky looked like spears sealed in ice. This startled the two from the Divine Sword Pavilion. They had not expected their senior brother's true strength to be so strong. Xiao Chen, don't let me see you again. Dao Yan said through clenched teeth with a sullen expression, enunciating every word. However, no matter how sullen or furious Dao Yan felt, Xiao Chen had already left with the Thunder Flame inheritance. Chapter 2291. With the Divine Lightning Talisman supporting his Thunder Dao domain, Xiao Chen broke through two small worlds and left the Inheritance Palace. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he left a purple lightning mark in the air as he quickly flew away. An hour later, after confirming that no one was chasing after him, Xiao Chen lightly tapped the air and landed steadily like a swallow. Maintaining high-intensity flight in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb drained divine energy. Since there was no longer any threat, there was naturally no need to waste divine essence. The ground was a wasteland, with sporadic ferocious beasts moving about. Occasionally, some hanger-ons could be seen searching for inheritances in the distance. This place could be considered safe. So. Rising and falling, Xiao Chen leaped continuously, and after a while, he landed on a barren mountain. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and after confirming it carefully, he set up a simple camouflage array according to the surrounding environment. At this point, Xiao Chen was completely relieved. Lightning flashed, and the alloy dragon armor turned into a mercury-like flowing light that entered the gloves. Looking at the wound on his chest that had yet to heal, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. A sovereign emperor who condensed a 10th-layer Dao domain was far stronger than Xiao Chen imagined. One strand of sword chi equaled a peak strike from a regular person. With the 10th-layer Dao domain, one's great Dao energy already underwent a qualitative change. Without reaching that level, it would be hard for others to truly understand the horrifying might of a 10th-layer Dao domain. Unfortunately, it became increasingly difficult to raise one's Dao domain. Dao Yan could be considered extremely talented. He had an exceptional understanding of the Ice Dao, but he had spent more than 300 years before he had a major breakthrough. Without a great fortuitous encounter, Xiaochen wanted to advance to the 10th-layer Dao domain and form a small world. He could only rely on time, 100 years, 1,000 years to slowly grind and slowly comprehend. However, there would be no more than 3 experts like Dao Yan in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Let's take a look at the harvest first. A great desolate Aeon heavenly essence fruit, a bottle of lightning immortal dew, and a peak divine vein cultivation technique, thunderflame art. Heavenly origin fruit. The pure white heaven origin fruit was adorned with green leaves. Its radiance was reserved, and it contained an incomparably surging spiritual energy. However, not a single trace of it leaked out. When Xiaochen sent his spiritual sense into the fruit, he found that there was a universe inside. It was enormous and vast, and traces of the passage of time could be seen everywhere. It was crystalline, translucent, and suffused with a pure primordial aura. Xiaochen vaguely sensed that this mutated fruit could help him break through to peak 2-vein sovereign emperor. This might even allow his 10,000 dragons art to break through to the 3rd layer. The great desolate Aeon Qi contained in it was the key to the 10,000 dragons art's breakthrough. The cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art sought the source, reversing the bloodline to its ancestor, improving one's bloodline step by step. After breaking through to the 5th layer, it could be upgraded to the ancestral dragon art. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiaochen thought to himself, what a pity. If the 3rd palace master had refined this into a medicinal pill, he would have been able to perfectly display its medicinal properties. It would be a waste to refine it on the spot. However, Xiaochen had no choice. If he wanted to survive in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he had to continuously strengthen himself. Especially after encountering Dao Yan, it made Xiaochen feel that his own strength was insufficient. He didn't want to encounter the other party again and be forced to go far away. Outsiders might think that to be able to escape from Dao Xuan's hands was an incredible thing. However, in Xiaochen's eyes, it was not worth being proud of at all. Xiaochen stopped hesitating and directly swallowed the heavenly yuan fruit. The mutated fruit melted in his mouth, and vast spiritual energy erupted wildly, surging in his body like a raging river. If one's cultivation was insufficient, one's physical body would not be strong enough. The instant one swallowed this fruit, one's body would explode, dying on the spot. Xiaochen had the blue dragon divine body and dual cultivated divine and demonic. Naturally, he did not fear this. Xiaochen calmly sensed the explosive energy coming from the heavenly yuan fruit. He circulated the 10,000 dragons art calmly, circulating the 10,000 dragons art. As the 10,000 dragons art circulated, the spiritual energy and great desolate Aeon Qi in the mutated fruit entered Xiaochen's divine energy sea through his 2 divine veins. Boom! The instant the spiritual energy from the heavenly yuan fruit landed, the raging sea surged, and the rocks shattered. Shocking waves surged in this divine energy sea. A horrifying aura erupted from Xiaochen's body. Crack! A certain shackle in Xiaochen's body broke, and a brand new divine vein appeared in his body. Xiaochen should have broken through back at the Black Mountain Range. Now, he finally became a 3-vein sovereign emperor. However, the spiritual energy and great desolate Aeon Qi in the heavenly yuan fruit did not stop, continuing to pour in. Xiaochen held his breath and focused, not daring to relax at all. Xiaochen's breakthrough in cultivation was expected. He had long since broken through the shackles of a 2-vein sovereign emperor. Now, it was just a matter of time. The most important thing was the 10,000 dragons art's breakthrough. This was the crux. If Xiaochen did not grasp this opportunity, he might not find another opportunity to make a breakthrough in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. As Xiaoqin refined the mutated fruit, the depressed Tuo Yun returned to the 13th prince's side. Tuo Yun, you came back at a good time. What happened to my two uncles? The dragon god crown Prince Qin immediately asked when he saw Tuo Yun. They were both royal members of the Golden Dragon race, so their bloodlines were connected. Qin vaguely sensed that something had happened to his two uncles. Seeing that only Tuo Yun returned, Qin expression immediately turned somewhat gloomy. Sorry, brother Qin Yu and brother Qin Liang died at Xiaochen's hands. Tuo Yun was rather magnanimous. The two's deaths did not have much to do with him. As for Tuo Yun's agreement with Xiaoqin, it was a temporary cooperation after the two died. It was not a big mistake. Aside from this matter, he told Qin everything else in detail. They died just like that. My two uncles were 4 vain sovereign emperors. Furthermore, they had the Emperor Dragon Sword. Even if they could not defeat Xiaoqin, they should not have died. Clearly, Qin had not expected Tuo Yun to bring him the worst-case scenario. What's wrong? You don't believe me. Tuo Yun felt very depressed in the first place. When he saw Qin attitude, he immediately felt upset. You are the Dragon God Crown Prince and hold a noble status in the Divine Dragon Empire. However, I am a member of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's royal clan. You cannot control me. Qin stared at Tuo Yun with a sullen expression. Then, the pressure of a golden emperor dragon pressed over. This fellow, Tuo Yun felt some pressure, feeling incredibly shocked in his heart. He had not expected Qin to be so young. Unexpectedly, Qin possessed such a terrifying dragon might at such a young age. Sikong Shu, who was dressed in a straw raincoat, frowned and said, Brother Tuoba should be telling the truth. Xiaoqin did not dare to openly attack him in Yen City. However, he will not be able to be arrogant in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The 13th Prince Wang Yi smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, Brother Qin, there's no need to get angry. I'll help you take revenge. Qin startled to his senses. He knew that this was not the time to get angry. Sorry, Big Brother Tuoba offended me earlier. Your Highness, there is no need to mobilize so many people for such a small matter. I can deal with it myself. It's just a small matter. In the end, I am somewhat responsible for Qin Yu and Qin Liang's deaths. Tuo Yun released his bated breath and apologized when he saw the situation. However, Wang Yi did not intend to leave the matter at that. He smiled and said, That's not the case. Brother Qin, think about it. Is there a chance to kill him after we leave the ancient Yen Emperor tomb? Qin thought to himself as he looked around. It would be very difficult to kill Xiaoqin outside. This was clear from the 2 previous assassinations that failed. Your Highness, do you have a good plan? It is not easy to find a person in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Seeing Wang Yi's solemn and confident look, Qin took the opportunity to ask. Let's hear what this person has to say. Wang Yi took 2 steps forward and said, It is not easy to find guests, but it is easy to find a prince. Qin eyes lit up in understanding. Whether the princes drew their Yen imperial swords in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb or not, they all contain vast luck. They all contain vast amounts of dragon luck, which was clearly different from ordinary guests. As long as we find the 9th prince, we don't have to worry about Xiaoqin not showing up. At that time, Qin will not have a chance to make a move. The moment Wang Yi said that, Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun, who were beside Qin felt excited. Such a plan was indeed an opportunity to force Xiaoqin to show up. Wang Yi continued, Even if Xiaoqin does not show up, it does not matter. We can use this opportunity to destroy that Wang Yan and collect his dragon essence. Perhaps this was Wang Yi's true purpose. Qin Ming did not say anything. He, Bai Yunfei, and the others all looked at Sikong Shu. This plan is feasible. Sikong Shu slowly opened his mouth and only said 4 words. Chapter 2292. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed in the succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The fierce competition had reached a white-hot stage. After the first round, 1/3 of the princes would be eliminated. Even if one had no intention of becoming the crown prince, surviving a few more rounds would increase their chances of obtaining valuable treasures in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Obviously, no one was willing to be eliminated in the first round. In the ancient pine forest, the 9th Prince Wang Lin, the heavenly book scholar, Hao Kai, and Senior Feng worked together, calculating the dragon essence they collected. Your Highness, the dragon essence we've collected is enough to last us through this round. The heavenly book scholar took inventory of the dragon essence the others collected. Wang Lin nodded. In that case, there is no need to take too many risks in the remaining time. 9th Prince, I've felt that something is wrong for the past few days. There are always people approaching us in the dark, as if they are purposely searching for us. Elder Feng's expression was grave, and worry could be seen on his face. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai said calmly, I sensed it as well. However, Senior Feng's attainments in the Wind Great Dao are pretty good. It seems like he managed to shake off these people. I'm just lucky. With such repeated searches, it's only a matter of time before I'm exposed. Elder Feng did not try to claim credit for himself. Instead, he spoke honestly. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, I also sensed it. Hence, I did not want to compete for the inheritance for the rest of the time. To be safe, we should find a secluded place and hide for a while. Changji, what do you think? When the heavenly book scholar saw that Shao Qin was asking him, he replied calmly, I still do not know what the situation is. I also do not know who the enemy is. It is best to remain still. Then it settled. After the 9th Prince Wang Lin made up his mind, he asked, right now, which guests are still in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? The heavenly book scholar thought for a while before saying, something unexpected happened to several people. Right now, only Xiao Suo, Qin Zhuolin, Wu Meng, and the lone Shao Qin are still around. Your Highness, are you planning to summon them here? He had already sensed that someone was spying on him. Gathering these guests was undoubtedly the safest method. Unexpectedly, Wang Lin only asked casually and did not agree. There's no need. The fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb might change their lives. I haven't reached a critical juncture of life and death, so there's no need to summon it back. Moreover, forcefully summoning it back will consume a lot of dragon essence. Wang Lin glanced at the heavenly book scholar and said, I'll leave my safety to the 3 of you. Your Highness, please rest assured. Wang Lin had already sensed that a prince was secretly searching for him. However, he did not know who it was. He wasn't too nervous in his heart. He was rather calm and had a trace of the calmness of a king. Somewhere on a desolate mountain in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, as Shao Qin refined the heaven essence fruit on the spot, the image of a blue dragon almost overlapped with his physical body. Around the blue dragon, the dragon roar rang out endlessly. This was the 10,000 dragons picture manifested with his own blue dragon as the leader. The great desolate Yin Qi surged in Shao Chen's body. The breakthrough of the 10,000 dragons art's second layer had already reached the crucial moment. All of a sudden, a strange phenomenon occurred. The great desolate Yin Qi from the heavenly Yuan fruit poured into the blue dragon. The originally faint dragon image gradually became more substantial. Azure light flared, and dragon might soared. Boom! Aside from the blue dragon, the other 10,000 dragon images shattered, turning into drops of spiritual blood. The drops of spiritual blood looked like rain, hovering in the air. In the next moment, the thousands of drops of spiritual blood entered the only remaining azure dragon image. The faint dragon image slowly turned solid and lifelike, looking like it came to life and filled with spirituality. An ancient great desolate Aeon aura transcended time and space, descending from the distant past to the present. There seemed to be an ancient dragon domain behind Xiaoqin, hidden in heavy fog. The group of dragons roared. 10,000 dragons roared. The moment he opened his eyes. The instant Xiaoqin opened his eyes, the fog scattered, and a blue dragon's head peeked out. The dragon's eyes stared at Xiaoqin. If anyone else were here, they would feel heavy pressure. Xiaoqin vaguely felt a force calling out to him. The blue dragon bloodline buried deep in Xiaoqin's body awakened. A hot berserk energy spread throughout his body, making his bloodline as hot as lava. Amid the call of that ancient dragon voice, Xiaoqin's dragon blood surged, burning fiercely. Xiaoqin could no longer hold back. He opened his eyes and saw the sky shattering. In that shattered corner, Xiaoqin's vision seemed to transcend time and space, seeing an ancient dragon nation. Dragons roared. 10,000 dragons roared. Berserk dragons filled the sky and the ground. The many living dragons materialized a mythical nation. Suddenly, one of the dragons raised its head from the sea of dragons. That dragon's gaze traveled from the past to the future, then met Xiaoqin's eyes. Immediately, Xiaoqin's heart trembled. The depths of his soul stirred, and his entire body trembled. Then, he suddenly startled awake. Everything was normal, there was nothing. It was like everything from earlier was an illusion, fleeting and fleeting, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, that scene was simply too shocking. With just one look, it was imprinted in the depths of his soul. At this moment, Xiaoqin seemed to understand why many of the dragon race seniors wanted to start a divine dragon dynasty. It was because the dragon race had a glorious history, once shining like the many stars in the sky, illuminating an era. Shaking his head, Xiaoqin stopped thinking about the shock he just experienced. After returning to reality, Xiaoqin muttered to himself, the 10,000 dragons art should have broken through to the third layer. However, the mental cultivation method for the third layer is missing, so I can't cultivate it for now. However, the change that it brings is beyond my expectations. 10,000 dragons picture. With a thought, a dragon picture appeared behind Xiaoqin. However, this dragon picture was very different from before, completely different. Originally, it was a picture of the blue dragon, a vast picture of 10,000 dragons contending for the top. Now, the vast background remained, but only the blue dragon remained. In the past, there were too many dragon images. Even the blue dragon was just a blurry silhouette, only a rough outline. Now, the blue dragon's figure appeared clearly, down to the smallest detail. The dragon scales, dragon claws, and dragon spirit could be seen at a glance, without missing any details. The dragon's eyes had spirituality, and its charm was withdrawn. It was like a living blue dragon. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and circulated the 10,000 dragons art. Then, the picture immediately shattered. The blue dragon leaped out of the vast picture, looking like it had descended from ancient times as it circled around Xiaoqin. Dragon might spread out from Xiaoqin's body. This was the true divine might of the blue dragon from the ancient great desolate Aeon. The cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art traced its origin step by step, reversing one's bloodline and returning to one's ancestry. One could cultivate it with any dragon race bloodline. When one reached the third layer, one would materialize a divine dragon unique to one's bloodline. With one more step, the divine dragon would return to its ancestry and become a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Xiaoqin felt satisfied with the current divine dragon might. He said softly, given this, it will be much easier for me to execute the god-demon body unsealing technique. One heavenly essence fruit allowed Xiaoqin to break through to 3-vein sovereign emperor and the 10,000 dragons art to the 3rd layer. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, greatly improving his strength. After taking out the lightning immortal dew, Xiaoqin did not think too much and poured it in. It was as that remnant soul said. This lightning immortal dew had a similar effect to origin liquid, pure and without any side effects. Xiaoqin poured in 1 cubic meter of lightning immortal dew to strengthen his Dao domain. Then, Xiaoqin felt his peak 5th layer thunder Dao domain expand at a visible rate. Then, it suddenly erupted, breaking through peak 5th layer and advancing to the 6th layer. Xiaoqin's cultivation technique, and Dao domain all made breakthroughs. Everything felt like a dream. However, it was not too exaggerated. After all, this was before he entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiaoqin's cultivation technique, and Dao domain had already been stuck at bottlenecks for a long time. Now that his strength had made consecutive breakthroughs, it would not be easy for his strength to soar within a short period. There were so many benefits to monopolizing a superior grade inheritance that surprised Xiaoqin. There was still the thunder flame art, which conflicted with his cultivation technique. So, Xiaoqin did not intend to comprehend it. However, there was no harm in taking a look. The instant Xiaoqin flipped open the title page, he frowned slightly, feeling stunned for a moment. The first thing that entered Xiaoqin's eyes was a lightning pattern, exactly the same as the mysterious lightning pattern on the ancient bronze doors. As Xiaoqin flipped through the pages, his expression turned increasingly grave. After a while, he suddenly closed the book. This lightning pattern was the outline of a seal called the Thundercloud Lock. One could grasp this seal and condense this lightning pattern only by grasping the Thunder Great Tao and the Fire Great Tao. I do not need to grasp this lightning pattern. However, since I understand the principles behind it, can it help me open that bronze door again? Xiaoqin's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. I'll try it out first. Xiaoqin immediately took action after thinking about it. He soared into the air and rushed back to the Thunder Flame inheritance. Chapter 2293. Xiaoqin's strength soared. He advanced to 3-vein sovereign emperor. His Thunder Dao domain broke through to the 6th layer, his Ice domain reached the 4th layer, and his 10,000 dragons art broke through to the 3rd layer. Compared to when Xiaoqin first entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he could be said to have undergone a complete transformation, looking completely different. If Xiaoqin fought Tuoba Yun again, he would not have to worry about severely injuring him and could suppress him at will. As for someone like Dao Yan, he could fight boldly and bring out all his trump cards. It would be hard to say who would win or lose. His figure soared into the air. 4 hours later, he returned to the Thunder Flame inheritance. Then, he fell in through the hole he made. Before the surrounding ice scattered, Dao Yan attacked in a rage before he left, sealing the berserk Thunder Flame in ice. In the main hall, many weird ice pillars were formed. Footprints covered the ground, turning the place into a mess. It was not hard to guess that during this period of time, there would be other guests who would come here one after another. However, they had all been blocked by the ancient bronze door and had to return empty-handed. Whoosh! After observing for a while, Xiaoqin's figure flashed, appearing like he teleported to the ancient door amid a flash of electric light. Then, he stretched out his hand and touched the mysterious lightning pattern. According to the records in the Thunder Flame art, one had to cultivate this cultivation technique in order to grasp this seal. Xiaoqin only cultivated the lightning-attributed Great Tao and the ice-attributed Great Tao. Clearly, he could not cultivate the Thunder Flame art and grasp this seal. This seal sealed an area. Even Dao Yan could not break it. Forcefully breaking it would not succeed. He could only use his wits. Xiaoqin let go, and the Thunder Great Tao energy circulated in his body. Circles of Tao patterns spread out, and electricity crackled and flickered continuously. The Daoist shook the area. The Daoist spread out, and the surrounding ice pillars sealing the thunder flame trembled slightly. Then, ice shards fell off. Whoosh! Xiaoqin used his Thunder Dao domain to support it. Then, he simulated the same lightning pattern on his fingertip before gently touching it. Xiaoqin touched the center of the ancient bronze door, and a loud sound rang out. Blood leaked out of Xiaoqian's mouth as he went flying, nearly crashing into the ice pillar. Fortunately, Xiaoqian's movement technique was agile, allowing him to change his position. Whoosh! Xiaoqin moved like a phantom, weaving through the strange ice pillars. Then, he landed before the ancient bronze door. It failed. What's wrong? Frowning, Xiaoqin fell into deep thought. He took out the thunder flame art and started reading it again. Thud, thud, thud. He tried a few more times, but all of them ended in failure. Instead, he suffered some light injuries. No wonder even Dao Yan had chosen to give up. Even though he had grasped the thunder flame art, it was still so difficult. If this still doesn't work, then we really have to give up. Xiaoqin muttered to himself. He planned to use the universe origin true flame to replace the fire Dao domain and imitate this seal together with the thunder Dao domain. Suddenly, a wisp of primordial true fire rose from his palm. Xiaoqian's expression was solemn as he stared straight at this wisp of flame. Xiaoqin used the thunder flame art's secret technique to drive the thunder Dao domain. In an instant, thunder and lightning crackled around the flames on his palm. The instant the thunder and flames merged, the mysterious thunder mark appeared on Xiaoqian's palm, disappearing in a flash. Paw! In 1/10,000th of a second, Xiaoqin grasped that fleeting opportunity and pressed his palm on the ancient, bronze door's thunder mark. The thunder mark radiated light, and talisman scripts appeared on the ancient, bronze door. Then, surging lightning attributed energy spread out from the ancient door. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and the entire thunder flame hall shook endlessly, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. The originally frozen thunder flame came to life, and ice shards fell like snow. Crack! Crack! Xiaoqian's eyes lit up as the ancient, bronze door opened. He gently pushed off with his feet, breaking the rules of this body's owner and charging back. Whoosh! Before Xiaoqin could do anything, the remnant soul that he saw earlier appeared before Xiaoqin. However, this remnant soul's figure was dim and incredibly weak. It did not react much to Xiaoqian's appearance. What's wrong? Xiaoqin asked seriously when he saw that the remnant soul's state was not right. The remnant soul replied calmly, when you fought with that person from the Divine Sword Pavilion, you already broke the restrictions that I left back then. Before that person left, he sealed the rampaging thunder flame in ice. That will only stabilize it for a while. Xiaoqin thought very quickly, and he soon understood. The thunder flame inheritance would be like the ice inheritance, completely collapsing. After that, he would no longer be able to enter. However, that white-clad Yan Emperor had taken the initiative to destroy the inheritance before giving it to Xiaoqin. This remnant soul before Xiaoqin was passive. The collapse of the thunder flame inheritance was not under its control. Since that is the case, why don't you give me all the treasures of the inheritance, the medicinal pills, and the secret treasures? Xiaoqin thought, the hall is going to be destroyed. Rather than dying with it, I might as well be a good person and give them to myself. You are not the person I chose. Even though you entered this hall twice, you are not the person I am waiting for. The remnant soul remained calm when faced with Xiaoqian's somewhat shameless request. It said indifferently, aside from the dragon essence, which I cannot leave behind, the other treasures will be destroyed. Take care. Boom. Right after the remnant soul spoke, it vanished completely. At the same time, the entire hall went out of control. The thunder flame's berserk charge caused the neighboring halls to explode. The explosions looked like fireworks in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, attracting everyone's attention. Xiaochen felt somewhat depressed. If he were a prince, perhaps the result would be different. However, since he came, he could not leave empty-handed. The result was within Xiaochen's expectations. What caught his eye was the vast dragon essence hidden in the thunder flame. The dragon essence in this hall far surpassed the other inheritances that Xiaochen knew. Back then, the remnant soul had controlled it, preventing Xiaochen from absorbing too much. Now, he could accept it without any worries. Rumble. The thunder flame inheritance was a superior grade inheritance, and it exploded. When many people saw this, they felt that it was unfortunate. In the future succession race, this inheritance would be removed from the list of inheritances. No one knew that Xiaochen was happily collecting vast amounts of dragon essence amid the tragic fireworks explosion. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was boundlessly vast. Many princes and guests could see the shock waves from the thunder flame inheritance's explosion. However, even more princes and guests could not sense it. For example, the ninth Prince Wang Lin and the Heavenly Book scholar, who accompanied him, did not know. Your Highness, this is Black Wind Ridge, a forbidden land of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Aside from the lingering sinister winds and baleful aura, there are no inheritances or dragon essence here. This is a rather ideal place to hide, the Heavenly Book scholar said to Wang Lin as he pointed to the surroundings. It would be hard to find such a desolate place in an ancient blessed land like the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Dark clouds covered the place, and sinister winds blew endlessly. The spiritual energy here was thin, and weeds grew everywhere. Wang Lin showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. Wang Lin showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. If this person really wants to kill me, he will still chase me even in this horrifying forbidden land. Wang Lin did not show any worry or anxiety on his face. He only felt confused. Who in the world is in such a rush to eliminate me in the first round? The Heavenly Book scholar remained silent for a while. He knew that Wang Lin was right, so he consoled, Your Highness, there is no need to worry. Given our current strength, there is no need to be so cautious. However, there is no need to expose our strength in the first round and suffer losses. Wang Lin smiled faintly and said, You might think that, but others might not. The more we try to avoid it, the more they will push their luck. I understand those brothers of mine too well. Just at this moment, Senior Feng frowned slightly and said, Your Highness, I'm afraid we will have to leave again. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai looked around. After some thought, he said, I sense some strong auras. Wang Lin showed a grave expression as he shifted his gaze from the depths of Black Wind Ridge. Then, he said indifferently, We're not leaving. I want to see who is so overbearing. Wang Yan's repeated concessions had already crossed Wang Yan's bottom line. Wang Yan frequently guarded the borders, charging into battle, taking the lead. He had never been someone afraid of death. He had always been very reserved in the imperial capital, not competing with others. However, some people seem to have forgotten that he cultivated one of the most cold-blooded and emotionless Great Dao, Massacre. Chapter 2294. I'm not retreating anymore. Aside from pushing Wang Yan's bottom line, the other princes would catch up to me sooner or later. The other princes would definitely sense Wang Yan holding the Yan imperial sword in the ancient Yan emperor tomb. No matter where Wang Yan hid, unless he gave up on becoming the crown prince, someone would catch up to him sooner or later. Since that was the case, Wang Yan might as well face them head-on. Right after Wang Yan spoke, the churning dark clouds in the sky scattered without any warning. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. Xiaochen squinted his eyes and looked over. When everyone looked over, there was indeed a golden dragon image soaring through the sky. Its tyrannical dragon might layered over the sky, encasing the space. In an instant, a heavy pressure descended on everyone, causing their hearts to sink. The dragon god crown prince, Qin Ming. Hao Kai said softly, his expression changing slightly as he immediately recognized the figure in the air. What's wrong? Senior Feng asked, not knowing much about this Qin Ming. Hao Kai replied after some thought, this Qin Ming is the purple gold dragon emperor's proudest son. He possesses a grade 7 golden dragon bloodline. Practically no one in the younger generation of our 8 great empires can outshine him. He is considered the person most likely to become the next dragon emperor. Hence, he is called the dragon god crown prince. Boom! Before Hao Kai finished speaking, a wolf howl rang out in the north. Tuo Biyun held the mace in his hand and walked over with heavy footsteps, one step at a time. Rumble. With every step, the ground trembled. Tuo Biyun brought out his 5-vein sovereign emperor cultivation to its limits. From a distance, he looked like a tall mountain, giving off heavy pressure. Pu Chi. 10,000 miles ahead, the ground suddenly exploded, and a white snake with a body as large as a mountain appeared. A white snake the size of a mountain flickered with resplendent electric light as it burrowed out of the ground. A handsome white-clad person stood on its head. Roars came from the south. When one looked over, a huge great desolate and holy beast image soared into the sky. It was the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahozun. He had used his bloodline to force out the Hound Lion's ferocious might. Little 13. Wang Yan frowned slightly. Although he had not seen the 13th Prince Wang Yi yet, these 4 people appeared. The person hiding behind the scenes, who had been forcing him to the Forbidden Land, Black Wind Ridge, was also on the verge of appearing. Aside from the 13th Prince Wang Yi, no one else could send these 4 to be the vanguard. So. Qin Ming was bathed in golden light. Dragon shadows revolved around him as he slowly descended from the sky. Bai Yunfei, Xiahozun, and Tuo Biyun stood side by side, looking down at Wang Yan and the others from the air. Xiao Chen is not here. The Heavenly Book scholar, Wang Yan, and the other 3 at Black Wind Ridge were clearly visible. Xiao Chen was nowhere to be seen. Disappointment immediately flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan. Then, he said, attack. He did not waste any time. After confirming that Xiao Chen was not around, he immediately made his move. Protect His Highness. This caused the Heavenly Book scholar's expression to change. His figure flashed, and he shielded Wang Yan. Can you protect it? Qin Ming took the lead and punched with the Emperor Dragon Fist. As his dragon might soared, a golden dragon image appeared resplendent and dazzling. Pu Ci. The Heavenly Book scholar barely managed to block this fist technique, which was known as the most ferocious offensive technique. Then, he vomited blood. The Heavenly Book scholar's cultivation was not low. However, he was skilled in the Fate Dao. In a real fight, there was a clear gap between him and a heaven-defying outstanding talent like Qin Ming. Rumble. On the other side, Tuo Biyun faced off against Senior Feng. These 2 great perfection sovereign emperors quickly started fighting. They unleashed their Dao domains and emperor's might. After exchanging 3 moves, the battle turned incredibly intense. Every single move was earth-shattering. This was especially so when the 2 used soul tools. Tuo Biyun held a spiked club made of dark light, and Senior Feng held a black whip that could control the wind. The 2 were about equal in strength. Furthermore, they both had soul tools. Mysterious phenomena appeared, shaking the world. The might of the commotion was flabbergasting. As for the strongest, Hao Kai, he was surrounded by Xiahozun, Bai Yunfei, and the white python with the strength of a great perfection sovereign emperor. Hao Kai was a six-veined sovereign emperor with the Golden Crow holy beast's bloodline. Although he held a slight advantage, he could not free himself to help the others. Strong winds howled in Black Wind Ridge, and dragon roars rang out. The clouds in the sky scattered. The vast starry heavens looked incredibly clear, as if one could touch it with one's hand. Hao Kai and Senior Feng fared better in the three-way battle. The Heavenly Book scholar found it the hardest. He faced the Dragon God Crown Prince's pressure alone. After a while, he was already riddled with wounds. He clearly knew that he could not defeat the Dragon God Crown Prince, but he could not fight. The Heavenly Book scholar needed to buy time for Wang Yen to use his dragon essence to summon Xiao Qin and the others. Given the Heavenly Book scholar's intelligence, he could naturally tell that the four before him were just the vanguard. The 13th prince's true strength was still on the way. At that time, the Heavenly Book scholar would be like a turtle in a jar. I need to hold on. Bang! Emperor Dragon fished, unparalleled under the heavens. Qin Ming showed an indifferent expression, not showing any emotion in his eyes. Then, he threw another Emperor Dragon fist. The dragons bowed their heads as Qin Ming turned into a golden divine dragon. Then, he leaped up from the heads of the dragons. The instant the fist light exploded, the light became even more dazzling than the sun. The Emperor Dragon's dragon might erupted to its limits, forcing the bowing dragons to kneel. This fist was unparalleled under the heavens, making all the dragons kneel. The folding fan in the Heavenly Book scholar's hand materialized thousands of miraculous images. Plums, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums appeared together. Righteous chi coexisted with the heavens. However, the instant the Heavenly Book scholar touched the fish light, these miraculous images shattered like dreamy glass. A bloody bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in the Heavenly Book scholar's chest. He wobbled in the air like a broken kite. Damn it! When Wang Yen, who was draining his dragon essence to summon Xiao Qin and the others, saw this scene, he had no choice but to interrupt his summoning. If Wang Yen still did not make a move, Qin Ming might smash the Heavenly Book scholar to death. Whoosh! Wang Yan's figure flashed, moving like a phantom. Then, he caught the Heavenly Book scholar and slowly descended. Qin Ming revealed a look of pity in his eyes. He said softly, "You gave up on summoning. Had I known, I would have been gentler. However, I had no choice. I only used 50% of my strength." Your Highness, why did you give up? The Heavenly Book scholar could not help showing despair in his eyes. Given this, when the 13th prince's main forces arrived, the Heavenly Book scholar would not be able to escape. The 9th Prince Wang Yan's succession race would basically be over. So what if I gave up? I can't stand by and watch you die. Not bringing Xiao Qin and the others here was equivalent to giving up on the succession race. Changji, rest well first. Wang Yan passed a strand of dragon essence to the Heavenly Book scholar to nourish his heart and lungs. Then, he restrained the Heavenly Book scholar and stood up to face Qin Ming alone. Wang Yan's eyes turned cold as he gathered murderous intent in secret. The instant Qin Ming met Wang Yan's gaze, he felt slightly stunned. This prince before him seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. The huge light screen in the palace showed the 13th prince leading his guests. They charged at Black Wind Ridge with surging murderous intent. This immediately startled the various feudal lords and the noble clan heads. The 13th prince is going to Black Wind Ridge, he is trying to kill the 9th prince. It does not look like he is just robbing the 9th prince. I heard that the 13th prince and the 9th prince have a grudge. This is just the first round, and he is trying to kill everyone. Isn't that too much? Ha! The 9th prince is going to be unlucky. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. Originally, the feudal lords and powerhouses thought that it was just a simple robbery. However, when they saw the 13th prince leading his guests to Black Wind Ridge, they all knew that the nature of this matter had changed. Outside the drill ground, Mo Chen, Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the other Misty Rain Pavilion's people all showed some worry when they saw this scene. Inside the Thunder Flame Inheritance, a heavy jade strip with 9 dragon images swam about. Xiao Chen absorbed nearly all the vast dragon essence in the inheritance. Ha! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had sensed Wang Yan's call from the jade strip. However, just as Wang Yan was about to ask, the call was interrupted in a hurry. Oh no! Something happened to the 9th prince. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. Then, he grabbed the jade strip and turned into a beam of light as he flew out. Just as Xiao Chen felt helpless, fearing that he would not be able to rush over in time, crunching sounds came from his storage ring. The demon blood vulture was breaking out of its cocoon. On the other side, Xiao Suo and the others also sensed that something happened. I have a secret technique that can allow us to rush over quickly. Get close to me. I hope we can make it in time. Xiao Suo took out the Scarlet Blood War banner with a grave expression. Wu Meng and Qin Zhuolin quickly approached. Chapter 2295. The 13th Prince's group, which was rushing to Black Wind Ridge at full speed, made everyone feel the severity of the situation. At the same time, this made the 9th Prince's supporters in the palace worry. The 13th Prince's disciples were the outstanding talents of the 8 great empires' sovereign emperors. They all had great desolate Ian bloodlines, and they were practically undefeated in the first round. Among the princes, his strength could be ranked in the top 3. That was because there were some princes who weren't as weak as they seemed on the surface, but their strength was definitely enough to rank in the top 5. As for the 9th Prince Wang Yan, he spent most of his time outside. His faction in the capital was practically non-existent. He had relied on Xiao Chen's connections and the Misty Rain Pavilion's resources to recruit guests. There was a great disparity in strength between the two events. In Black Wind Ridge, the battle was in full swing. Hao Kai of the Golden Crow Empire was fighting 1 against 2. He was fighting Xiahou Zun, Bai Yunfei, and the troublesome White Lightning Python. Even though he had an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation, neither Xiahou Zun nor Bai Yunfei dared to fight him head-on. However, the two of them were outstanding talents. They were intelligent and had astonishing comprehension abilities. By relying on his powerful foundation, he actually managed to stall Hao Kai. On top of that, there was the elusive white python, which could cause serious injuries if one was not careful. No matter how furious Hao Kai was, he could not break away from the two of them. He could not free himself to help the 9th Prince Wang Yan. As for Senior Feng and Tuo Biyun, the two of them were already fighting with all their might. Everyone took out inferior-grade soul tools and unleashed their full power. Dao domains clashed with Dao domains, soul tools clashed with soul tools. They were equally matched, and it would be difficult to determine the victor if there were no external forces. However, as time passed and the 13th Prince's army arrived, their advantage would become apparent. Time was not on Senior Feng's side. If they continued to fight, there was no guarantee that his mental state wouldn't change. Inside the imperial palace, all the feudal vassals, the big shots of the 4 regions, and the noble families were paying close attention to this battle. It was Qin Ming and the 9th Prince Wang Yan. There was no need to doubt Qin Ming's strength. He had been famous for a long time. Among the outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, the Golden Dragon race was grooming him as the next crown prince. He himself did not waste these resources. Since Xiao Chen's debut, he had used his various accomplishments to carve out the title of Dragon God Crown Prince. This showed that his reputation was not undeserved. However, although the 9th Prince Wang Yan spent most of his time outside, leading troops into battle, the 9th Prince Wang Yan was not an ordinary person. However, compared to talent, bloodline, and resources, they were all inferior. The only advantage they had was one thing. With the Yan Imperial sword in hand, Xiaoqin could bring out strength that surpassed that of the other outstanding talents. The dragon fate in the sword could be converted into his own combat strength at any time. The two of them stared at each other, competing with their auras as they searched for each other's flaws. Qin Ming showed an indifferent expression, showing no joy or sorrow in his eyes. His emperor dragon might soared into the clouds. Vaguely, it turned into an enormous golden dragon that coiled in the sky, looking down at the common people from above. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome facial features were well defined, as if they had been carved out by a ghost axe, sharp and boundless. As Wang Yan held the Yan Imperial sword, he showed a grave expression, feeling heavy pressure. Xiao Chen's cultivation was lower than the other parties in the first place, only a two-veined sovereign emperor. Furthermore, the other party had a divine dragon bloodline, so his aura was much weaker. If not for the Yan Imperial sword, Wang Yan would have fallen long ago. However, Wang Yan's pitch-black eyes did not show any cowardice. His gaze remained resolute and calm. There was also a boundless killing intent that turned into a ferocious wild beast hiding in the depths of his eyes. This was the massacre Dao. Even if one could not defeat the other party, one would not cower. After identifying the enemy, one would not rest until one party died, fighting to the death. Qin Ming sensed this determination, so he did not act rashly. He only used his aura to slowly suppress the other party. Shaw! Shaw! As Wang Yan faced off, Qin Ming unhurriedly took a step forward. He took this step very slowly. It was as if the flow of time had slowed down along with this stomp. Even the surrounding scenery was affected and slowed down. Slow. However, Wang Yan, who grasped the sword hilt, could not draw it. Although the other party was slow, he did not show any openings. As he raised his foot, it even contained a great aura, making everyone feel grave. However, if Wang Yan did not draw his sword, he might not have a chance to draw his sword when the other party's foot landed. Wang Yan needed to draw his sword. The killing intent in Wang Yan's eyes slowly gathered like thousands of sparks. Just as the sparks were about to gather, just as the Yan Imperial sword was about to be drawn, Qin Ming's foot suddenly sped up. Fast! When he slowed down, time seemed to freeze. When he sped up, it was as if time had stopped. When he sped up, the boundless starry heavens in the sky changed. The starry heavens turned into a painting. Shifting. Boom! Dragon roars rang out, and the starry heavens changed. Before Wang Yan could draw his sword, Qin Ming's foot landed. Immediately, an emperor dragon's dragon might burst out from Qin Ming's foot. A gentleman is like a dragon, moving with the heavens, constantly striving for self-improvement. Qin Ming shouted, and a visible golden emperor dragon's dragon might swept out in all directions. Before the sparks formed by the thousands of sparks in Wang Yan's eyes could gather, he got knocked back, and his aura shattered. The world is like the earth, and a gentleman is virtuous. Boom! The entire ground trembled and exploded. Thousands of dragon images burst out, and Qin Ming soared into the air. Qin Ming's emperor dragon might soared in that instant. His speed was even faster than Wang Yan's as he flew back. Then, he charged over to Wang Yan at a startling speed and punched with the emperor dragon fist. The expression of Wang Yan, who was knocked back, changed slightly. He had no choice but to give up on drawing his sword. Wang Yan held the sword hilt with one hand and the scabbard with the other, holding the sword horizontally in front of him. He infused his divine energy into the sword using the massacre Dao. The dragon essence on the sword soared, and a dragon image coiled around the scabbard. Dang! Wang Yan vomited a mouthful of blood. His arm went numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the Yan Imperial sword. The force of this punch knocked Wang Yan into the air. Without waiting for Wang Yan to land, Qin Ming pressed forward with a cold expression, continuously launching attacks. Immediately, the golden divine dragon's dragon might spread out. Golden dragon images filled the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun. The emperor dragon fist, known as the strongest fist technique in the world, pressured everyone to the point of suffocation. Even through the huge light screen in the royal palace, everyone could feel this overbearing fist light, which made them shudder in fear. The might of the emperor dragon fist was clear without a doubt. The fist light was bright, howling like the wind. With every punch, dragon images roared ferociously. As Wang Yan punched repeatedly, the flickering dragon images could only be seen flashing with golden light because the fist light was too fast. He clenched his teeth and did his best to endure. Qin Ming made up his mind not to give Wang Yan a chance to draw his sword. This was because such a person who cultivated the Tao of massacre would not be able to escape. However, once Wang Yan drew his sword, no matter how injured he was, he could erupt with startling offensive power. In the clouds in the royal palace, the Yan emperor frowned slightly but could not do anything. Right now, Wang Yan could give up and leave. If he did not and got beaten to death, even the Yan emperor would not be able to say anything. It ends here. The indifferent Qin Ming saw the huge opening that Wang Yan revealed. Then, he shouted coldly, and countless dragon images spread out in this world. The countless dragon images in this world gathered on Qin Ming's fish light. When he punched, Wang Yan lost his grip on the Yan imperial sword. The sword flew out of his hand and into the sky. However, Qin Ming's explosive fish light did not lose momentum, continuing mercilessly towards Wang Yan's chest. Your Highness. Senior Feng, who was fighting with Tuobi Yun at the side, could not help crying out when he saw this scene. Wang Yan stared blankly at the Yan imperial sword that flew into the air in a daze. He turned a deaf ear to Qin Ming's punches, his eyes only focused on the sword. Damn it! The heavenly book scholar, who was severely injured and unable to move, felt very anxious. His eyes turned slightly moist as he shouted anxiously, Your Highness, give up. Give up. Give up. If Wang Yan still did not give up, he would not be far from death when this punch landed. As Wang Yan looked at the swaying Yan imperial sword in the air, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Yan thought about his mother's miserable death when he was young. He thought about offending his 13th brother and being forced to leave the imperial capital. He thought about the cruelty of the battlefield. He thought about Xiao Chen's scolding. What use do I have for you? Should I give up? Absolutely not. The killing intent in Wang Yan's eyes turned into sparks again. The flames of the killing intent burned fiercely in his eyes. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Wang Yan's body. The instant Qin Ming's punch landed on his chest, Wang Yan used his finger as a sword and stabbed Qin Ming's chest as well. Pu Qi. A bloody bull-sized hole appeared in the 9th prince's chest as he went flying back. Qin Ming did not move back at all. However, when he landed, he wiped his hand across his chest. Blood covered his hand, and a gash appeared on his chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Wang Yan's final sword strike had also pierced through his dragon might. You are seeking death. Qin Ming immediately felt enraged. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he charged over again. However, just at this moment, a flash of scarlet light flashed in the air like a burning flame. A figure leaped up and grabbed the Yan imperial sword in the air. Then, that figure descended like a meteor and shielded Wang Yan, catching the punch. Bang! The instant the two fists clashed, that person did not move at all. Dragon roars came from his body, not showing any fear of the Emperor Dragon might that covered the sky. Emperor Dragon Fist, driving dragons to the sky. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly as he punched. Hearing the command, dragons soared into the sky. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. The newcomer was not flustered at all. He also punched out. The dragons that Qin commanded collided with each other. They turned into thousands of light shadows and scattered in all directions, like headless flies in the air. Emperor Dragon Fist, Dragon's Bow. Qin was enraged. This was the first time this kind of situation had occurred. Immediately, his spirit essence surged and he punched out again. Xiaochen forced the thousands of dragon images in the sky to gather under his fist light and charge down. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Qin was angry, but the person who came was even angrier than him. He was angry at the sky that was ruled by an evil dragon. If the heavens are unfair, then I'll shatter the heavens and restore my clarity. Boom! When Xiaochen punched, the bowing dragon images shattered. The sky turned clear, and the vast starry heavens reappeared. Amidst the scattering starlight, Xiaochen said softly, I'll also return a punch to you. I, the unique and righteous. What was a supreme? In the heavens and earth, only I am supreme. Chapter 2296. In the heavens and on the earth, I am the only one. Grabbing the Yan imperial sword, Wang Lin, who was on the ground, felt stunned. He had not expected Xiaochen to arrive so quickly. Paw! Boom! Xiaochen's expression was indifferent, but he did not have the slightest fear. Roar! The moment he said that, Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. He suddenly understood something. The moment the huge palm appeared, Qin jumped in fright. He quickly stopped talking and jumped away in a panic. When Qin, who was still falling, saw Xiaochen break out of his cage and charge over again, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He shouted, Die! Even the turbid air that Zhang Xian exhaled was forcefully forced back into his throat. Divine Dragon's secret skill, Prison Chain Frenzied Dragon. The powerful attack was like a torrential storm, it was simply breathtaking. Bang! Bang! He did not show any signs of frustration because of his previous defeat. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. It turned into fragments and scattered all over the sky. Horizontally and vertically, they formed a cage, trapping Xiaochen in the air. The fist light flashed and the dragon's shadow shone brightly. At Xiaochen's command, the demon blood vulture that looked like a blood phoenix in the air screeched and flew towards the electric white python. Kacha! Firmament's rage. Bang! Bang! Sword, catch! Xiaochen stretched out his hand and beckoned. The ancestor dragon's rage from the ancient great desolate Aeon appeared in the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be a universe within it, containing the power of space. Bang! The continuous attacks made everyone feel as if a stone was stuck in their hearts, and the pressure was immense. Otherwise, the aftershock of a random wisp of sword light would cause a destructive blow to the surrounding space. An ancient king's aura spread out from his body. The so-called pure emperor dragons might immediately seem immature before him. I almost thought you wouldn't be able to make it. Do you think I want to kill the 9th prince? Xiaochen showed a calm expression as he took out the Heavenly Alliance envoy medallion unhurriedly. Compared to the Supreme Dragon Fist, these feudal powerhouses even felt that the Emperor Dragon Fist was not worth mentioning. Damn it, why is this strength so fierce? It could rival a strong 4-vein sovereign emperor. What did it mean by the #1 offensive technique in the world? Unwilling to listen to the other party's nagging, Xiaochen stepped forward and stomped on the other party's head, crushing it into the ground. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xiaochen executed now showed everyone what a sovereign emperor's violence was. Demon Blood Vulture, go help Senior Hao Kai. Earlier, Qin had already shown them what the Emperor Dragon Fist was. However, not only had Xiaochen stopped in front of him, but his move, the unique and righteous, was also trying to send him flying. Qin Ming, who had landed on the ground, wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and grinned. After 100 moves, Xiaochen's fist smashed through the protective shield formed by the dragon might and landed on his chin. Break! It was obvious how terrifying of a force Xiaochen had exerted in this instant. At this moment, Qin Ming finally experienced what it felt like to be suppressed by someone using an offensive technique similar to the Emperor Dragon Fist. Furthermore, it continued to shrink. It looked like it would completely restrict Xiaochen's physical body and invade his flesh, blood, and soul. Xiaochen showed a relaxed expression as he turned around and tossed the Yan Imperial sword in his hand to the 9th Prince Wang Yan. When Xiaochen punched, that unruly and unyielding aura burst out from his body. Xiaochen's fist light destroyed an inferior-grade soul tool just like that. Qin Ming said coldly, "My target has been you, the dragon race rebel, Xiaochen, from the start to the end." The instant the sword light appeared, the entire world turned dark. A horrifying aura spread out in all directions. The entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb felt this terrifying sword intent. Qin Ming seemed to have an irresolvable conflict with the golden dragon race. A purple light flashed, and Xiaochen appeared directly in front of Qin Ming. Then, he threw a punch. Xiaochen's fist light was like a torrential storm, raining down relentlessly on the old man's chest. However, Qin Ming lived up to his reputation. In the blink of an eye, he executed the strongest move of the Emperor Dragon Fist as well. Xiaochen turned into a beam of light and stomped on Qin Ming at an unimaginable speed. When Qin Ming clashed with Xiaochen's punch, he felt his arm go numb. The huge force transmitted over, shaking half of his body to the point where he couldn't move. Qin Ming's father was the current dragon race's purple gold dragon emperor. He contained some of the dragon emperor's might. Regular dragon race cultivators would find it hard to stand stably before him. Crack! Qin Ming frantically formed hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, black dragon images appeared in the sky and on the ground. Qin Ming was incredibly strong before Wang Yan and the heavenly book scholar. He was nearly completely suppressed. Qin Ming could not parry at all. He could not even bring out the might of the Emperor Dragon Fist. "I possess the Emperor Dragon's might. How can this person push me back?" Qin Ming could not retaliate at all. Shock appeared in Qin Ming's heart. He could not imagine how Xiaochen's punch could be so horrifying. A dragon image came out of each of the two, roaring ferociously and glaring at Qin Ming. Qin Ming roared ferociously the instant Xiaochen's force scattered. In reality, the Emperor Dragon Fist was such a cultivation technique. The stronger it was, the stronger it was. However, once it suffered a true setback, it would be very difficult to gather its might again, unable to bring out its true might. This was the pure Emperor's might from the purple gold dragon emperor. Any dragon race powerhouse would fear this dragon might. Boom! The feudal lords and various powerhouses in the palace who saw this scene were all startled into speechlessness. It was completely useless. No matter how Qin Ming struggled, he was defeated by this punch. He was defeated. No wonder this person showed disappointment in his eyes when he saw that the summoning was interrupted. The instant the cage formed, time and space seemed to freeze. An ancient restriction flickered in the dragon pillars. Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. 5 huge handprints immediately appeared on the ground. Qin Ming, who had soared into the air, sucked in a breath of cold air. Blood splattered in the air, accompanied by broken teeth. Blood leaked out of a corner of Qin Ming's lips as Xiaochen forced him back a step. He revealed a doubtful expression in his eyes. The instant Qin Ming raised his head, he was about to capture Xiaochen's figure when he discovered many fist images. 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches, all of them surged out in an instant. Crack! Cassier. Cassier. Xiao Qin shattered Qin Ming's protective battle armor. Suddenly, Wang Yan thought of the assassination attempt that Xiao Qin faced at Mirror Lake. The other party's cultivation was clearly the same as Wang Yan's. What was supreme? The Emperor Dragon's dragon might seem solid as it spread out from Qin Ming's body. That was the pure dragon might of a king. I'll take your life while you're down. Qin Ming continuously executed the supreme dragon fist. Be it his Dao domain, soul energy, cultivation technique, or mental state, he was weaker than Xiao Qin. Noisy. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the other party could easily deliver such a strike after receiving 2 punches. At the crucial moment, Xiao Qin could easily kill a great perfection sovereign emperor. A sword light also flew out of Qin Ming's medallion, and the dark world immediately lit up. The royal blue dragon bloodline flowed in Qin Ming's body. His name was written in the royal genealogy that had been passed down for countless epochs. Dragon images immediately filled the sky. One was golden, and the other was azure-colored. Boom! The berserk fist lights blasted Qin Ming, knocking him back and forth in the air like a broken kite. The black dragon images radiating heavy resentment crisscrossed as they flickered with light. A bright light immediately erupted from Qin Ming's forehead, and a sword light appeared. The 2 fists clashed, producing a deafening sound that shook the world. Once Qin Ming executed this move, he could force an expert like Wang Yan to not even have a chance to draw his sword. The 2 sword lights that inspired fear in peak sovereign emperors clashed in the air, clashing with each other. Then, they silently vanished. A colossal hand formed in the air. Lightning flickered in the palm, and saber light spread out. Boom! This is never-ending. Crack! Crack! The many powerhouses in the palace could clearly feel it through the huge light screen. Bang! I'll return a punch as well. Only I am supreme. As their strengths were equal, they cancelled each other out. Qin Ming truly lived up to being the dragon god crown prince. He had many trump cards. Xiao Qin felt somewhat tired of this. He activated his alloy battle armor and supported his 6th-layer Thunder Dao domain. Qin Ming roared, and the sovereign emperor's might from the divine dragon empire burst out of his body. Qin Ming went flying. The emperor dragon fist of the golden dragon bloodline lost to Xiao Qin again. Heavy murderous intent flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. This was a sword light that the purple gold dragon emperor left in his sea of consciousness. It equaled a strike from the purple gold dragon emperor. Xiao Qin. Before Qin Ming could reveal a smile, Xiao Qin took out the divine lightning talisman and broke this restriction with a wave of his hand. It turned out that Qin Ming's target had been Xiao Qin from the very start. Chapter 2297. Ah! Let go! Let go! At the same time, he felt even more shocked. Xiao Qin was still firmly suppressing the Silver Dragon King as he fought. The Silver Dragon King was incredibly frustrated, but he could not do anything to Xiao Qin. After all, the Dragon God Crown Prince was a Golden Dragon Race 3-vein sovereign emperor. It would be somewhat difficult to crush the Dragon God Crown Prince's head with one stomp. Xiao Qin. I'll take your life. Xiao Qin snorted coldly as he unleashed his 4th-layer Ice Dao domain, stacking the 2 Dao domains. The more crucial thing was that this Xiao Qin had some fortuitous encounter, allowing him to erupt with such strength in such a short time. Boom! The Silver Dragon King wanted to take advantage of Xiao Qin's distraction to pull Qin Ming out. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the Silver Dragon King's 6th-layer Thunder Dao domain already reached the 7th-layer Dao might. Don't be rash. Any reputable person in the Yanwu dynasty would see this scene. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor could not afford to lose face like this. Xikong Shu, who was dressed like a fisherman, appeared in the air. Under his conical bamboo hat, he looked coldly at Xiao Qin, who was fighting the Silver Dragon King. However, others could not even see that silver figure's appearance. This showed how fast he was. Whoosh! Sikong Shu's Daoist sword, reaching the 8th layer. The aura that Qin Ming burst out with was even more horrifying than when he activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Caught off guard, Xiao Qin bore the brunt of the attack and got knocked back by a golden dragon image. However, he didn't expect to see such a situation after he arrived. Whoosh! The expected 9th Prince Wang Lin did not appear. Instead, the dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming was trampled on, unable to move. Sikong Shu's figure flashed, and he landed beside the Silver Dragon King. Then, he patted the Silver Dragon King's shoulder and said, "Believe in Qin Ming. Since he endured the humiliation until now and did not give up, he definitely has a way to escape." Caw! Bang! Bang! Is that so? How do you know that I am not doing it on purpose? I am already a traitor. Why would I care about the purple gold dragon emperor's face? They were still neck and neck. There was no obvious sign of Xiao Chen's decline. While Xiao Chen looked calm and collected, in reality, he had already brought out his Thunder Dao domain without anyone realizing it. It should be the bridge of the nose. Xiao Chen did not hold back when he stepped on the dragon god crown prince's face. Ah, but who knew that with this pull, Qin Ming, who was being stepped on by Xiao Qin, let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Ming, who was trampled on the ground, slowly got up. Golden dragon scales appeared on his body, slowly covering his entire body. Whoosh! Hao Kai of the Golden Crow Empire was slightly startled. The Silver Dragon King also had such worries, not daring to bring out the peak strength of a 6-veined sovereign emperor. A silver light flashed, and the Silver Dragon King revealed his true body and retreated. The moment they saw this scene, a flaw appeared in their mental states. Clearly, it was not suitable for them to continue fighting. Seeing that Xiao Qin was still trampling on Qin Ming, Hao Kai shouted angrily, "Xiao Qin, don't go overboard. He is Qin Ming, the purple gold dragon emperor's favorite son. Now is the succession race. Don't be too ruthless. I know you did not mean it. Let go of Qin Ming, and everything can be discussed." Since Xiao Qin had the opportunity to trample on this person, he would naturally do so ruthlessly. Xiao Chen's 30-kilometer-long body was different from his previous dermic world. Now, Buddhist might covered his body, bringing out nearly all the Buddhist might of the Mahasvara Buddha Sarira. Retreat. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, what did I do wrong? The Golden Dragon bloodline chased me across most of the Divine Dragon Empire. Just because I practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, I defeated the Emperor Dragon Fist in front of everyone. Sorry, I cannot accept this. Silver light flickered endlessly around Xiao Chen's body. Every time Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike, a berserk dragon roar rang out, stirring up mysterious phenomena. No one knew what Qin Ming was thinking at this moment. Tuo Biyun, who was fighting Senior Feng, Xiao Hozun, and Bai Yunfei, who were fighting Hao Kai, were stunned when they saw this scene. However, Xiao Chen was in a slightly better state this time. When that gargantuan foot landed, Xiao Chen was trampled into a pile of mush. However, he was in a slightly better state this time. The instant that gargantuan foot landed, Xiao Chen was trampled into a pile of mush. Furthermore, with such a strong Xiao Chen, it was impossible not to reevaluate the current situation. Xiao Chen's body immediately wobbled. In the next moment, he suddenly soared up. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He turned his body to the side and sent out a palm strike. Instead, he instantly bound the dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming, who was under Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chen and the Silver Dragon King sensed that something was wrong and rushed over before the 13th prince. In a moment, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. The sound of something shattering came from the ground, sounding crisp and resonant. Qin Ming's broken nose should be a blessing and a misfortune. Xiao Chen did not express his emotions. However, that did not mean that Xiao Chen was a hypocrite, allowing this person to do whatever he wanted. At the thought of this, the Silver Dragon King could not help rejoicing, praising Xiao Chen in his heart. Fortunately, the Silver Dragon King did not succeed. Even so, Xiao Chen did not do anything. His spiritual sense already sensed a group of people with strong auras not far away. These people rushed over at lightning speed. Without needing to guess, it had to be the 13th prince's group. Qin Ming, who had just stood up and executed the golden dragon transformation art, revealed a trace of redness on his face. Sikong Shu was right. Qin Ming had endured humiliation for a long time. Indeed, he had been preparing in secret. Good. 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 Let Qin Ming use the golden dragon transformation art to defeat Xiao Chen. After this rebirth, he might be able to break through the shackles on the spot. Only then did everyone startle to their senses. It turned out that Qin Ming had been used as a sandbag, trampled under the Silver Dragon King's feet. The various powerhouses inside and outside the palace who saw this scene were all shocked as well. Since when did a three-veined sovereign emperor have such strength? The contrast was too great, everyone found it hard to accept. The instant Qin Ming stood up, killing qi surged from his entire body as he stared at Xiao Chen, who got knocked into the air. The Silver Dragon King gritted his teeth at Xiao Chen's shameless words. He could not help wanting to erupt again. This. Clearly, the Silver Dragon King knew about this. Outside the palace, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His alloy dragon armor flickered with purple electric light, and dragon motifs dotted the armor. The alloy dragon armor sparkled, looking like a swimming dragon hiding in the lake, appearing indistinct. This thorn was buried in the Silver Dragon King's heart. The Silver Dragon Kings forcefully retreated and stood together. As they watched Xiao Chen trample on Qin Ming, they did not dare to act rashly. This person's dragon might soar again. Silver light covered the sky for 5,000 kilometers around, making it look like a silver lake in the sky, boundlessly vast and majestic. Whoosh! This was the Dragon God Crown Prince, an outstanding talent that even a regular four-veined sovereign emperor could easily defeat. Boom! A silver light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes like a ghost, disappearing in a flash. Before the Silver Dragon King could react, the sky suddenly turned dark. In the next moment, a gigantic foot stomped on him. Just at this moment, a transparent fishing line streaked through the air. While Xiao Chen fought the Silver Dragon King, this figure appeared silently. However, it did not attack Xiao Chen. Everyone already guessed the identity of this silver figure. It had to be the Silver Dragon King, one of the two super experts by the 13th prince's side. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead, radiating Buddhist might as he formed hand seals. He watched the Kasayapa Buddha cautiously execute the lost supreme magic skill of the Buddhist sect's dermic world. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a horrifying great desolate Aeon dragon might burst out from Qin Ming's body under Xiao Chen's feet. As Xiao Chen spoke, he increased his pressure on Qin Ming's foot, pressing down a few more times. Qin Ming could no longer endure the pain, squealing like a pig being slaughtered. This is not a bloodline awakening. This is the secret technique of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the dragon transformation art. Qin Ming fainted, his life or death unknown. The pride of the Golden Dragon bloodline absolutely cannot be profaned by you. Xiao Chen, I will definitely kill you today. The sovereign emperors fought until the sky turned dark, nearly tearing down Black Wind Ridge. At the very least, Qin Ming's head was still there. There was one more thing that Xiao Chen did not say. This fellow wanted to do something to Lu Ryue, even if he had to die. Even the Silver Dragon King could not do anything to him, unable to take him down quickly. Qin Ming's miserable shrieks forced Sikong Shu, who was secretly trying to save him, to take the initiative to let go of the fishing line. Right now, Sikong Shu did not dare to act rashly, as Xiao Chen was stepping on Qin Ming. If he got careless, he could cause Qin Ming's death. Sikong Shu originally thought that the battle would end after one clash. Unexpectedly, the battle lasted for so long in the blink of an eye. Boom! A temporary calm appeared as both sides faced each other. Ice Dao Domain. Buddhist sect major magic skill, Dermic world. How did Qin Ming lose in such a sorry state? Furthermore, his face was trampled on, rendering him immobile. Chapter 2298. Xiao Chen let out a cold shout. His killing intent, which was 7 times stronger than before, suddenly condensed together. The 13th prince and company saw a blood-colored figure flash in front of them from 10,000 meters away. The tip of the flag seemed to be streaking across his eyes. It was cold and threatening, and the killing intent penetrated deep into his bones. This was the might of the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. When he was alive, he moved unhindered everywhere, becoming unrivaled for half his life. Even though he had already passed away, his once blood-stained demeanor was still immersed in time and space, lingering for a long time. After returning to the 9th Prince Wang Yan's side, he stood with Senior Feng, Hao Kai, and the others. What do you want? A flag fell from the sky. Xiao Chen did not say a word. He silently condensed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal, and his killing intent immediately exploded 7-fold. Millions of li away, many princes sensed something. They all frowned, not understanding what was going on. But even so, Qin Ming was heavily injured and didn't have the strength to fight anymore. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's expression changed dramatically as he cursed in his heart. The strength of the 9th Prince's guests all gathered had completely frightened him. Compared to what he had expected, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Chen drew his Yen Imperial sword, and a sword light spread out. A dragon image of massacre swam around the sword. Xiao Chen used the massacre Dao to activate the Yen Imperial sword in his hand. Thousands of cold stars gathered in his eyes, making him look like a grim reaper. Damn it! How could this be? One could only say that the Dragon God Crown Prince had too many trump cards, after all. However, Xiao Chen did not expect the dragon might that the dragon transformation art would bring out would be even more terrifying than activating his bloodline. Under the conical bamboo hat, Sikong Shu showed an unsightly expression. After he let go, he said, "The situation is not good." He managed to survive. However, he abused his secret technique and suffered a backlash. Hey, let's watch the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Perhaps the accumulations of the Golden Dragon bloodline can allow him to return to his peak. Wang Yan rejected coldly. Sorry, many of these dragon essence came from my guests risking their lives to obtain them. I can't just give it to you for free. Even if Qin Ming was heavily injured and lost the ability to fight. The moment this saber appeared, Sikong Shu and the other sovereign emperors forced back the killing moves that they were preparing to unleash. Unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't take advantage of this great danger. With the support of the 7-kill seal, he drew his mid-grade soul weapon, Heavenly Slayer, the moment Wang Yi finished speaking. Damn it! The murderous aura had already materialized. In the thick black clouds, one could even vaguely see the phantoms of various ancient divine beasts. Buddhist might spread out. After stomping Qin Ming into a pile of minced meat, Xiao Chen's dermic world also dispersed. Damn it! 13th Prince, kill these people. The Silver Dragon King asked anxiously to Sikong Shu, who was checking on Qin Ming's injuries. Normally, Xiaoqin could use the tyrant saber to deal with most of his enemies. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared, preventing the other party's aura from coalescing into a whole. Right at this moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared. It was accompanied by a wave of majestic, resonant, and solemn voice that seemed to have traveled through time and space. Whoosh! Wang Yan did not back down. He could not agree to the 13th prince's request. Without a doubt, Wang Yan revealed joy on his face. With the dragon vein protecting him, it was equivalent to this land acknowledging him. He instantly held the geographical advantage. Wang Yi said after some thought, "It's very simple. Hand over half of your dragon essence to me and cut off all possibility of becoming the crown prince. Naturally, I will let you off." Earth drawing as dragon. When Xiaoqin drew this saber with the 7-kill seal, scarlet lightning dyed half the sky red in an instant. Qin Ming, who was now a pile of minced meat on the ground, gave off a faint golden light as he slowly healed. Unless Xiaoqin destroyed Qin Ming's divine seal and soul, he would not be able to kill Qin Ming in one strike. There was a silver dragon, a white marsh beast, a swanee, and a heavenly wolf, all terrifying divine beasts from the great desolate Aeon. All the sovereign emperors, including Shu, had to take a step back. With this thought, Xiaoqian's figure flashed, taking the initiative to give up on Qin Ming's mangled body. However, he needed to draw a heavenly slayer now. Wang Yan smiled coldly in his heart. So, that is the case. However, this is really laughable. Never mind. When the banner stabbed into the ground, the entire world trembled. When the banner fluttered, it looked like a scarlet ribbon dancing in the air. This peak 6-vein sovereign emperor from the Golden Crow Empire was Ao Jiao, enduring immense pressure. A warm feeling spread in everyone's heart, including the 9th prince's people. Xiaoqin, who was in the air, frowned slightly. He knew that he had lost the chance to land another strike. Qin Zhuolin casually waved his hand, and the surrounding terrain changed dramatically. A strand of the ancient dragon vein hidden in the terrain appeared, surrounding Wang Yan and the others. Originally, Wang Yan thought that the other party's strongest trump card was activating his great desolate Aeon bloodline. 9th brother, don't blame 13th brother for being ruthless. Back then, Xiaoqin relied on this saber to kill the 4-vein sovereign emperor Qin Yu's physical body and soul at the same time. Once it erupted, Xiaoqin did not dare imagine how horrifying it would be. Even peak sovereign emperors, who surpassed great perfection sovereign emperors, would have to retreat. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The strength of those carefully selected to help Xiaoqin went without a doubt. Even Shu did not dare to underestimate them. Furthermore, these people had the most horrifying trump cards. They could all bring out their bloodlines. Aside from suffering from Xiaoqian's stomp, they also suffered from the rebound of the secret art. At this moment, their souls fell into a deep sleep. Attack! With so many outstanding talents present, who dared to fight? A terrifying mysterious phenomenon appeared in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They had no choice but to retreat. When the 10-odd sovereign emperors' killing intent was forced out of their heads, the pressure on them immediately decreased. Heavenly Slayer. A tense atmosphere spread in Black Wind Ridge. The many sovereign emperors clashing gave off a terrifying aura. On the 9th prince's side, aside from Xiaoqin, who appeared somewhat unfathomable, only the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai could be considered a sovereign emperor expert. Wang Yan showed a silent expression. Then, he stepped forward and looked straight at Wang Yi. 13th brother, this succession race has just begun. Aren't you in too much of a rush to kill me already? Wang Yan felt admiration for Wang Yan's decision from the bottom of his heart. Many times, one did not need to make the right decision, but one needed to be decisive. This was a peak medial grade soul tool forged from demonic tribulation lightning gold. The ancient thunder cliff tree was the handle, and the ancient thunder dragon's true soul was infused into it. The demonic tribulation lightning gold was a transcendent great divine material born from Mo Juning's true god tribulation. It could only be found and not sought. Boom! The demonic tribulation lightning gold was ferocious and tyrannical, containing the heavenly Tao's killing intent. It was sharp and could trigger the demonic tribulation divine lightning, like a heavenly punishment. If the demonic tribulation lightning gold drove it at full power, it could cause the sky to crack, the sun and moon to dim, and stars to fall. Although it was a medial grade soul tool, its might was infinitely close to that of a superior grade soul tool. The instant the terrifying killing intent erupted from Wang Yan's body, the sevenfold saber intent tore the dense dark clouds in the sky into pieces. Since that was the case, Xiaochen might as well give it his all. The 13th prince still had the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, two super experts. Aside from them, there were Tuo Bai Yun, Sikong Shu, and Tenod's Sovereign Emperor outstanding talents. They all possessed great desolate Ian bloodlines and were elite selected from great perfection sovereign emperors. To the prideful Qin Ming, such an outcome was worse than death. Given this, even if the 13th prince defeated the other party, it would be a miserable victory. My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is scorching. For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword. The other person only needed to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch away Qin Ming's body. Everyone inside and outside the palace felt startled when they saw this scene on the light screen. The Silver Dragon King was enraged. Murderous intent flared in his eyes. Now that Qin Ming was already like this, he no longer had anything to fear. Whoosh! A golden flame appeared in Hao Kai's eyes. Pure solar true flame burst out of his body and burned fiercely. Even though Hao Kai knew that he would lose, he did not cower in fear. Instead, he gathered his wills and focused. It's Heavenly Slayer! Wang Yi shouted coldly, and the guests behind him immediately burst out with startling murderous intent. The murderous intent of the 15 sovereign emperors burst out in shock. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky, which was so clear that one could see the starry river. Even Xiaochen could not retreat when facing the might of the Scarlet Blood War Banner's inheritance head-on. Fight! The Silver Dragon King felt incredibly anxious. He snatched back Qin Ming's body in the time it took for a spark to fly, worry filling his face. How dare you! All Xiaochen needed was one more kick to end this. Between Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, one of them would definitely hold him back. Xiao Suo, Wu Meng, and Qin Zhuolin also fell along with the banner. Boom! Sikong Shu, how is it? The 13th Prince Wang Yi did not care. He mocked, "Ninth brother, don't tell me that you don't understand the principle of the strong preying on the weak. Just be frank. I have an old grudge with you. Even if first brother or eighth brother became the crown prince of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I would not worry too much. Only you, it is hard to guarantee that you will not take revenge. Although your chances of becoming the crown prince are slim, I still have to guard against you." Rage flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. Clearly, he had not expected the ninth prince's team to be so united. Once he brought out the heavenly Tao's killing intent, he would injure himself if he did not kill. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Zhuolin was extremely weak. The body of a sovereign emperor had already transcended the mundane. Whoosh! Xiao Suo pulled out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Then, the Scarlet War banner suddenly unfurled and thrust its tip forward. This startled the Silver Dragon King. According to Sikong Shu, even if Qin Ming recovered from his injuries, he might not be able to return to his peak state. Chapter 2299. The others might be slightly inferior. However, Xiao Chen's Heavenly Slayer, Xiao Suo's Scarlet Blood War Banner, the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai, and Qin Zhuolin drew out the dynasty's dragon vein. The 13th Prince's group had to take this seriously. Should they continue fighting or not? To the 9th Prince Wang Lin and the others, it would naturally be best if they could avoid fighting. On the whole, the difference in strength was very obvious. The number of guests on the other side was more than double that of their side. Moreover, they all possessed great desolate bloodlines. If their bloodlines were activated and they fought to the death, it was certain that their side would lose. However, the 13th Prince's side had to think about the consequences of forcefully fighting. They would definitely win this battle, but without a doubt, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After this battle, aside from Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, none of the other guests could guarantee a safe retreat. As for the 13th Prince, Wang Yi, he would be reduced from a popular candidate for the Crown Prince position to a supporting role with no hope of competing. In a flash, Wang Yi thought of all kinds of possibilities, and his face became frighteningly gloomy. He had never thought that he would fall into such a dilemma. After the 9th Prince's guests displayed their strength, the people inside and outside the palace felt that this battle would not happen. However, the problem now was that Xiao Chen trampled on Qin Ming, ruthlessly trampled on him. The 13th Prince would find it hard to accept retreating like this. It was a simple sentence, but there was no suitable way for him to leave with dignity. Just think about it. A group of people came over aggressively and then left with their tails between their legs. How funny was that? 13th brother, do you think there's a need to continue fighting? Wang Yan said when he saw the 13th Prince's expression. He knew what the 13th Prince was thinking. Wang Yi said coldly, I can withdraw, but you must pay for injuring my guest. Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the death today, I will not withdraw. I'm afraid you have no choice but to retreat. Wang Yan said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yi looked around, and his expression changed slightly. In just a short period of time, many princes had secretly rushed over, watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. It made sense. The battle between Xiao Qin and Qin Ming had already alarmed all directions. The other princes thought that it was the birth of some incredible treasure. At this moment, so many sovereign emperors were gathered in this startling confrontation. It would be hard for anyone not to notice such a phenomenon. Sikong Shu closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. 13th Prince, we need to go. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. I'll settle this score with you later. At this point, even if Wang Yi was unwilling, he had to leave dejectedly. Xiao Chen was not foolish enough to start a huge battle with Wang Yan while the other princes watched. So. The 13th Prince's group withdrew their auras and quickly left. It looked somewhat comical and inconceivable. However, in reality, the moment Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer, this battle was destined to never happen. When Xiao Suo charged over with the Scarlet Blood War Banner, he destroyed Wang Yi's final hope. After this group of people left, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. His face had lost a lot of color. What happened? Wang Yan hurriedly stepped forward and asked. It's because of that saber, right? Hao Kai asked after glancing at Xiao Chen sheathing Heavenly Slayer. Then, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Chen did not deny it, not saying anything more. The reason went without saying. When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, it would trigger the Heavenly Dao's killing intent. If one did not kill, one would end up harming oneself. However, this result was what Xiao Chen sought, so he had no complaints. If Xiao Chen truly decided to fight, he would definitely use the Tyrant Saber. He would only draw Heavenly Slayer after he was certain that he could kill the other party. Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer to dissuade the other party. If a huge battle really broke out, Xiao Chen would not fear it. However, the fate of Wang Yan and the others would be hard to predict. The other party had Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, as well as a group of outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines. In the end, they were much stronger than the ninth prince. It's fine. This is a troublesome place. Let's quickly leave. Xiao Chen looked around. There were at least 8 princes hiding in the dark, with some experts among them. Wang Yan looked around and nodded. Come, let's go deeper into Black Wind Ridge. With a thought, Xiao Chen quickly understood Wang Yan's intention. With the reputation of the Black Wind Ridge, they could completely avoid the trouble at the back if they walked further in. By the time Wang Yan's group was far away, Xiao Chen had already arrived. What a pity. I didn't make a move. The 8th Prince Wang Feng shook his head and stepped forward with a regretful expression. The Divine Sword Pavilion's Dao Yan, the Profound Heaven's Holy Son Wenrenyu, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were all disappointed as well. If a great battle could really happen, just thinking about it was incomparably wonderful. The 9th prince would definitely be defeated, and the 13th prince would no longer have the right to fight for the title of crown prince. The 13th prince could only rely on the 9th prince to obtain the greatest benefits. But 9th brother's strength has really exceeded my expectations. Senior Dao Xian, this time I am unable to help you kill Xiao Qin, I am sorry. Wang Feng retracted his gaze and said apologetically. The murderous intent in Dao Yan's eyes vanished. He smiled and said, Your Highness, what are you saying? In my heart, nothing is more important than Your Highness becoming the crown prince. Personal grudges are nothing. Wang Feng felt satisfied with Dao Yan's respect. He nodded slightly and looked at the Profound Heaven's Holy Son, who carried a zither on his back. Brother Wenren, what do you think? Ha! You are the main characters in this succession race. We will follow the 8th prince's instructions. Wenren, you came only for the ethereal immortal palace and did not care about anything else. Wang Feng knew what Wenren Yu was thinking, but he did not expose him. It was fine as long as he could help Wenren Yu for now. Just as Wang Feng was about to leave, he glanced around and saw a group of people walking over. The one leading the group was the low-profile 6th Prince Wang Ming. This person was even more low-profile than the 9th Prince Wang Yan, which Wang Feng found somewhat unfathomable. Greetings, 6th brother. Wang Feng performed a cup-fist salute, showing a respectful elder brother as he greeted softly. Holy Son, that is Yan Sangming, he is from the underworld god hole. We fought with him in the final blood battlefield. His death Dao domain is very terrifying. Mu Yunzhu's expression changed slightly when he saw Jin Yuan and Yan Sangming behind Wang Ming. There is no need to care about him. As Mu Yunzhu and Mu Yunzhu communicated, Wenren Yu's gaze happened to meet Yan Sangming's. The two smiled faintly as if that life and death battle had never happened. Wang Ming nodded faintly and said softly, 8th brother, have you ever thought that 9th brother's target is Black Wind Ridge, the Forbidden Land? Oh. Wang Feng felt slightly stunned. What do you mean? Could it be that 9th brother did not choose to go further away to avoid us? Ha! Who knows? Since it is a forbidden land, there must be something incredible. Perhaps it will be of help to him in the second round. Otherwise, 13th brother would not charge over. He must have discovered something. Wang Ming smiled faintly. Although he said that, he did not lead the group into Black Wind Ridge. After saying goodbye to Wang Feng and the others, Wang Ming led the group of Abyssal Underworld sovereign emperors away. This fellow is really scheming. He already left, and he still wants to lure me into Black Wind Ridge to clash with 9th brother, Wang Feng said with some disgust. After that person left, Wang Feng's expression changed, and he spoke with some disgust. Wang Feng looked at the depths of the Black Wind Ridge and frowned. He thought to himself, could there really be something going on? Your Highness, the 6th prince's people are somewhat strange. As Dao Yan watched the other group leave, he said with a somewhat grave expression, if I guessed right, they should be the people of the abyssal underworld. The sixth prince is taking an unorthodox path. If he does not succeed, he will die trying. If the sixth prince did not become the crown prince, the imperial ancestral temple would definitely pursue the matter. Wang Feng recovered his wits and said somewhat angrily, all of them normally hide so deeply, only to reveal themselves in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They are all not good people. When Wenren Yu's group heard this, they smiled to themselves. You're a hypocrite, a two-faced person. I'm afraid you're not a good person either. One could only say that the truly ambitious princes were not people to offend. The princes who had been hiding in the dark kept showing themselves one after another. If the 13th prince were still here, he would definitely rejoice that he did not make a move. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. However, no prince chose to enter Black Wind Ridge in the end. The confrontation between the 9th prince and the 13th prince came to an end. This farce made the 13th prince feel dejected, and he suffered a huge loss. This also showed the 9th prince's strength and accumulations, piquing their interest in him. After the farce ended, the first round of the succession race slowly came to an end. Half of the 40-odd princes would be eliminated, forced out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb along with their guests. Chapter 2300. In the depths of Black Wind Ridge. Sinister winds blew in all directions and demonic clouds surged. Everyone felt that something was wrong and couldn't proceed any further. This place is giving me an ominous feeling. I can't go any further. Geomaster Qin Ming said as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge, where the sinister wind grew increasingly denser and the strange atmosphere. Whoosh! The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai rushed over from behind. He looked at Wang Yan and said, Your Highness, as you expected, no one followed us. Wang Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Now that he was completely sure that they were safe, he said softly, Everyone, let's rest for a while. Those who are injured should rest more. Speaking of injuries, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book scholar were the most severely injured. The only one left was Xiaoqin. The others were fine. The three of them took out medicinal pills and swallowed them, then sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to heal. The others stood guard around them while observing their surroundings. Black Wind Ridge. Elder Feng, why is this place called a forbidden area? Qin Zhuolin seemed to be very interested in this place's origin, so he asked Senior Feng, who understood this place the most. Senior Feng said after some thought, I heard that this place is also an inheritance. In the history of the Yanwu dynasty, a tyrant was buried here. However, almost none of the people who entered the core returned alive. As more people died, it gradually became a forbidden area. Very few people went to explore it, and it has always been a mystery. When Xiao Suo saw that Qin Zhuolin seemed to be interested in this place, he frowned and said, There seems to be great danger hidden in the deepest part of this place. It is similar to some of the taboos I ran into in the sea. It's mysterious, evil, and frightening. It's best not to casually touch it. Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I am just somewhat curious about where the depths of Black Wind Ridge lead to. I will not really put myself in danger. As the group chatted idly, Wu Meng remained silent, guarding Xiaoqin and keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. After a while, joy appeared on Wu Meng's face. Xiaoqin, you're awake. The others immediately stopped chatting and looked over. Feeling everyone's concern, Xiaoqin smiled and said, I'm awake. I did not suffer any heavy injuries. I only suffered from the backlash of the soul weapon. He just needed to meditate for a while. However, he would not be able to use Heavenly Slayer for the time being. By the way, how much dragon essence have you collected? Hee hee. I have collected quite a lot. Qin Zhuolin laughed and took out his jade strip. The resplendent jade strip seemed to contain clear spring water, heavy and translucent. There were 4 dragon silhouettes swimming around the jade slip, flying up and down. The moment this jade slip appeared, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. Both Senior Feng and Hao Kai's eyes lit up. Your harvest is truly astonishing. Hao Kai and I only managed to gather 2 dragon images each. However, you managed to gather 4 dragon images by yourself. Elder Feng could not help but exclaim. Now that there were 2 dragon shadows, the difficulty of condensing 3 dragon shadows had doubled. Someone like Qin Zhuolin, gathering 4 dragon images in 1 jade strip, was truly incredible. A jade slip with 4 dragon images was comparable to 10 jade slips with 1 dragon image. This was the difference. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Fortunately, this is the result of the 3 of us working together." Just at this moment, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar opened their eyes. Senior Feng said quickly, "His Highness is awake. Everyone, let's transfer the dragon essence to the 9th prince." For dragon images. When Wang Yan saw Qin Zhuolin's jade strip, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Originally, I already had enough dragon essence. Now, my dragon essence will rank within the top 10 among the princes." After the others transferred their dragon essence to Wang Yan, the dragon essence around the Yan imperial sword in his hand grew to 63 meters. "Hold on to this. Don't use it for now." Xiaochen stepped forward and handed his jade strip to the other party. However, Wang Yan's jade strip was indeed wrapped in a silk pouch. He could not see how many dragon images it contained. "This is..." Wang Yan put away the jade strip, feeling somewhat confused. Then, he looked at Xiaochen in confusion. "It's fine. Given the dragon essence in your Yan Imperial sword, you will definitely clear the first round. You should keep this dragon essence of mine. It might be useful later. If I guessed right, you should not have any more chances to collect dragon essence in the next 2 rounds." Xiaochen did not say anything more. He only told Wang Yan not to use his dragon essence for now. "All right. Many thanks." The others were also curious about how much dragon essence Xiaochen collected. However, since Xiaochen did not say, no one asked. "9th Prince, what is the content of the second round?" Qin Zhuolin asked. There was not much time left in the 30 days. The first round would end soon. The others were curious about Qin Zhuolin's words. Wang Yan replied after some thought, "After the first round ends, 8 altars will appear in the core of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The altars lead to the Yan Imperial sword, and their purpose is to allow the princes to refine their Yan Imperial swords, allowing the prince's Dao to truly merge with the dynasty's dragon veins. Each altar can be used only once. After the second round, only 8 people will be able to compete for the crown prince position." After some thought, Xiaochen said, "The refinement process will not be easy, right?" Wang Yan nodded. During the refinement process, aside from the princes undergoing a test from heaven, the altars will also suffer attacks from ferocious beasts. Normally, there will be at least 9 waves of ferocious beasts. Aside from that, the other princes and guests will interfere. Once they fail, they will be chased off the altar. In the second round, there would be no need to preserve strength. There would be no room for compromise. If 2 princes had their eyes on the same altar, it would be a battle to the death. Xiaochen asked, "Can you tell me in detail what ferocious beasts we will meet?" Wang Yan pondered for a while before replying, "I can't say for sure. The specifics have to do with the various princes' great Dao. I cultivate the massacre Dao. The ferocious beasts we meet might be harder to deal with than the other princes. That is to say, we will meet ferocious beasts with even more murderous intent. If the other princes cultivate the ice great Dao, they will run into ice-attributed ferocious beasts. Xiaoqin confirmed with Wang Yan based on his understanding. You could say that. Hao Kai said after some thought, since it is a ferocious beast wave, then we will have to prepare some large-scale killing moves. We have to prepare them in advance. Those who are good at large-scale killing moves will focus on dealing with the ferocious beast wave. The remaining people will have to protect His Highness from the other prince's guests. The group discussed how to deal with the ferocious beast wave in the second round, expressing their opinions. However, they were somewhat insufficient. The ninth prince only had 7 guests left. His disadvantage in numbers would become apparent in the second round. Just at this moment, Xiaoqin frowned slightly as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge. There, sinister winds and death chi filled the pitch-black darkness, giving off all sorts of mysteries. However, Xiaoqin did not know whether it was a misperception or reality, but he vaguely heard a voice calling out to him. Just as Xiaoqin felt uncertain, that voice appeared in his heart again. When he tried to grasp it seriously, it disappeared in a flash, and he could no longer find it. Strange. Feeling suspicious, Xiaoqin looked at the others and asked, "Did you all hear that voice?" "No. Xiaoqin, don't scare us. This place is strange enough in the first place. You can't be thinking of going in, right?" Everyone was startled. Aside from the sinister winds and evil chi, they did not hear any other voice. "I'll go and take a look. Wait for me here. Don't follow me. If you can't wait for me, then leave on your own." Whoosh! After speaking, Xiaoqian's figure flashed before anyone could say anything, entering the sinister winds and vanishing from sight. Wang Yan and the others felt somewhat confused by Xiaoqian's decision. "Let's wait for him. Don't act rashly for now." Wang Yan appeared somewhat helpless, but he did not overthink it. However, he was somewhat worried about Xiaoqian's safety. After all, Black Wind Ridge was infamous. They already felt fear when they ventured deeper, not daring to advance any further. Strange. It doesn't seem as threatening as the rumors say. As Xiaoqin dodged the nearly solid sinister winds, he did not run into much danger as he traveled. The sinister winds were strangely cold. If one got careless and got caught, one's soul would be damaged. However, if that was all, Black Wind Ridge would not live up to its reputation as a forbidden land. At the very least, while the sinister winds were not easy to deal with, they did not pose much trouble for Xiaoqin. Most importantly, a voice kept appearing intermittently, guiding Xiaoqin in the right direction. As a result, he did not get lost in this forbidden land where the sinister winds blew and spiritual sense was limited. Just at this moment, an incredibly vast pit suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoqin. The pit was empty, devoid of anything. However, just the pit alone sent a chill down one's spine. There should be something ominous in the pit. Xiaoqin frowned slightly and prepared to enter the pit. Just as he was about to enter the pit, the soil in the center of the pit suddenly split open, and a strange face appeared, opening its eyes. Chu Chaoyun. Chapter 2301. A human face emerged from the strange pit. It was the Chu Chaoyun that Xiaoqin recognized. Just as Xiaoqin felt uncertain, Chu Chaoyun broke out of the pit and flew towards him. Whoosh! Xiaoqin gently pushed off with his feet and took a step back. Then, he looked at the dirt-covered Chu Chaoyun and sized him up. Feeling it strange, he asked, "Who chased you so badly that you even used the move of hiding in a pile of corpses?" Without a doubt, the person before Xiaoqin was Chu Chaoyun. If it were not Chu Chaoyun, there was no way to explain who guided Xiaoqin to this place. Then, Xiaoqin looked at Chu Chaoyun's state. Clearly, he had sustained significant injuries and had not recovered yet. Xiaoqin concluded that Chu Chaoyun had fought with someone and suffered significant injuries. Then, he hid here. Perhaps by chance, Chu Chaoyun obtained the inheritance of this place and discovered Xiaoqin. Xiaochen felt that his guess was close to the mark. Chu Chaoyun did not deny anything. After some thought, he said, I called you here to tell you about this. Be careful of one person. Who? The Xuewu dynasty's first prince, Shi. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and asked softly, You mean the black-clad half-masked man beside the first prince? Yes. I have been investigating him for a long time on orders from the Universe Origin sect. Previously, I found some clues in the abyssal underworld. The situation is not good. What do you mean? Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened them and said, You should know about the great war between the righteous and demonic factions 100,000 years ago. The Black Dragon King united the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld, breaking the world tree and destroying the deity world. From then on, there were no more true gods. I know about this. All the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms should know about this as well. Then, what are you trying to say? Xiaochen revealed a confused expression. He had heard this many times and knew about it many years ago. In that battle, many deities fell, the heaven-bridging peak shattered, and the world tree snapped. The martial epic actually ended. However, because of one person, he defeated the Black Dragon King and sealed it, forcefully saving us from the calamity, allowing the martial epic to continue. Xiaochen did not deny it. He knew that Chu Chaoyun was referring to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who had already defeated the Black Dragon King with the Wings of Time, a transcendent grade soul tool. Without interrupting him, Xiaochen signaled Chu Chaoyun to continue. But that's not what I want to say. What I want to say is actually related to you. Something to do with me. Xiaochen frowned slightly. What was Chu Chaoyun trying to say? The great war between the righteous path and the demonic path resulted in the fall of all the eternal true gods. From then on, no one in the world could live forever, surpass reincarnation, and become independent of the world. Anyone with ambition can guess that the martial epic will end. They all want to start a new epic and become the new epic master. The epic master. Xiaochen felt slightly stunned. This was nothing new. The dragon spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace had said that to Xiaochen as well. It wanted Xiaochen to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline, establish the Divine Dragon Dynasty, and start a new epic. Simply put, that dragon spirit wanted Xiaochen to end the martial epic and lead the Blue Dragon bloodline to rule the new epic, making him the new epic master. Perhaps you do not understand. Let me explain it this way. You can think of the martial epic as a dynasty. After the great war between the righteous path and the demonic path, this dynasty was on the verge of collapse. The feudal lords all wanted to change dynasties. Chu Chaoyun said after some thought, after that, 50,000 years ago, your Blue Dragon bloodline's Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun finally could no longer hold back. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the other party with some shock and said, This is a shocking secret. Even if you are the Universe Origin sect's Dao disciple, logically speaking, you might not know all this. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, Don't worry about how I know for now. How much do you know about this Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun? I only know that after his ambition swelled, someone defeated him. Then, the Blue Dragon bloodline was destroyed, and the Golden Dragon race took over. Xiaochen gave a half-truth and half-lie. He felt some anticipation for what Chu Chaoyun could tell him. Indeed, Xiaochen knew very little about Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun. Even the dragon spirit had not told him in detail. At that time, aside from being the dragon race's Dragon Emperor, he had another identity, the demonic Dao Palace's Palace Master, Chu Chaoyun said unhurriedly, shocking Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled embarrassedly and said, Speak. I'm listening. Let's see what else you can say. That is not important. What is important is that he nearly won back then. Unfortunately, he still lost to that person. Now that so many years have passed, no one has the courage and strength that Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun had back then, able to topple this tottering dynasty and start a new epic. Chu Chaoyun continued, however, it is different now. The folk god experts of the various super factions feel an increasing sense of threat and urgency. Although they do not know the exact reason, they are not surprised, as the epic changes and cycles endlessly. The peak experts of the old epic will be wiped out along with the old epic sooner or later, just like the martial gods in the past. It is very close. This time, whether they are willing or not, the various super factions will have to make a choice. When the calamity descends, no one can avoid it. The person who defeated Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun can only watch it happen helplessly. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes. After some thought, he said, I roughly understand why you know these secrets. Why? Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Qin with interest. Because the Universe Origin sect is ambitious as well. They placed their hopes on you, hoping that you will become the epic master and start a new epic, protecting the Universe Origin sect's interests in the new epic. As for why you investigated Shi, it must be because he is the hope of the demonic Dao Hole. Xiao Qin explained his guess unhurriedly. Now, he more or less understood that this succession race of the Yanwu dynasty gathered all the people qualified to become the epic master. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, you can say that. Do you want to know who the person who defeated Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun is? There's no need. I can guess that he is the epic master of the martial epic. That is the Holy Lord, who currently controls the foe god world. In reality, the 5 righteous Dao super factions are his pawns. However, the situation is already set. The martial epic will be destroyed. These pawns will no longer be willing to be manipulated by him. Xiao Qin said calmly, given that, the 5 super factions are actually responsible for the destruction of the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Hence, the 5 super factions work together to make the matter of Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun a taboo. Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin managed to connect the dots so quickly. It looked like Chu Chaoyun had somewhat underestimated Xiao Qin. Perhaps Xiao Qin knew many secrets that Chu Chaoyun did not. So, you came to look for me now to work with me to deal with Shi. Chu Chaoyun nodded. This person is too strong. The scarier thing is that he formed an alliance with the abyssal underworld. With the strong working together, I cannot think of anyone who can resist him. With the appearance of the ethereal immortal palace, the wings of time will probably be his. In this vast ancient Yan Emperor tomb, you are the only one who can trust me and earn my trust. If it were in the past, when Chu Chaoyun said this, Xiao Qin would have agreed without hesitation. However, things seemed different now. If Chu Chaoyun really wanted to start a new epic, the two of them would have to fight. Epics came and went in an endless cycle. The martial epic was coming to an end. Fate carried a boundless momentum. These people looked like the children of heaven, like the blazing sun. However, in reality, they had no choice in this surging tide. They could only make their own decisions. As Xiao Qin remained silent, the atmosphere between the two turned somewhat strange. Let's not talk about the distant, let's talk about the near. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared and she was defeated, would Chu Chaoyun give the wings of time to him? How did you get here? Suddenly, Xiao Qin looked up at Chu Chaoyun and asked an unrelated question. Me? I came alone, not with any prince. I roughly understand what you are thinking. Business is business. In that case, let's not talk about friendship, just benefits. If you agree, I will lend you a hand. This place is a copy of a certain tyrant of the Yanwu dynasty. Before he died, he killed more than 1 million cultivators and turned them into Yin soldiers to be buried with him. After some thought, Chu Chaoyun said, if you agree, I will give you the commander's tally and let you control these 1,000,000 soldiers to help the ninth prince clear the second round. Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a black metal medallion floated out of Chu Chaoyun's palm. The black medallion had a great desolate and ferocious beast carved on it, looking like it was alive. A scarlet light as thick as ink wrapped around the medallion, making it look even stranger. Xiaochen shifted his gaze from the medallion to Chu Chaoyun's face. Then, he revealed a meaningful light in his eyes. Xiaochen avoided the many experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb without a prince. How did Chu Chaoyun do it? How about it? Deal. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grasped the tyrant's commander's tally. Then, he turned and left. Chapter 2302. Deal. Xiaochen held the tyrant emperor commander's tally in his hand and turned to leave. Sinister winds blew endlessly in the depths of Black Wind Ridge, and a baleful aura pressed down. Resentment surged into the sky and the pit, condensing into lingering sin in the air. As Chu Chaoyun watched Xiaochen's figure slowly disappear into the sinister winds, his expression turned somewhat complicated. Helplessness and disappointment appeared in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Helplessness. The cycle of epochs came and went. Amid the overwhelming changes, there were startling fortuitous encounters that came only once every several million years. Who could remain unscathed? The weak could do nothing but drown in the torrent. Those with ambition would be like the blazing sun, doing their best to fight. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they would be dragged forward by the overwhelming momentum. This was helplessness. Anyone would feel some helplessness. However, what was the disappointment? Chu Chaoyun could not figure it out, unable to put it into words. Suddenly, Xiaochen turned around. Just one step away from entering the boundless sinister winds, Xiaochen stopped. Without any warning, without any trace, Xiaochen suddenly drew his tyrant saber. The saber light was like the blazing sun, resplendent and dazzling. Then, it burned fiercely, looking like the blazing sun illuminating the sky. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly, as he sensed some rage in this saber light. Immediately, he found it strange. Where did Xiaochen's rage come from? Boom! Just as Xiaochen felt confused, the saber intent on Xiaochen's body soared wildly. Soon, it reached the peak of his saber domain. Then, it quickly broke through the shackles and rose again. Then, he swung his saber at the boundless sinister winds before him. In that instant, a strong wind blew. The saber light instantly scattered the sinister winds for 50,000 kilometers around, making everyone's eyes light up. Suddenly, they felt that this place was boundlessly vast, with nothing in sight. He broke through. Chu Chaoyun could clearly sense that Xiaochen's saber Dao domain had broken through from the second layer to the third layer. Compared to the elemental great Daos of wind, thunder, fire, and earth, the great Daos of saber and sword were much harder to improve. This was especially so for Xiaochen. Since he was proficient in 3 Dao domains, the difficulty was even higher. However, at this moment, Xiaochen drew his saber in rage, instantly breaking through the shackles of his Dao domain by 1 layer. The chilly wind dissipated, and Xiaochen's blurry figure appeared clearly in front of Chu Chaoyun. He held the saber and stood there, using one saber to scatter the cold wind that had been circling here for 10,000 years. It was difficult for ordinary people to know how terrifying this saber strike was. However, Chu Chaoyun, who broke through the inheritance, was very clear on this. More importantly, the saber intent completely shattered the baleful Yin energy. Kacha! Sheathing his saber, Xiaochen disappeared from Chu Chaoyun's sight with a few leaps. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun's expression turned solemn, as if he had understood something. However, he still chose to use the saber in his hand to forcefully carve out a path for himself. Can one choose one's fate in their own hands? Chu Chaoyun asked somewhat self-deprecatingly. Then, he left, vanishing from Black Wind Ridge, where the baleful Yin energy no longer existed. Whoosh! 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 On the way back, Xiaoqian ran into the 9th Prince's group, which he was familiar with. Wu Meng, the Heavenly Book Scholar, Hao Kai, and the others were there. When they saw Xiaoqian, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaoqian, what happened? We sensed that you ran into trouble earlier. The 9th Prince Wang Lin asked after sizing up Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian's expression did not change. It's dealt with for now. I already obtained the inheritance of this place. Everyone felt that something had changed with Xiaoqian. However, since he did not say anything, they naturally did not pursue the matter. On the other hand, the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes lit up. He said joyfully, I more or less understand the inheritance of this place. I want to change the way we play the second round of the succession race. In the 9th Prince's team, the Heavenly Book Scholar basically played the role of a strategist. Wang Lin relied on the Heavenly Book Scholar's suggestions and Senior Feng's experience for many of the plans and countermeasures. What do you mean? Wang Lin looked at the Heavenly Book Scholar, waiting for his analysis. After some thought, the Heavenly Book Scholar said, in the second round, we need to protect His Highness and not be disturbed during the refinement. We also need to split some people to deal with the ferocious beast waves. Furthermore, we need to preserve our strongest combat power to fight the guests of the other princes. We simply do not have enough manpower. That was right. Right now, the 9th Prince only had 7 guests. Compared to the other princes, the 9th Prince was at a great disadvantage in the second round. My original plan was to work with the other princes to attack the princes occupying the altars and muddy the waters. While preserving our strength, we could continuously disrupt the situation and reduce the number of guests of the other princes. Only by doing so would we have a chance of surviving the second round. This plan is too risky. It is easy for the other princes to work together to suppress us. If we are not careful, we might fail. However, there is no need for that now. We will take the initiative and occupy the altars. Then, we will wait for the other princes to attack. Xiaoqian raised his eyebrows, and a commander's tally wrapped in a viscous scarlet light appeared in his palm. He looked at the Heavenly Book Scholar and said, It looks like you understand this commander's tally very well. The commander's tally of the dead that can summon 1 million Yin soldiers. Senior Feng was greatly startled. Clearly, he had not expected this rumored treasure to actually exist. Wang Lin sighed softly, I read about this ancestor in the royal court's secret records. His character was tyrannical and his means were cruel. He was a tyrant through and through. During his 100 years on the throne, he suffered the wrath of heaven. However, before he died, he killed 1 million imperial guards to accompany him in death. The Heavenly Book Scholar said softly, there is no need to care about that for now. Every time this tyrant's tally is used, it can summon 100,000 Yin soldiers. It can be used at least 10 times, easily dealing with the ferocious beast waves. Given that, we only need to focus on protecting His Highness. After discussing for a while, everyone felt that this plan was feasible. Although it was somewhat radical, it was worth a try. 2 days later, the first round of the succession race officially ended. Whether they were willing or not, the princes and their guests who did not collect enough dragon essence were forcefully sent out. Whoosh! 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 Several figures appeared out of nowhere in the palace's drill ground. Half of the princes were eliminated at the same time. The princes and guests showed different expressions. Some of the guests gained a lot and felt satisfied, showing joy on their faces. In the first place, these princes did not expect their princes to clear the first round. The harvest in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb was the key. The unlucky ones hung their heads dispirited, showing unhappy expressions. Clearly, they did not gain anything. There were also some princes who showed expressions of pity. They felt that if they had been slightly luckier, they would have definitely cleared the first round. He would definitely be able to get through the first round. He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The various powerhouses in the treasure hall and the clouds discussed the many eliminated princes. Many of the princes that they thought would be eliminated stayed, much to their surprise. This is really surprising. The 9th prince's dragon essence actually ranks within the top 10. Previously, I could not tell that he had such potential. There is nothing much to say. Since he could force the 13th prince to leave helplessly, we can guess the result. As for the 4th prince, everyone mocked him for only hunting ferocious beasts and not seeking inheritances. To think that he managed to clear this round. There is also the 6th prince Wang Ming. His guests are very incredible as well. The first prince is indeed the strongest. No one can shake his position. The first round of the succession race was a test of the waters. The true strength of the princes would be revealed, and in the second round, it would be completely unleashed. With only 8 spots, the competition would be even more intense. In the Misty Rain Pavilion's group, Mo Chen, Su Yi, and Ao Jiao showed anxious and excited expressions. He passed the first round, but it is hard to say for the second round, Su Yi said somewhat worriedly. The 9th prince's accumulations were very weak. Originally, he did not have any intention of competing. After listening to Xiao Chen's words, the 9th prince came to his senses and decided to fight for the crown prince position. Now, the 9th prince only had 7 guests left. He did not have an advantage over the other princes. Mo Chen and Ao Jiao did not place much importance on the succession race. The two cared more about Xiao Chen's survival. It was fine as long as he was safe. Uncle Hao Kai, I'll leave it to you. Ao Jiao stared at the flickering light screen on the drill ground, not hiding her selfish motives. She recruited Hao Kai into the 9th prince's team for only one purpose, to have him protect Xiao Qin at the crucial moment. Ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, the 9th prince's group, which cultivated in Black Wind Ridge, and a demon blood vulture roaming in the air, prepared to depart. Wang Yan looked into the distance. That was the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, which contained even greater danger. Of course, greater fortuitous encounters accompanied danger. Chapter 2303. Go! The 9th Prince Wang Yan left Black Wind Ridge with Xiao Qin and the many guests, heading for the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb. At the same time, all the princes were getting ready to leave, and they were making their final preparations. After slaughtering ferocious beasts for 30 days, the 4th Prince Wang Yun appeared very excited. He actually managed to pass the first round. The strength of the 9th Prince's guests ranked below average among the many princes. On the surface, they were much weaker than the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Mr. Yuan, thank you very much, Wang Yun said as he looked at the hooded Yuan Jin. You're welcome. A hoarse voice came from Yuan Jin's mouth as he said calmly, this is very normal. As long as the other princes fight for the inheritance, they will definitely suffer losses. With great opportunities came great risks. We slaughtered the beasts from the very beginning. As long as he can persevere until the end, he will definitely pass the first round. Your Highness, you don't have to be too surprised. This guy, the 4th Prince's guests all felt that Yuan Jin was overly calm. They were dissatisfied with the faint pride that came from Yuan Jin's head as he spoke. However, Wang Yun did not care what these people thought. He asked, Mr. Yuan, are we still going to compete in the second round? I feel that our chances are not high. However, I am rather happy to be able to clear the first round. After we leave the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, I will properly thank everyone. If Xiao Qin could survive the first round and leave the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, he would definitely be conferred a higher noble title than the princes who left early. He had never dared to dream of such benefits in the past. Thank you, Prince. The guest cupped his fists and expressed his thanks. To be honest, although they didn't find any inheritance in the first round, they killed many beasts. All of them possessed dragon essence, and their entire bodies were treasures. After slaughtering for 30 days, the accumulated materials of these vicious beasts would also be a huge fortune. Furthermore, the rewards promised by the fourth prince made this trip worthwhile. Only Yuanjun smiled coldly and said, "Why not? In this round, our chances are limitless. If we had to be careful in the first round, then we would have to be careful. In that case, there was no need to worry about the second round. Just wait, it wouldn't take long. There will be other princes looking for His Highness to discuss the matter of cooperation." "Why?" Wang Lin asked doubtfully, a confused expression on his face. Yuanjun explained, "In the first round, many of the other princes' guests suffered losses. Some of the princes who were neither strong nor weak but were full of ambition would definitely pull other princes to help them. Promise them a bunch of benefits first, and then kick them away after the deed is done. Fourth prince, not a single one of your hangers-ons is missing. Furthermore, you are famous for being weak." Everyone felt that they could control him, not fearing that he would cause any trouble. "I don't believe that you're still not in high demand after all this." The moment Yuanjun said that, the fourth prince's expression turned slightly unsightly. He did not really believe Yuanjun's explanation. Suddenly, Wang Lin revealed a strange expression. He looked at Yuanjun in disbelief. "Earlier, the third prince, the 18th prince, and the 17th prince all sent me a voice projection. They asked me to join their teams and promised me some benefits. They were very sincere." Ha 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 ha, under the hood, Yuanjun guffawed a few times. Then, he said after some thought, "Follow whoever promises you the most benefits. Such people are usually the most unreliable. Just agree to him for now. When he thinks that he has you under control, give him a fatal blow and kick him away. These people all think that you are a pushover. However, in reality, you are not weak at all. Killing ferocious beasts in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is actually the most stable way to raise your strength. Under such spatial pressure, the more you fight, the more you will adapt to the spatial pressure, and the stronger your combat prowess will be." The eyes of the fourth prince's other guests immediately lit up. They could not help viewing Yuanjun in a different light. Wang Lin appeared somewhat depressed, his expression changing unpredictably. After some thought, he said, "All right, I'll listen to Mr. Yuan. Since they all want to use me as a stepping stone, there is no need for me to be polite with them. I'll do it." Under the hood, Yuanjun's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile that no one else could see. 8 mysterious altars guarded the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The altars were several hundred meters tall, looking like small hills. Ancient talisman scripts covered the altars. The Yan Emperor holy flame burned endlessly in the center of the altars, waiting for the chosen one to arrive. However, it would not be easy to charge up the altars. Colossal lava beasts guarded the altar's surroundings. To obtain the right to use the altars, one had to defeat the colossal lava beasts. The strongest person, the first prince, had arrived long ago and was currently fighting the colossal lava beasts. The flames on the altar burned fiercely, and from time to time, giant lava beasts would jump out of it. It looked like there was no end to them. The first prince stood at the back, showing a calm expression as he watched his guests block these colossal lava beasts with the strength of a sovereign emperor. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the first prince's guests were not using their full power. They only casually dealt with these colossal lava beasts, showing no intention of killing them. "Your Highness, that should be enough." Zui Yu, the Imperial Guard commander beside Wang Fei, said as he looked at the nearly 500 colossal lava beasts. In reality, as long as one did not kill the colossal lava beasts that jumped down from the altars, one could use them when one ascended the altars. These colossal lava beasts could help one guard the altars and block the ferocious beast waves. If one ascended the altars early, one would not be able to use many colossal lava beasts. Of course, only the princes with stronger accumulations could afford to use this move. The other princes would not dare to release so many colossal lava beasts. Wang Yan's expression did not change. He looked at the black-clad masked man not far away and asked softly, "Lord Shi, what do you think?" She smiled faintly and replied, "I can add another 100. Any more and I will not be able to do it." Just at this moment, the 8th Prince Wang Feng led Dao Yan's group to the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Wang Feng looked around and saw the first prince's group fighting the colossal lava beasts. First brother is really fast. Dao Yan withdrew his gaze, and a disdainful look flashed in his eyes. He said, "Your Highness, this might be an opportunity. I see that there are only 2 guards by the first prince's side. The other guests are fighting the colossal lava beasts and will not be able to free themselves for a while. If you are determined to die, you can use this opportunity to kill the first prince with a lightning-quick strike, eliminating your greatest threat." It had to be said that this was a crazy plan. Once he succeeded, the first prince would be killed by him in the second round. This was indeed a great opportunity. But there were too many uncertainties, and the risks were huge. Wang Feng's heart pounded heavily. After a long time, he finally suppressed this huge temptation. He said in a deep voice, "There is no need to take such a risk. Let's play it safe this round. There are still 7 altars left. Just pick one." When Dao Xian heard this, he was slightly disappointed, but he did not say anything. "I'm afraid it's time to stop. Your Highness, please ascend the altar now," she said softly with a slight frown. Confused, Wang Fei asked, "Why?" Zuiyu glanced at the 8th prince's group and said after some thought, "Lord Shi is worried that the 8th prince will charge over and surround the 3 of us. At that time, if the other guests are entangled, they might not be able to intervene. I can't guarantee Wang Fei's safety." She raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously as he looked at Zuiyu. A look of admiration flashed in his eyes. Wang Fei pondered this for a while. That was indeed the case. The black-clad man and Zuiyu would definitely be able to protect themselves against an encirclement. However, it was hard to say for himself. Onto the altar. Whoosh! Wang Fei soared into the air and flew past the many colossal lava beasts, heading for the altar. Colossal lava beasts continuously leaped up to block him. The Black Lotus Holy Son, the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, and the other guests all blocked Wang Fei's path. Just as Wang Fei was about to ascend the altar, he drew his Yan Imperial sword. A dazzling sword light appeared, looking resplendent and dazzling. The sacred flame burned relentlessly, releasing a heat wave that illuminated Wang Fei's entire face, making him look flushed and somewhat crazed. "The Crown Prince position belongs to me." Wang Fei shouted ferociously and stabbed the Yan Imperial sword into the fierce flames. A beam of holy light immediately burst out of the altar, piercing the clouds and the starry sky, forming a resplendent pillar of light. A dragon image soared into the sky in the pillar of light, roaring in all directions. The previously ferocious colossal lava beasts below the altar all lay down obediently after the dragon roared. Shi, Zuiyu, and the others stepped on the kneeling bodies of the colossal lava beasts and ascended the altar step by step. In the distance, the various princes' expressions changed slightly when they saw the pillar of light. Their footsteps quickened significantly. Chapter 2304. Boom! After the first prince activated an altar, another beam of radiant holy light shot out from the ancient Yan Emperor tomb's core region. The radiant holy light on the altar was resplendent and dazzling, with dragon images circling it. No matter where one was in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, they could see it clearly. The core region originally had 8 altars. Now, only 6 remained. The princes, who were still on their way, grew even more anxious. They had to increase their speed. 6 hours later, the 9th prince's group finally arrived in the core region. At this moment, the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb's core region was already extremely chaotic. 7 altars had already been activated. Countless ferocious beasts rushed over from all directions. Some princes and their guests mixed in, attacking the princes who already occupied altars. Xiaochen looked around and discovered that aside from the first prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince's altars, the other princes also occupied altars. Aside from the other princes, all the other princes had altars. However, this was within expectations. After all, these 3 princes were the strongest. No one would try to deal with them when they had a choice. Ruler's Great Dao. When Xiaochen noticed the first prince Wang Fei's Great Dao, he felt slightly stunned, somewhat surprised. The ruler's Dao was not a great Dao that ordinary people dared to cultivate. Without sufficient fate and luck, one could not carry the banner of the ruler's Dao. Instead, one would be burdened by it. However, once one reached great perfection, one could not underestimate it either. This person was indeed an ambitious person. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Fei's eyes. Xiaochen ignored the first prince for now. Then, he quickly swept his gaze across the other altars, entering deep thought. Are we going to attack the altars of the other princes, or are we going to fight for the final altar? Qin Zhuolin asked the 9th prince and the others after withdrawing his gaze. 7 princes gathered at the last unactivated altar. The competition there was intense. If one attacked the other activated altars, they would have to face pressure from the ferocious beasts. There were only 2 choices before them. There were both pros and cons. As for the final decision, they would have to listen to everyone's opinions. Wang Yan's gaze fell on the heavenly book scholar and Xiaochen, waiting for them to speak. Needless to say, Xiaochen's strength was enough to secure his position as a core guest of the 9th prince. The heavenly book scholar calculated the lives of the common people. He could read people's fates and accurately grasp the strength of the various princes' luck. Choosing the weak and avoiding the strong was what he was best at. A brilliant light bloomed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes as he erupted with an unfathomable aura. The remnant might of the heavenly Tao flowed out of his body, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Apart from the second prince, the other princes who currently occupy the thrones are thriving and showing no signs of decline. However, the 3rd prince, the 4th prince, the 17th prince, and the 18th prince have their eyes on the second prince's throne at the same time. If we attack it, we might face the combined attacks of the 5 princes. After some thought, the heavenly book scholar said, Xiaochen, I lean towards snatching the remaining altar from the other princes. What do you think? Xiaochen nodded. I have no objections. After listening to the other guests' suggestions, Wang Yan already had an idea. He said calmly, we'll do as Chang Ji said. Whoosh! 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 Just as everyone was about to take action, a group of people appeared from the side. It was the 7th Prince Wang Yun and his guests rushing over. The 7th Prince Wang Yun was one of the strongest princes. His accumulations were much stronger than the 9th Prince Wang Yan's. Every one of his guests was a great perfection sovereign emperor. 9th brother, you came at the right time. Are you interested in working with me to attack 6th elder brother's altar? Wang Yun invited the 9th prince with a faint smile. In Wang Yun's opinion, the 9th prince Wang Yan did not possess the strength to become the crown prince. He would definitely be eliminated in this round. Wang Yun invited the 9th prince, giving him a chance to obtain this round's fortuitous encounter. There should be no reason for him to reject. Sorry, 7th elder brother. I have no intention of working with anyone for now. Wang Yan rejected decisively. Without saying anything more, he led the group to charge towards the two altars that had not been occupied yet. The group left in a hurry, leaving behind a stunned Wang Yun. After a while, Wang Yun startled awake. Damn it! This ninth brother is really not giving me any face. This is going to be problematic. Wang Yun's eyes wandered about as he muttered to himself, sixth elder brother is deeply hidden. Without anyone working together, it will be hard to take down his altar. The other altars that are occupied are not easy to deal with either. A skinny old man beside Wang Yun smiled faintly and said, Seventh prince, since that is the case, let's not forcefully touch the princes that have already occupied their altars. We will rest here and wait for the ninth prince to fight the other princes before we reap the benefits. Wang Yun said softly, Humph. That's fine. If you want to put on a brave front, I want to see how strong you are. Let's go. Don't follow them first. Let's deliberately divert them. At the last altar that no one had activated, hundreds of colossal lava beasts occupied the surroundings. Hundreds of giant lava beasts occupied the surroundings. Their bodies formed by lava were like mountains, emitting steaming hot flames. The seven monarchs split into two groups, currently fighting a chaotic battle. No one wanted to give up on this last altar. However, it was hard to determine a victor immediately. There were simply too many princes gathered here. This deterred the latecomers from choosing this altar. This was because occupying this altar would definitely result in the combined counterattack of the seven princes. At that time, just thinking about it would be a headache. The leaders of the two groups were the second prince and the 15th prince. With the help of the other princes, victory was hard to determine. Furthermore, with the presence of the colossal lava beasts, the situation became even more chaotic. Just as the two sides fought, a scarlet war banner descended from the sky. Boom! The scarlet blood royal might that erupted from the war banner swept out in all directions, forcibly separating the princes and guests fighting each other. Xianxia slowly descended. Holding the scarlet blood war banner, he looked coldly at the surroundings. Ninth brother. Ninth brother. The second prince and the 15th prince, who were the leaders, were slightly stunned. Clearly, they had not expected the low-profile Wang Yan to act so strangely. Instead of working with the other princes to occupy the altars that were already activated, he wanted to challenge them. However, the situation did not allow them to overthink. Xianxia used the Scarlet Blood War banner to forcibly separate the princes. A golden crow image formed by the solar true flame descended from the sky and charged over. Boom! The golden crow image immediately scattered the many colossal lava beasts surrounding the altar, forcibly carving out a bloody path. Wang Yan quickly followed, using this opening to soar into the air and fly to the altar. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! Immediately, several of the guests of the seven princes burst out with startling murderous intent as they charged at Wang Yan. They wanted to stop him from ascending the altar. Senior Feng, it's up to you. Hao Kai smiled faintly as he spoke to Senior Feng beside him. Got it. Senior Feng showed a grave expression as he quickly formed hand seals, sending a killing move into the ninth prince's body in advance. The killing move activated from afar. In that instant, a strong wind burst out of the ninth prince's body. This wind blocked the guests who wanted to charge at him. After blocking the first wave of attacks, Wu Meng, Qin Zhuolin, and the Heavenly Book Scholar made their moves at the same time, landing behind Wang Yan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hao Kai and Senior Feng moved to Wang Yan's sides, helping him block the others. Xianxia, who was on the ground, used the Scarlet Blood War banner to delay the remaining guests. For a moment, Wang Yan walked unimpeded toward the blazing altar step by step. You want to ascend the altar? It is not that easy. The second prince felt enraged. He wanted to draw his Yan Imperial sword. However, the instant the second prince grasped his sword, a bone-chilling killing intent assaulted him, forcing him to look away from Wang Lin. At some point in time, a long-haired cultivator wearing silver battle armor decorated with dragon motifs and carrying a saber on his back appeared in front of the second prince. Two ice-cold corpses lay at the second prince's feet. When the corpses were alive, they clearly wanted to stop the second prince. Unexpectedly, they ended up losing their lives. The second prince felt a chill run down his back. He did not even know how these two people died, he had not noticed them at all. The second prince's hand, which grasped his sword, trembled slightly. The person responsible for his safety was about to make a move. "Stop!" the second prince shouted. He felt that even if these two people made a move, they would not be able to stop this dragon-armored bladesman. Xiaochen reached out and grasped the handle of the tyrant saber on his back. Then, he formed the Buddhist sect 7 kill seal with his left hand, expanding his killing intent by 7 times. What was even more terrifying was that this explosive killing intent spread out in all directions like flowing water. However, none of it landed on the second prince's body. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never remaining in the sky. The Buddhist sect 7 kill seal was real and illusory, putting immense pressure on one's heart. In the second prince's eyes, this dragon-armored bladesman's surroundings were like a boundless hell, pitch black and horrifying. However, the second prince himself was like a lotus flower in clear water, clean and untainted by dust. Strange, too strange. As Xiaochen walked over, step by step, the second prince felt a mountain-like pressure. Sweat continuously dripped off his forehead. The second prince could not draw his Yen imperial sword. Give up or die. Choose. The dragon-armored bladesman stopped and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. Clang! A dazzling saber light appeared like the blazing sun, so bright that the second prince did not dare to open his eyes. Chapter 2305. Forfeit, or die. Xiaochen's words were filled with murderous intent. When he drew the tyrant's saber by 1 centimeter, the second prince's mental defenses crumbled. Bang! 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 The second prince's eyes burned with pain. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took a few steps back. The second prince stumbled and nearly fell. The other princes endured the immense pressure and stepped forward to support him. Second brother. How is it? The second prince covered his eyes and said sullenly, Go. Don't bother about me. Let's go together. We still have a chance. Do we still have a chance? A sour feeling welled up in the second prince's heart. He let the other princes go but not him. It was not that he could not, he did not dare to. This was because Xiaochen did not allow the second prince to leave. He only gave the second prince 2 choices, either die or forfeit. If the second prince did not want to die, he could only forfeit. The second prince had no other choice. The second prince pushed the other princes aside and shouted, I told you to go, so go. Don't bother about me. I forfeit. After the second prince's voice rang out, his figure slowly turned indistinct. Then, he vanished, forcefully sent out by the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders. Whoosh! His 10 guests left with the second prince. Immediately, the pressure on Wu Meng and the others, who were protecting Wang Yan in the air, decreased. Clang! Xiaochen sheathed his saber and looked around. Then, he fixed his gaze on the other 2 princes with the first prince. Go! 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 The 2 princes' hearts pounded wildly. A chill invaded their limbs and bones, feeling horrified. They quickly called out to their guests and quickly left this place. Ignoring the princes who left, Xiaochen turned around and looked in another direction. The demon blood vulture was suppressing the 4 princes, led by the 15th prince, by itself. Most of the prince's guests had already gone to attack Wang Yan, who was in the air. Not many remained on the ground. The demon blood vulture was like a blazing scarlet phoenix, dyeing the sky scarlet. Occasionally, it flapped its wings, kicking up a bloody rain and wind. The bloody rain was poisonous and corrosive, and the wind contained inattributed flames. If one was not careful, one would be covered in wounds. Roar! Suddenly, the demon blood vulture opened its mouth, and a horrifying suction force burst out. Rumble! A strong wind blew, and a boundless suction pulled these people towards the demon blood vulture's mouth. The four princes drew their yen imperial swords with unsightly expressions, doing their best to resist. However, Xianxia still could not avoid the demon blood vulture's suction. The yen imperial sword in the prince's hand could provide him with boundless combat prowess in the Yanwu dynasty's territory. In the ancient Yan emperor tomb, this kind of support could be multiplied. However, after these princes drew their yen imperial swords, their situation did not improve. This showed how horrifying the strength of the demon blood vulture was after breaking out of its cocoon. When the demon blood vulture saw that it could not devour these things, it became somewhat frustrated. The scarlet flame on its body flared up. His body grew rapidly, and as he spread his wings, everything within 5,000 kilometers was plunged into darkness. Phoenix fire ablaze. Then, it suddenly turned into a raging flame and swooped down. The raging flames instantly covered the ground, burning fiercely. The flames were so large that they were like a vast ocean, the waves roaring angrily. The four princes, without exception, fell into the sea of fire at the same time, screaming miserably. Your Highness! When the guests surrounding Wang Yan saw the situation, they were startled. They had no choice but to give up on stopping Wang Yan from ascending the altar. Then, they turned around and landed to save their princes. Wang Yan, who had been approaching the altar step by step, no longer faced any obstruction. He leaped into the air and landed on the altar. Wu Meng and the others heaved a sigh of relief, revealing joy on their faces. Earlier, they had blocked 40-odd sovereign emperors, putting them in a perilous situation. Fortunately, they managed to pull through. On a slope far away from the altar, the seventh prince and his group were observing everything that was happening in this place with great interest. When Wang Yun saw Xianxia scare off the other princes by himself, he frowned slightly. This Xianxia is somewhat scary. No wonder he could ruin first brother's wedding. He cannot be underestimated. The skinny old man at the side smiled coldly and said, haha. No matter how difficult he is to deal with, he is just a three-veined sovereign emperor in the end. There is no need for your highness to worry. Wang Yun nodded. After some thought, he said, right, I naturally know that. How can this prince be trash like second brother, forced to give up without even drawing his sword? Seventh prince, look over there. Wang Yun looked around, and shock immediately appeared on his face. He was completely stunned by the demon blood vulture's strength. What demonic pet is this? The skinny old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said, demon blood vulture. It should be a demon blood vulture. Furthermore, it is a demon blood vulture with a mutated bloodline, continuously reverting to its ancestral state. Interesting. Greed flashed in Wang Yun's eyes as he said, demon blood vultures are rare in the first place. One with a mutated bloodline is even rarer. If it were in my hands, it would be incredible. Come, charge with me. Ninth brother is about to reach the altar. Ha ha ha. It looked like Wang Yan was about to reach the altar. Wang Yun, who had been waiting impatiently, laughed maniacally and immediately prepared to charge over. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Wu Meng, Hao Kai, and the others had just finished a huge battle and had not rested yet to take advantage. Wind. However, just as the group leaped off the mound and was about to take action, a strong wind carrying a boundless saber aura surged over. The wind swept up sand and sand, causing the group's clothes to flutter. They could not keep their eyes open. What's going on? Wang Lin squinted his eyes and looked forward. He saw a blurry figure slowly walking out from the sandstorm. That figure slowly became clearer in the sandstorm. That figure wore familiar silver battle armor with dragon motifs swimming around it. His facial features were delicate and distinct, and a sharp light radiated from his face. With just one look, Wang Lin felt a solid tyrannical aura surging over. If this was not Xiaoqin, who else could it be? How arrogant! Someone among the seventh prince's guests shouted and used his emperor's might to push back the sandstorm. Xiaoqin, who was wearing the alloy dragon armor, showed a faint smile on his face, not minding it. He allowed the strong wind to blow on his body. As his long hair fluttered, he exuded an air of calmness and calmness. Wang Yun's expression turned sullen as he said coldly, "Xiaoqin, do you think that I am trash like second brother? Do you think that I will give up in fear before you even make one move?" Xiaoqin replied softly, "Naturally not. The reason why the second prince could be frightened by me was because none of his followers were by his side. The seventh prince's guests are around, so he is naturally confident." The moment Xiaoqin said that, Wang Lin felt an irrepressible rage in his heart. He was a smart person and immediately understood what Xiaoqin meant. Xiaoqin was saying that Wang Lin was trash like the second prince, just that he had more guests by his side. The skinny old man smiled faintly and patted the seventh prince's shoulder. "Seventh prince, there is no need to get angry. Leave this brat to me. You all quickly go and occupy the altar. He is buying time so that the ninth prince's guests can recover some strength. Hee. Trying to play tricks before me. Young man, you are still too inexperienced." Wang Yun was startled upon hearing that. This brat nearly angered him into losing his mind. Now was the best time to occupy the ninth prince's altar. Wang Yun did not have time to waste with this Xiaoqin. "Humph. Let's go. There is no need to care about him." Whoosh! Whoosh! A group of people soared into the air, wanting to bypass Xiaoqin and charge towards the ninth prince's altar. Xiaoqin closed his eyes, showing a calm expression. 6th layer Thunder Dao Domain. 4th layer Ice Dao Domain. 2nd layer Saber Dao Domain. 3 Dao Domains layered over Xiaoqin's body. The pure Dao might in his body even surpassed that of a small world formed by a 10th layer Dao Domain. Xiaoqin opened his eyes, drew his saber, and drew it. Xiaoqin carried the Dao might that surpassed a 10th layer Dao Domain. The tyrant saber in his hand erupted with a boundless saber aura. The saber aura soared into the clouds, covering the sky and covering the ground. As Xiaoqin's saber descended, it seemed like it was one with heaven. The guests that looked like they were about to fly over Xiaoqin's head all grunted as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The boundless saber aura that descended from the sky severely injured them. Then, they fell like meteors at lightning speed. Bang! 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 This saber strike forced back the 9 great perfection sovereign emperors, as well as the 7th prince. The Dao might that surpassed the 10th layer Dao domain made Xiaoqin, who wore the alloy dragon armor, look like a dragon god descending from the heavens. As Xiaoqin held his saber horizontally, he looked straight at the skinny old man. Then, he said indifferently, "I did not agree to let them pass. Your words do not count, mine does." Chapter 2306. Since arriving in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Xiaoqin rarely drew his saber. He mostly used the supreme dragon fish to fight. However, it would be a huge mistake to think that the tyrant saber on Xiaoqin's back was just for show. After his conversation with Chu Chaoyun, Xiaoqin felt an irreversible rage and helplessness at the cycle of epochs. This allowed his saber Dao domain to break through to the 3rd layer, improving his saber Dao further. Once Xiaoqin drew his saber, he could bring out a saber move that surpassed the 10th layer Dao might. When Xiaoqin swung his saber, he stunned the seventh prince and the guests that were forced back by the momentum. Dao Yan grasped a 10th-layer ice Dao domain and condensed it in an ice-small world. His strength could be considered unrivaled in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. When Xiaoqin layered his 3 Dao domains into saber moves, he was no weaker than the other parties. If one treated Xiaoqin as a mere 3-vein sovereign emperor, that would be a joke. With one saber, Xiaoqin forced the 7th prince's group to a standstill amid the vast sandstorm. Xiaoqin had never thought of killing all these great perfection sovereign emperors alone. That would be too exaggerated. All Xiaoqin needed to do was block these people and give Wu Mei and the others time to recover their divine energy and soul energy. Actually, many people felt that this goal was unrealistic. However, the truth was that the might of Xiaoqian's saber forced all these guests back. Xiaoqin looked around and fixed his gaze on the 7th prince Wang Lin, who was currently wiping blood from a corner of his lips. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Xiaoqin raised the tyrant saber in his hand and charged over. Whoosh! Leaving behind a purple electric mark, Xiaoqian's figure flashed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the 7th prince. Protect the 7th prince. The expressions of the other guests changed slightly as they quickly stood up to block Xiaoqin. In the end, there was only one person. Xiaoqin could not bring out a might surpassing the 10th-layer Dao might with every saber strike. There was only one way to stop the other party from advancing. After killing the 7th prince, Xiaoqin continuously attacked, forcing the other guests to stay and protect him. This was an overt plot. Even if they saw through it, they could not do anything about it. As the weapons clashed, Wang Yun paled at the sight of Xiaoqin charging over. While the other guests were obstructing Xiaoqin, he hurriedly retreated. The many sovereign emperors tried to detain Xiaoqin several times. However, Xiaoqin did not linger in a battle. He retreated upon contact with his saber moves and killing qi. From the start to the end, it had enveloped Wang Yun, causing him to flee in all directions in a panic. Xiaoqian's 6th-layer Thunder Dao domain allowed him to bring out the limits of the divine movement 9 variations. If he was determined to leave, few could keep up with his pace. Stay here. Boom! Suddenly, Xiaoqin sensed a dangerous aura and saw 4 tree trunks growing out of the ground. Caw, caw, caw. The tree trunks were stacked together, forming a wooden cage. Caw, caw, caw. When the tyrant saber struck the surface, it produced a metallic clang. Despite the might of the tyrant saber, each saber strike only left a shallow mark. Humph. Now that you have entered my heavenly wood cage, you can forget about leaving. The skinny old man, who had been enduring without making a move, hovered in the air. He showed a cold smile as he looked at Xiaoqin in disdain. No matter what, you are just a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Kill him. The other great perfection sovereign emperors had already had enough of Xiaoqin. When they saw this opportunity, they did not hesitate to execute all sorts of killing moves. In that instant, boundless emperors' might shook the sky. All sorts of mysterious phenomena covered the sky. A horrifying killing qi spread out, creating a startling lineup. Even the princes on the altars could not help looking over, wanting to see what was happening. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, in the mortal realm. Xiaoqin did not panic at all. He showed no fear in the face of danger as he executed in the mortal realm. Bang! The supreme killing Buddha that descended instantly burst the heavenly wood cage. That killing Buddha figure bloomed with the Buddhist mark on Xiaoqian's forehead and expanded continuously. Then, it pushed with both hands and blocked the killing moves from all directions. Rumble. Amid loud sounds, the sky shook and the ground shook. When the many great perfection sovereign emperors worked together to bombard this ancient land that had existed since the ancient immemorial era, a huge, boundless pit appeared. A purple light flashed, and Xiaoqin leaped out of the huge pit. The shocked guests once again fixed their gazes on the seventh prince, Wang Yun. When Wang Su met Xiao Chen's gaze, he gritted his teeth in frustration. He simply did not want to run anymore. He simply did not want to run anymore. Xiao Chen chased him like a dog. However, his subordinates could not catch him. Wang Su had had enough. "I'll spare your life. I'll take it later." However, Xiao Chen did not charge over as he expected. After saying that indifferently, he turned around and left. "Detain him!" the skinny old man shouted. Xiao Chen could come and go as he pleased. How could there be such logic? "Can you detain him?" Xiao Chen turned around and swung his saber, executing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, resolving the mundane, sending out an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. Boom! When the saber light swept out, the guests who were chasing Xiao Chen had no choice but to stop and block this move. When the shock waves scattered, the Buddhist might vanished. When everyone looked around, Xiao Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had already turned into a flash of purple light, firmly drifting towards Wang Yan's altar. He came like flowing water and left like the wind, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure moved like the wind as he landed firmly like a falling leaf. The others on the altar had already recovered and were waiting for Xiao Chen to return. Seeing Wang Yan look over, Xiao Chen nodded. Everything went without saying. A sacred flame burned fiercely on the altar. The fiery light shone on the faces of Xiao Chen, Xiao Suo, Wu Meng, Hao Kai, and the others. All of them looked incredibly resolute and determined. These people shared the same thought. They had killed their way here, waiting for this moment. Wang Yan stepped forward and drew his Yan imperial sword. The Dao might of his massacre Dao domain spread into the surroundings. The thick killing intent made the hearts of the people present tremble slightly. Just as Wang Yan was about to stab the Yan imperial sword into the altar, Xiao Chen suddenly asked, "Ninth Prince, do you know what the origin of the massacre Dao is?" "Oh. I have never thought about this question. I would find it difficult to cultivate the massacre Dao to the 10th layer within a few hundred years," Wang Yan answered, feeling slightly surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Xiao Chen and answered, "The end of the massacre Dao is the demon. Without a heart to pursue the demon, one will never be able to touch the origin of the massacre Dao. This demon is not what you understand it to be. Just make your move. Don't bother with my words." Xiao Chen still wanted to say something. However, after thinking about it, he did not say anything. Wang Yan frowned slightly. He often guarded the borders, fighting with demonic Dao cultivators. Even if there were not 10,000 demonic Dao cultivators who died at his hands, there were at least several thousand. However, Wang Yan found Xiao Chen's words somewhat incomprehensible. "I will remember what you said." However, Wang Yan was still willing to believe in Xiao Chen. This trust stemmed from the fact that they had gone through life and death together. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chen's unique air and the things that happened to him that inspired respect. "Thank you." Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, and his memories unfurled like a painting. The Wang Yan before him reminded him of someone. An old friend of the Kunlun realm, an old friend that Xiao Chen could never forget. Yanshi San of the Massacre Sword Dao. During the final battle of the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, he became a demon with one sword strike, killing to seek benevolence. At that moment, Xiao Chen understood that the origin of the Massacre Dao was the demon. If Xiao Chen could defeat the Massacre Dao, he would be able to grasp the Massacre Dao's origin. However, back then, Yanshi San felt that he could not grasp the origin of the Massacre Dao. He chose to commit suicide, leaving behind a tragic legend in the Kunlun realm. Boom! The Yan imperial sword surrounded by the aura of massacre stabbed into the fierce flames. A holy light soared into the clouds, and dragon roars rang out. Xiao Chen finally occupied all 8 altars. The second round of the succession race reached its most intense moment at this moment. Grim Reaper Lin Feng looked over from the altar occupied by the 11th prince in the distance. When he saw this scene, he revealed a faint smile. Lin Feng had no choice but to become the 11th prince's guest. However, he had never stopped paying attention to Xiao Qin. Seeing that the 9th prince occupied an altar as well, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The universe origin sect's Chu Feng, who was beside Lin Feng, showed a different expression. He had a grudge with Xiao Qin in the faux god world. They could be considered mortal enemies. This fellow is becoming more and more unfathomable. The 11th prince said, "Focus. The second wave of ferocious beasts is about to arrive." Lin Feng and Chu Feng withdrew their gazes and looked at the boundless ferocious beasts in front again. At this moment, ferocious beasts occupied the entire core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The ferocious beasts densely packed the area, stretching as far as the eye could see. The princes who did not occupy altars mixed in with the ferocious beasts, attacking the princes refining their Yan imperial swords. Wang Yan, who occupied the last altar, could not avoid being targeted by the other princes. Chapter 2307. There were 8 altars in the core region. Each altar was built on the Yanwu dynasty's ancient dragon vein. The dynasty's dragon vein had been passed down for a long time, looking vast and heavy. What the princes needed to do was firmly embed their great Dao mark in the dragon vein. The Yan imperial swords in their hands would eventually become unique, becoming a true holy sword of the dynasty. "I'm going in. I'll leave the ferocious beast wave to everyone." Wang Yan turned his head to look at the group as he looked at the Yan imperial sword and the fierce holy flame. Before Xiao Qin and the others, Wang Yan leaped up and entered the holy flame to sit down cross-legged. The refinement officially started. Only the princes knew how dangerous it was. No one knew whether they could succeed or not. However, if they could not block the ferocious beast wave, they definitely would not succeed. Whoosh! As Wang Yan leaped into the holy flame to refine the Yan imperial sword, the altar under his feet slowly trembled. Auspicious signs drifted down from the sky like snowflakes. When the auspicious signs landed on the group, they turned into a warm current that nourished their bodies, making them feel comfortable. Xiao Qin carefully sensed the auspicious signs that came from the dynasty's dragon vein descending. He felt his divine energy changing slightly. To think that there is such a benefit. If I receive enough auspicious signs, I can completely stabilize my newly advanced 3-vein sovereign emperor cultivation. Surprise flashed on Xiao Chen's face as he felt some joy in his heart. Everyone knew that after breaking through a bottleneck, one needed some time to stabilize their cultivation. It was not advisable to raise it blindly. Right now, the auspicious signs that descended nourished the physical body and condensed divine energy had outstanding effects. They could help Xiao Qin during this period. Rumble. As the group marveled, the ground shook. A black mass of figures appeared in the distance. Countless ferocious beasts surged over like the tide. After some thought, Qin Zhuolin said, "I understand. These ferocious beasts are here for the auspicious signs. As the princes deepen their refinement, the auspicious signs will grow stronger. At that time, the ferocious beasts that are attracted will also grow stronger." The ferocious might of the ferocious beasts put immense pressure on the group from afar. The towering altar swayed under the pressure of the ferocious aura. The ferocious beasts seemed to be charging over ferociously. The heavenly book scholar looked around with a grave expression. He said softly, "Brother Qin, you are skilled in the dragon-seeking art. You can connect to the luck of the mountains and rivers. How about you command the lava beasts under the altar?" Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly. "No problem. I happen to have the same intention. Senior Feng, Senior Hao Kai, the two of you are 6-vein sovereign emperors. Can you protect the prince and prevent other guests from sneaking up on him?" If something happens to His Highness, we'll all be finished. Naturally, Elder Feng and Hao Kai were duty-bound to agree without hesitation. Brother Xiaosuo, you have the Scarlet Blood War banner. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you and Brother Wu Meng to lead the charge. No problem. Xiaosuo laughed heroically and soared into the sky with Wu Meng. Then, they leaped off the altar and charged at the many ferocious beasts. The Heavenly Book Scholar's arrangements were logical and clear. Finally, his gaze landed on Shao Qin. He asked somewhat uncertainly, Shao Qin, can I use the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally? The Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally was a supreme treasure. It could hold 1,000,000 soldiers, a great killing tool. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to give it up. If Shao Qin was unwilling, all right. Just as the Heavenly Book Scholar was thinking about how to persuade Shao Qin directly handed the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally to him. What do I need to do? Shao Qin asked directly, feeling that the Heavenly Book Scholar had a pretty good grasp of the big picture. This gave him more confidence in the Heavenly Book Scholar. On the other hand, the Heavenly Book Scholar was stunned for a while before receiving the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally. He smiled and said, "Many thanks for your trust. Shao Qin, you are the strongest among us. I hope that you can patrol the surroundings and wait for an opportunity to kill the Beast Kings and force back the other princes." That's what I was thinking. Shao Qin gently pushed off with his feet and turned into a flash of purple light. When he landed, the demon blood vulture happened to catch him. Now, only Hao Kai, Senior Feng, Qin Zhuolin, and the Heavenly Book Scholar remained on the altar. Brother Qin, these magma beasts contain a vast amount of dragon essence. If you can strengthen them with the dynasty's luck, you will be able to summon them. If you can use the dynasty's luck to support them, these colossal lava beasts can grow stronger. The Heavenly Book Scholar said to Qin Zhuolin as he tightly grasped the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally. Is that so? Let me try. Qin Zhuolin casually pointed and said softly, drawing earth as dragon. Boom! A massive dragon aura burst out from the ground where the 200 magma beasts were standing. With the support of this dragon aura, the dragon aura was extremely powerful. With the support of this dragon chi, the colossal lava beasts' bodies continuously gave off crunching sounds. Their colossal bodies shrank at a visible pace. After a while, the colossal lava beast shrank by half. His body had shrunk by half, but his aura had doubled, shocking everyone. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "It is really effective." The Heavenly Book Scholar did not show any surprise. He looked to the front and said, "They are coming." At the very front, Xiaosuo and Wu Meng watched the ferocious beasts approach. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. More than 1,000 ferocious beasts that rivaled one vain sovereign emperor surged over. Even the sky darkened before these ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts came in all shapes and sizes. Their attributes were also different. Some were covered in blazing flames. Some had snow-white fur, looking cold and sinister. Some hid in the ground and squirmed slowly. The ferocious beasts were sovereign emperors. However, they were ferocious beasts, after all. A human cultivator could easily kill a ferocious beast of the same strength as a sovereign emperor. In terms of intelligence, martial techniques, experience, schemes, and understanding of the great Tao, ferocious beasts were far inferior to humans. However, when the number of ferocious beasts reached a certain level, such shortcomings could be made up for. Rise! Scarlet Blood Battle Hunger! Xiaosuo roared and ferociously waved the scarlet banner in his hand. The blood-like flag fluttered in the wind like ripples in the waves. As the banner fluttered, the entire sky turned into a surging sea of blood. Wu Meng, who was at the side, felt startled. The battle hunger contained in this Scarlet Blood War banner was somewhat horrifying. No wonder the Heavenly Book Scholar dared to let Xiaosuo take the lead. With Xiao Sua here to restrain the ferocious beasts, the number of ferocious beasts that could charge over would be reduced by half. Xiao Sua grasped the war banner tightly with both hands, and a towering scarlet figure suddenly appeared behind him, holding a war banner as well. Boom! The scarlet blood war banner ferociously swung at the surging ferocious beast tide. Waves of blood surged in the strong wind. The ferocious beasts at the very front were immediately knocked into the air. Several of them crashed into each other and shattered, filling the air with blood. The startling strike of the scarlet blood war banner immediately disrupted the ferocious beast tide surging with killing chi. At least dozens of ferocious beasts were instantly crushed. The most important thing was that this group of ferocious beasts lost their insufferably arrogant auras. Kill! Xiao Sua and Wu Meng exchanged glances. Then, killing chi erupted from their bodies amid maniacal laughter as they charged over. Xiao Chen, who was circling in the air, looked around the ferocious beast tide before withdrawing his gaze. There were no beast kings in this first wave of ferocious beasts. They were just ordinary ferocious beasts. Given Xiao Sua and Wu Meng's strength, even if they got trapped, they would not get trapped. They could easily break free at any time. Rumble. The two blocked several hundred ferocious beasts. The remaining ferocious beasts continued charging towards the altar like the tide. However, the ferocious beasts had lost their formation and momentum. They looked like a group of scattered soldiers. It's my turn. Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly and pointed to the front. Boom! The colossal lava beasts that had shrunk to a size below the altar suddenly stood up. In that instant, these colossal lava beasts erupted with startling auras. Roar! These colossal lava beasts roared endlessly. The flames on their bodies burst forth with resplendent light, burning the sky. Countless flaming rocks rained down like meteors. Under Qin Zhuolin's command, this group of evolved colossal lava beasts charged forward, charging at the ferocious beasts that wanted to destroy the altar. A sacred flame burned endlessly on the tall altar as Wang Yan sat in it. A black aura of massacre shrouded Wang Yan's body, and his expression flickered. It would not be easy to imprint the mark of massacre into the dynasty's dragon vein. Hao Kai and Senior Feng stood to the left and right, cautiously watching the other directions. There were also blood-colored flames circling the altar in the sky. The surroundings of the altar were impenetrable, not even a single drop of water leaking in. This made the princes gathered in secret curse. They could not find any openings in this formation. Chapter 2308. Damn it, the ninth prince's guests advance and retreat in an orderly manner. They switch between offense and defense seamlessly, unable to see any openings at all. The 15th prince's group, which the demon blood vulture chased away earlier, gathered together. As they watched the heavenly book scholar and the others deal with the ferocious beast wave from afar, they frowned heavily and showed sullen expressions. Originally, the second prince and the 15th prince had gathered a group of helpers to fight for this altar. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince Wang Yan led a group of people to snatch it away. On one side, the second prince and Xiao Chen forced them to give up. On the other side, the demon blood vulture put them in a sorry state and forced them to retreat. The 15th prince Wang Qi was rather strong. Furthermore, he had the support of the three princes. Originally, his momentum had been high. However, after the demon blood vulture's killing moves and regrouping, the number of guests decreased by half. Originally, the 15th prince planned to charge over when the ferocious beast wave arrived while the 9th prince's guests were flustered. Unexpectedly, under the heavenly book scholar's command, Xiao Chen's group of 7 did not show any openings. The first wave of ferocious beasts did not even get within 50 kilometers of the altar before it was wiped out. 15th elder brother, how about we give up? Xiao Chen's demonic pet is too strong. It cannot deal with the demon blood vulture. We have no chance of victory at all, a prince in the crowd said with lingering fear. The demon blood vulture already had a shadow in his heart. The 15th prince showed an uncertain expression. The 15th prince's expression flickered. He was unwilling, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. None of the many guests here dared to step forward to fight the demon blood vulture. I promise anyone who can delay that demon blood vulture an inferior grade soul tool, a rank 9 heavenly pill of their choice, and 250 tons of origin liquid. Wang Qi gritted his teeth and promised to give away all the resources he could offer. However, when he looked around, no one dared to meet his gaze. They all modestly avoided his gaze. This angered Wang Qi into cursing, "Bunch of trash." Actually, these words were somewhat unjust. The guests under him were rather strong. The problem was that these guests did not listen to him. They only used him to obtain fortuitous encounters. There was no loyalty to speak of, but it was not a problem to protect your life. After all, if the prince left, the guest would have to leave as well. But if you want them to risk their lives, then you're thinking too much. The demon blood vulture's bloodline had clearly mutated. It now had divine might, which meant that it was infinitely close to the great desolate Ian's blood phoenix. In the face of such a magical beast, the slightest bit of carelessness could cost their lives. Who would be so foolish as to stand out? No matter how big the world was, it was not as important as one's own life. Furthermore, these experts were divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperors. No matter where he went, he would be the overlord of a region, enjoying the courtesy of everyone. He did not show much respect to the princes. Thus, no matter how angry the 15th prince was, it was useless. He, 15th brother. Why are you so angry? Everyone here is a sovereign emperor, outstanding talent, much stronger than you and me. If they're trash, then what are we? So. A discordant voice came from afar. When that voice rang out, a group of people appeared before the 15th prince. Rage flashed on the 15th prince's face. When he saw the leader of the group, he demanded, "Seventh brother, are you here to teach me a lesson?" This person was the 7th prince, Wang Su. Xiaochen toyed with him until he was in a sorry state. Naturally, he could not swallow this frustration. After Wang Su reorganized himself, he immediately charged over. "Greetings, 7th prince." The many guests around the 15th prince did not show much change in expression when they heard Wang Su. However, they more or less acknowledged him in their hearts, so they greeted him. After Wang Su responded politely, he looked at Wang Qi and said, "15th brother, you no longer have the ability to pose a threat to 9th brother. No matter what, you have to admit this." Wang Qi's eyes sank slightly, and his lips curled up in mockery. He mocked, "So what if I am? Could it be that you have the strength to pose a threat to him? I saw that you were helpless when that Xiaochen chased you earlier." These words sounded somewhat provocative, but Wang Su did not get angry. He said indifferently, "Indeed, I do not have much of a chance of victory. However, if you are willing to help me, 9th brother will definitely lose this round. As for the demon blood vulture that you are worried about, my guests can deal with it. As for the remaining Xiaoqin, I have already thought of a countermeasure." "Are you serious?" Wang Qi asked in disbelief as he looked at Wang Su with a contemplative expression. "Do you still have a choice? You can either choose to follow me now or go around asking for favors and wait for the second round to be eliminated. If I can clear the third round, you will definitely receive many benefits. The ancient Yan Emperor tree will appear in the third round. There is no need for me to tell you what kind of fortuitous encounter there is, right?" Wang Yun chuckled. He had a confident look on his face, not worried that the other party would reject him. 15th brother, just agree. 7th brother is stronger than us. If you do not agree, we will follow 7th brother ourselves. In any case, it is the same as everyone else. When the princes who followed the 15th prince heard Wang Su's words, they all felt tempted. Wang Qi's expression changed. After some thought, he said, "As long as you can deal with that demon blood vulture, there is no harm in me taking a gamble with you." Wang Su turned his head and looked at a middle-aged man among his guests. "Mr. Liu, I will leave the matter of the demon blood vulture to you." That middle-aged man wore strange clothes and gave off a faint demonic might. He was actually a demonic Daoist sovereign emperor. Mr. Liu nodded with an indifferent expression. The demon blood vulture was born in the ash-gray sea. Although it is incredibly strong, it is not without weakness. I have a way to deal with it. However, I am not a match for that Xiao Qin, so I can only rely on Senior Ma. The skinny old man chuckled and said, "Don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he cannot do anything to me. The difference in cultivation is not that easy to deal with. I just need to change my mind and delay him until you chase the 9th prince out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb." "Good. We will make our move after 2 more waves of ferocious beasts." "Sure." After making up their minds, this group of people started to make preparations in secret. Including the 7th prince Wang Su, there was a total of 5 princes. With so many princes gathered, the powerhouses of the feudal lords outside the palace's drill ground felt nervous for the 9th prince Wang Yan. The princes occupying altars only suffered attacks from 3 5th princes at most. However, a total of 5 princes targeted the 9th prince. This 9th prince is really worrisome. Indeed. In the first round, the 13th prince targeted him, nearly wiping him out. In this round, 5 princes targeted him at the same time. It will be difficult. With 5 princes gathered, there are more than 40 sovereign emperor outstanding talents under them. The crucial thing is that this group of people is still very cautious. Based on their stance, they will only make their move after 2 more waves of ferocious beasts. The powerhouses of feudal lords and noble clan heads paying close attention to the 8 altars started to worry about the 9th prince. At the same time, the chaotic battles in the core region slowly reached their peak. Naturally, the first prince Wang Fei had the smoothest refinement. He had many subordinates, all of them geniuses and experts. Be it the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, the Black Lotus Church Holy Son, or that mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, they could all be considered super experts. There was also the even more horrifying Shi, who hid in the dark and did not make a move. The most convenient thing was that no other prince dared to target the first prince. This allowed Wang Fei to focus on refining the Yan Imperial Sword, unable to worry about anything else. However, the first prince chose the ruler Dao, the ruler Great Dao. Even without any interference, completing the refinement would not be easy. However, once the first prince succeeded, his strength would soar. Up until now, nearly everyone thought highly of the first prince. No matter who the other princes were, they were all slightly inferior. Aside from these princes, some of them could not be underestimated either. For example, the 8th prince Wang Feng. When Dao Yan brought out his ice-small world and sealed thousands of sovereign emperor ferocious beasts with a wave of his hand, everyone felt shocked. This level of strength could be said to be invincible. In the entire ancient Yan emperor tomb, aside from the 8th prince, no one else had brought out a 10th layer Dao domain. Furthermore, the profound Heaven Holy Land's 3 experts, the Holy Sun Wenrenyu, Wu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan, also showed the strength of super experts. The 3 waves of ferocious beasts easily destroyed the ferocious beasts 50,000 kilometers away from the altar. The 13th prince's altar showed another mysterious phenomenon. The royal teacher Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King spread out their great desolate and divine might at the same time, forcing the surrounding ferocious beasts to tremble, not daring to approach. This method of winning without a fight was breathtaking. The other noteworthy ones were the 11th prince and the 6th prince Wang Ming. Each of them had an expert skilled in the Death Dao domain. They used the mysteries of death to revive the dead sovereign emperor ferocious beasts as corpses. They easily dealt with the endless ferocious beast waves, not flustered at all. The first prince, the 8th prince, the 13th prince, the 11th prince, and the 6th prince. In the opinion of the spectators, they would have no problems clearing the second round. As for the other princes occupying altars, there were many variables. They might even get chased off. This was the general situation in the core region. To these powerhouses, there would not be any other variables. Chapter 2309. It's the fourth wave. On the altar, the heavenly book scholar looked at the boundless ferocious beast corpses on the ground with a grave expression. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood, the ground was covered with rivers of blood, and the corpses were piled up like mountains. The dragon essence contained in the ferocious beasts' bodies gave off a green light after they died, flickering like ghost flames. Xiao Suo, who was at the very front, was expressionless. One could not make out much of his expression. The scene before Xiao Qin no longer found it strange. Compared to the Scarlet Sea and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, the Scarlet Sea and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance was nothing. Even so, it paled in comparison to a great sorcerer. It was still far from being comparable. Wu Meng sat on the corpse of a ferocious beast, wiping the blood off his weapon. He was also proficient in the Tao of Massacre, so he did not show much fatigue. However, each wave of roaring beasts was more ferocious and powerful than the last. Both of them could feel that the pressure on them had multiplied, and they were no longer as relaxed as they were at the beginning. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Qin opened his eyes. The sky was as auspicious as snow. It was much denser than before. Catching it, Zhang Xian allowed it to melt in his palm. After feeling the auspicious signs fusing with the divine sea, Xiao Qin muttered to himself, "The fifth wave is coming. Clowns, are you still not going to show yourself?" As he said, a black light appeared at the edge of his vision, surging over like a wave. Looking around, he did not see any other princes or guests. It seemed that after the first lesson, this group of people knew how powerful he was and didn't dare to be careless again. He hid himself and restrained his aura. If they did not expose themselves, it would not be easy for Xiao Qin to pull them all out in this chaotic situation. After a few waves of beasts, Xiao Qin had nothing to do other than kill 2 beast kings. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Qin secretly refined the auspicious signs to stabilize his 3-veined sovereign emperor cultivation. It moved. Raising his eyebrows, Xiao Qin sensed a powerful killing intent gathering in the surroundings. This group of people finally couldn't hold back anymore. North. Turning around, Zhang Xian swiftly looked toward the north. Xiao xiao xiao. 5 streaks of sword light appeared at the same time and gathered together, illuminating the sky. The imperial might was vast and mighty as it slowly approached. Above the sword light, a majestic dynasty was condensing. Those were 5 yen imperial swords drawn at the same time. The horrifying imperial might startled the other princes in the core region. On the altar, the heavenly book scholar showed a grave expression. After some thought, he said, "Don't panic. Everyone, hold your positions. The plan will not change." Hao Kai and Senior Feng, who had the heavy responsibility of protecting Wang Yan, raised their guard, not daring to be careless. The prince's Yen imperial sword could multiply his strength in the ancient Yen emperor tomb. The stronger the draconic luck, the more powerful the battle prowess. When the 5 Yen imperial swords appeared at the same time, no one dared to lower their guard. They all felt a mountain-like pressure. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and a purple thunderbolt mark streaked across the sky. He was ready to check out the situation. A figure flew over from the sky, carrying a towering emperor's might, forcibly blocking Xiao Chen's path. This person was the 7th prince's subordinate, the skinny old man. Xiao Chen had some impression of this person's heavenly wood prison. Move aside. As the 5 princes led their guests closer to the altar, Xiao Chen did not have time to waste with this old man. Boom! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he drew his tyrant saber and chopped down. Grass grows and shadows fly, growing and never extinguishing. The skinny old man smiled coldly, and an exuberant life force burst out of his body. Layers of emerald green tree branches grew and condensed into a ball around him, growing and extinguishing. No matter how tyrannical Xiao Chen's saber moves were, he could not destroy this ball of tree branches. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes. Saber light spread out, and electric images crisscrossed. However, that skinny old man relied on his advantage in cultivation to defend and not attack. As long as Xiao Chen could not severely injure the old man in one go, he would not lose. Sawdust fluttered in the air and filled the sky. The scrawny old man's figure was faintly discernible in the tree ball's life and death. He said with a cold smile, "I'm an entire major realm higher than you. The profoundness of my divine essence isn't what you can imagine. Although you're terrifyingly strong, if I don't make a move, there won't be any flaws." Who? Xiao Chen turned around and stopped attacking. He frowned slightly. Encountering such a shameless old thing was indeed difficult to deal with. A trace of retreating appeared in his heart. He did not want to waste any more time. Saving the 9th prince was more important. "You want to leave? I didn't agree to let you go. This old man has the final say." The skinny old man was obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Chen blocking the entire team of the 7th prince. When he saw the helpless look on Xiao Chen's face, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Dao Might erupted, and a terrifying Wood Dao domain spread out, instantly filling the sky. The instant the Wood Dao domain supported the wood shavings that filled the air, the wood shavings scattered everywhere. The densely packed wood shavings flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen showed a cold expression as his 3 Dao Might layered over each other, materializing a boundless saber move. Xiao Chen sent out an impenetrable screen of sabers to protect himself, not leaving any blind spots. However, this skinny old man's attack was extremely strange. The wood shavings actually stuck to the saber light. Then, they grew wildly, like grass growing under a rock. When they burst out, they could even send the rock flying. These wood shavings relied on this life force to forcefully break through Xiao Chen's screen of saber light. After that, wood shavings continuously landed on Xiao Chen's body, growing wildly. Soon, Xiao Chen's body was covered in trees. These trees tore at his physical body. The roots were like tentacles that pierced through his skin and penetrated deep into his body, destroying his internal organs and absorbing the life force in his body. Xiao Chen's strong blue dragon divine body gave these trees an even better space to grow. The rapidly growing trees shocked even the skinny old man somewhat. "Ha! Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Many times, the stronger an existence looks, the weaker it is. On the other hand, the unremarkable things like a blade of grass or a piece of wood are extremely tough and can bring out incredible power." The skinny old man smiled sinisterly. Then, he held his palms together and continuously infused his divine energy into the many trees on Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked extremely strange. Xiao Chen stood in the air with many huge trees covering his entire body. Even his face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes peered through the intertwining branches, calmly looking at the skinny old man. The skinny old man allowed the divine energy to infuse into the trees on his body. It seemed like he was helpless and resigned to his fate. Slowly, the skinny old man could no longer keep smiling. He felt that the life force in Xiao Chen's body seemed boundless. The wildly growing trees even seemed somewhat uncontrollable. The life force they exuded was so dense that even the skinny old man felt afraid. How can it be like this? Given his cultivation, after my seed absorbs so much life force, he should have turned into a dried corpse long ago. The skinny old man felt greatly startled. However, he could no longer stop. He could only clench his teeth and continue. I really want to continue playing with you. However, I don't know what method you used, but you managed to restrain the demon blood vulture as well. This ends here. Fiendish saber inheritance, all things rejoicing together. Xiaoqian shouted in his heart, and the many trees growing wildly on his body assimilated with all things rejoicing together. Every tree, every branch, and every leaf burst out with resplendent saber light at the same time. The life force that terrified the skinny old man turned into countless saber lights and surged over. Whoosh! Without giving the skinny old man any chance to react, the saber lights filling the air surged over. When the saber light scattered, the skinny old man's entire body was pierced through. Like a broken kite, the skinny old man wobbled and fell heavily. The many trees wrapped around Xiaoqian's body. He gently twisted his body and slid down like water. The roots of the trees in his body tried to grab hold of him but could not. The instant Xiaoqian left, the many towering ancient trees in the air without the vast life force in his body shattered and turned into ashes. The skinny old man looked incredibly weak. Then, he gently drifted down and walked forward step by step. The skinny old man appeared incredibly weak. Wounds covered the skinny old man's body, but he laughed maniacally. Xiaoqian, it's over for you. You can turn around and take a look, turn around and take a look. Then, you will know what despair is. The 5 yen imperial swords above the altar where Wang Yen was gave off resplendent sword lights. Boundless sword moves encased the entire altar. The heavenly book scholar, Hao Kai, and the other two showed extremely unsightly expressions. Right now, it was not about whether Wang Yen could block the peak strikes of the 5 princes' yen imperial swords. Even if they managed to block it, the shock waves from the explosion could directly destroy the entire altar. Wang Yen, who was in the eye of the storm, would definitely die. Below the altar, Qin Zhuolin controlled the colossal lava beast and fought an intense battle with the 5 princes' guests. Qin Zhuolin showed rage on his face. He wanted to help, but he could not. On the other side, the demon blood vulture's belly pressed against the ground as it screeched miserably. The demon blood vulture did its best to spread its wings and fly. However, when the wind blew, no matter how much it screeched in pain, it could not fly. A black ball as heavy as a planet stuck it to the ground inside the demon blood vulture's body. Mr. Liu stood upright in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled sinisterly and said, "After swallowing my imprisoning star pearl, no matter how horrifying you are, you will have to lie down obediently." Xiao Suo and Wu Meng, who were at the front lines, were trapped in the ferocious beast tide. At this moment, Qin Zhuolin, who should have led the colossal lava beast to reinforce them, was held up. The two were in unspeakable misery. They could only do their best to hold on as danger surrounded them. The 9th prince is finished. Outside the palace in the clouds, the powerhouses of the feudal lords in the palace in the cloud sighed as they watched the scene on the huge light screen. Although this was somewhat sorrowful, it was within expectations. How could the 9th prince stand a chance against the 5 princes? Such an outcome was just a matter of time. Something's not right. Look! However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A saber light flew over. Everywhere the saber light passed, the saber move sliced the sky in half like it was a piece of cloth. Cassier! Something strange happened in an instant. Before the 9th prince could see where the saber light came from, the 5 princes with surging auras above the altar got chopped in half at the waist. The peak strike of the yen imperial sword crumbled, looking like fireworks in the air. Go in peace. Then, Xiaoqian sheathed Heavenly Slayer and stepped forward. His tall and straight figure looked like a lone mountain. The instant Heavenly Slayer returned to the scabbard, the tip of the scabbard flew towards the severely injured, skinny, old man at lightning speed. The incredibly weak, skinny, old man's face filled with despair. He muttered, turn back, sorry, I do not have the habit of turning back." Boom! Heavenly Slayer closed the scabbard and landed, crushing the skinny, old man into powder. The remnant might scattered his divine seal. The skinny, old man did not see Xiaochen turn back even as he died. The skinny, old man did not understand why there was a need to turn back after Heavenly Slayer was drawn. Chapter 23:10. While Xiaochen was defeating the 5 great princes' joint counterattack, the 5th prince was not so lucky. The first prince's altar burst out with resplendent light, looking like the sun, illuminating the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. All of them were forcefully sent out, turning into streams of light and disappearing. The group of people laughed at the same time. Clearly, they had always looked down on this Wang Yun, treating him as a joke. Yuanjun chuckled as he looked at Wang Yun. According to Yuanjun's plan, he should have made a sudden attack at this moment, killing off the unguarded 3rd prince. Could it be that Big Brother is going to go on a killing spree? Wang Yun said with some certainty. He rushed towards Xiaochen and Wu Mei, who were trapped in the ferocious beast tide. The 4th prince Wang Yun could not accept this at all. However, he endured it. After all, Yuan Zhen had not missed anything since the start. But no matter what, a prince was still a prince, and the other guests would more or less have some scruples. Congratulations, 3rd brother, hehe, 3rd brother is really amazing. I believe there must have been some commotion in the refinement of the Yen Imperial Sword. 4th brother, I will take my leave first. Qin Zhuolin startled to his senses and quickly directed the colossal lava beast to turn into a surging flood. Like the roar of a raging river, huge waves surged and rushed towards the horde of beasts. But no matter what, the 9th prince's crisis had been resolved. On the altar, the 4 princes looked at the blazing sacred flame with different expressions. King's Way. In the midst of the blazing sacred flame, the princes all wore horrified expressions. Those fellows were even capable of getting the 1st prince to collude with the Shuowu dynasty. Ah! After Xiaochen left, Wang Yun said somewhat angrily, Mr. Yuan, can you give me an explanation? With your strength earlier, you could have killed 3rd brother in one move when he let his guard down. Why did you just give up? I've killed so many berserk beasts that I want to puke. Seeing a berserk beast's corpse makes me sick. This 4th prince is still as foolish as ever. He must have become foolish after killing so many ferocious beasts. Even now, you are still thinking about the berserk beasts. 4th brother, we won't leave. We will protect you. Not only Wang Yun but the other guests were also confused, expressing their confusion. He was well aware of his own strength and his own capabilities. However, it looked like the 1st prince's Yen Imperial Sword was about to complete its refinement. The 3rd prince smiled and said, this 4th brother of mine is good at everything, but he's a little silly and honest. But he's not stupid. He won't give us a chance, right? The Yen Emperor in the clouds remained calm. He did not show any rage or killing intent because of Xiaochen's attack. 50%. So. If he is allowed to merge his king's mark with the dynasty's dragon vein, he will soar into the sky. No one knows what will happen. Given the selfish nature of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, it was practically impossible for them to be willing to pay a high price. The demon blood vulture soared into the air and let out a carefree cry as it charged at the ferocious beast tide. A hint of surprise flashed in the 3rd prince's eyes. 4th brother, are you not going to stay and share the dragon vein with us? In reality, princes had fallen in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb in every succession race. The 5 princes were split in half by a medial-grade soul tool. It was hard to say whether they could survive or not. When Wang Yun recognized Yuan Zhen, he felt greatly startled. The other guests were similarly startled. Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. Mr. Yuan. Why aren't you making a move? We have not suffered any losses yet. This is the best opportunity. When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, there was no need to turn back. The scene of Xiaoqin chopping down 5 princes with one saber strike was simply shocking. Wang Yun's heart pounded heavily. He had never thought that he could become the crown prince. After the 5 princes were forcefully sent out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, their guests naturally could not remain. However, Xiaoqin used Heavenly Slayer. According to legend, if one did not kill, one would injure oneself. When it was unsheathed, one would definitely die. A murderous intent flashed in the 4th Prince Wang Yun's eyes, but he did not make a move. Yuanzhen removed his hood, revealing his shiny bald head and the 12 ring scars on it. Yuanzhen did not panic. He smiled faintly and said, "Before coming, I did not know that the first prince chose the king's Dao. I also did not know that his refinement would be so smooth." The sword qi released by the 5 yen imperial swords on the altar scattered like fireworks. There's no need. There is a limited number of auspicious signs. If we fight over them, it will be hard to avoid harming our friendship. Third elder brother, just remember your agreement with me. I'll bring my subordinates to the core region to sweep the area. The ferocious beast corpses covering the ground are great treasures. Yuanzhen had 3 purposes in coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This is a little too exaggerated. After this, the 9th prince's situation turned around. He should not have any problems in the 2nd round. The 3rd prince, the 4th prince, the 17th prince, and the 18th prince formed an alliance. They found an opening and directly chased the 5th prince off the altar, forcing him to forfeit. Senior Feng and Hao Kai exchanged glances, not saying anything for a long time. Before the 3rd prince could reply, Wang Yun leaped off the altar and quickly led his guests far away. If Xiao Suo and Wu Meng had not rushed over, they would have died in battle. The succession race was not a friendly game. It was a cruel competition to the death. The first was to help Wang Yan become the crown prince. The second was the ethereal immortal palace. The third had always been hidden in the depths of Yuanzhen's heart. Earlier was clearly an excellent opportunity. The 4th prince might have occupied the altar and succeeded in refining it. Wang Yun said seriously, "I trust Mr. What should I do now?" The other princes sneered as they watched the 3rd prince leave. After a while, Elder Feng voiced out his concern. When Senior Feng turned his head to look, he happened to see Xiaoqin sheathing his saber. This scene stunned Senior Feng. His mind short-circuited, and he forgot to move. If it were any other weapon, it would be fine. All he needed to do was use natural treasures and recuperate for a while, and his life would not be in danger. Yuanzhen laughed maniacally. Then, he revealed an unfathomable smile under his hood. "Do you think the 5 princes have any chance of surviving?" Seeing that Wang Yun trusted him completely, Yuanzhen smiled and asked, "Have you heard of the 9th altar? Do you know what the kingly Dao is?" "The kingly Dao is that those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die. Aside from me, everyone else is an ant. The kingly Dao is to show such might. The stronger one is, the stronger one's Dao might and strength will be. They complement each other. What do you think will happen next?" The 1st Prince Wang Fei roared as he drew the Yan Imperial Sword in his hand, startling all the princes refining the Yan Imperial Sword to their senses. Xiaoqin looked at the imprisoning star pearl in his hand, feeling its heavy weight. Then, he fiddled with it for a while before putting it away. The powerhouses of the feudal lords had long since grown accustomed to the deaths of princes. Qin Zhuolin had been commanding more than 100 colossal lava beasts to fight the 40-odd guests. Now that his opponents were gone, the pressure on him lessened significantly. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb shook intensely. The terrifying imperial might caused the other altars that were far away to shake and tremble. The other guests felt somewhat dissatisfied as well. However, what does that matter? You might consider these things, but Xiaochen would not care at all. In his opinion, this is a fight to the death. Either the 9th prince dies or the 5 princes die. The moment he drew Heavenly Slayer, he did not intend to turn back. Or rather, when he decided to help Wang Yan, there was no reason for him to turn back. Even if a prince died, it would normally be at the hands of another prince. Few guests would directly kill a prince. This somewhat cruel scene immediately elicited startled cries. To think that Xiaochen was so bold. The book scholar shouted from the altar. As he spoke, he immediately leaped off the altar. Amid loud rumbling, a kingly Daoist emperor's might swept out in all directions, covering the sky. The 2 halves of the 5 princes suddenly appeared in the palace's drill ground. Senior Feng felt stunned. After a while, he no longer bothered with this question. Wasn't his question pointless? It turned out that the mysterious person that he looked down on was actually the top true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple. Hao Kai said calmly, everything points to disaster. However, he can definitely be saved. It just depends on whether the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are willing to pay a sufficient price. The 3rd prince, who was the leader, rejoiced. He said seriously, many thanks to little brothers for helping. Otherwise, I would never have been able to climb this altar. The 3rd prince did not reveal any of this, enduring silently. However, in his heart, this 3rd goal was far more important than the first 2. Ha 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 ha. Xiaochen. Compared to Senior Feng, Hao Kai's understanding of Xiaochen was more thorough. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts showed hurried expressions as they quickly took away the bodies of the 5 princes. Brother Qin, quickly go and save Xiao Suo and Wu Mang. In their opinion, aside from the first prince, they could give up on the others. Yuanjun said coldly, I removed my hood in hopes that you will trust me more. This is a great opportunity that comes once in a blue moon. You should know that this land of absolute beginning had the help of the hidden spirit temple's ancestors. That was how the first generation Yan Emperor managed to locate this place as the imperial tomb. Now, Yuanjun actually said that he had a 50% chance of becoming the crown prince and ascending to the throne. Everything went as Yuanjun expected. The 4 princes worked together and successfully chased away the strong 5th prince. Ha 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 ha. Actually, you don't have to care about this, because your opportunity is here. If you only had a 20% chance of becoming the crown prince before, it has now risen to 50%. Under the hood, Yuanjun looked around and sent a voice projection. Hee hee. There's no rush. I sense that something is about to happen. Just wait a little longer. This altar is not important right now. Let your 3rd brother have it. What? Boom. The murderous intent in the 4th Prince Wang Yun's eyes vanished. Yuanzhen. You are the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuanzhen. Doesn't the Hidden Spirit Temple never interfere in the succession race? Chapter 23:11. Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. These words echoed endlessly in the vast core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The sovereign Dao's might shook the world. A resplendent holy light shone on the first prince's altar, illuminating the entire core region like the sun. This made the altars of the other princes pale in comparison. This is the sovereign Dao. Amid the blazing holy flame, the yellow papers on the various altars opened their eyes at the same time. Intense horror flashed in their eyes. No one expected the first prince Wang Fei to merge his sovereign Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein so quickly. It was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. Everyone expected the sovereign Dao to be much more difficult to merge than the other great Dao. It was impossible for the first prince to succeed so quickly before the other princes. Inside the palace, even the aloof Yan Emperor felt shocked. As he held the genuine Yan imperial sword in his hand, his body trembled slightly as he said, "Impossible. Why is it impossible? The facts prove that the first prince is indeed the chosen one, the leader of our Yanwu dynasty's resurgence." The Yan Emperor looked back and saw the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor. Then, he suddenly understood something. You have already crossed the line. The ancestral teachings say that the succession race has to be fair. If you go against the ancestral teachings, my Yanwu dynasty will be destroyed. Everyone knew that the imperial ancestral temple controlled the entrances to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They knew most of the secrets of the mausoleum. If they were willing to lend a hand, they would definitely be able to survive. If they helped, the first prince could merge his sovereign Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein at an incredible speed. However, this was equivalent to deciding who the crown prince would be. This completely went against the ancestral teachings, ignoring the ancestral teachings and shaking the foundation of the nation. A great calamity is approaching. The Yanwu dynasty is in the eye of the storm. If it does not change, it will self-destruct. Don't think that I do not know that you secretly went to Spirit Vulture Mountain. That group of bald donkeys did not agree to help you, right? The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor's expression did not change as he looked coldly at the Yan Emperor, appearing exceptionally cold. The Yan Emperor felt stunned. Clearly, he had not expected the other party to know him so well. Based on your confused expression, that group of bald donkeys from the hidden spirit temple probably did not agree to help you. This bunch of bald donkeys have always been high and mighty, acting as if they were otherworldly masters, but in reality, they're just collecting incense and worshipping the devil Buddha. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor said indifferently, "Do you want to draw your sword? You can't pull it out, right? You are already a thing of the past. A new Yan imperial sword will be born. Watch carefully, accompany us to the end of the last play, and obediently pass on the throne." So. Right after Xiaochen spoke, many experts of the imperial ancestral temple appeared in the palace high in the clouds. The Yan Emperor had an unsightly expression as he looked at the elders walking out from behind the sovereign ancestor. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why the abbot did not agree to his request that day. This was because the dynasty was no longer under his control. The clan elder's influence was deeply rooted in the dynasty's bloodline. In the great hall below, the feudal vassals and the big shots of the aristocratic families were present. They did not know that a coup had quietly taken place in the palace in the clouds. The current Yan Emperor was stripped of his throne by the joint efforts of the imperial ancestral temple's elders. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the first Prince Wang Fei soared into the air amid resplendent holy light and looked around coldly. A tyrannical kingly Dao that looked down on the world made the four princes tremble. Damn it! How can this be? The eighth Prince Wang Feng felt startled and angry. His winged great Dao was only half a step away from perfectly merging with the dynasty's dragon vein. In Wang Feng's opinion, no matter what, he should be ahead of Wang Fei. Merging the Wind Great Dao was much simpler than merging the Sovereign Dao. Oh no! The expressions of Dao Yen and the profound Heaven Holy Sun Wenren Yu changed at the same time. This was because Wang Fei, who was high in the sky, fixed his gaze on Wang Feng, who was in the sacred flame. Eighth Prince, quickly leave the altar. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Wang Feng showed an unresigned expression. Give me a little more time, and I can perfectly merge the Wind Great Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein. There is no time. It is enough that you have already imprinted it. Dao Yen and Wenren Yu did not give Wang Feng a chance to speak. They worked together to pull him out of the sacred flame and shouted, "Quickly move away. However, they were still one step too late. Wang Fei drew his sword, and a vast dragon image appeared. The accumulations of the dynasty that had existed for 100,000 years were vividly displayed in Wang Fei's sword. When the sword light landed, the altar that the eighth prince was on suddenly crumbled, turning into countless shards. Wang Feng appeared somewhat dispirited. My altar. The scattered shards of the altar were like bubbles in a beautiful dream to Wang Feng, drifting in all colors. It's gone, it's all gone. A terrifying shockwave spread out as boundless dragon energy poured out from the shattered altar. The dragon essence turned into many dragon images, continuously heading for Wang Fei in the air, causing his might to soar. Ha ha ha. Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. When Wang Fei felt the overwhelming power contained in the Yen imperial sword in his hand, he entered a frenzied state as he shouted again. The might of one sword strike destroyed his greatest competitor's altar. The swelling energy made Wang Fei's heart grow infinitely larger. Oh no! The 13th Prince Wang Yi's expression changed slightly. Then, he said decisively, retreat. After dealing with the eighth brother, there was no doubt that first brother's target would be him. Since that was the case, he might as well retreat earlier. There was no need to insist on a perfect merger of his great Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein. Since the mark was already there, it meant that there was still hope. There was still hope. The altar was already useless. If he insisted on perfection, he would definitely be destroyed. Damn it! Although Wang Yi calmly analyzed the pros and cons in his heart, he still felt a strong sense of unwillingness. Whoosh! Xikong Shu, the Silver Dragon King, and the other great desolate Ian bloodline outstanding talents protected the 13th Prince Wang Yi as they jumped off the altar and fled. Bang! Nearly the instant Wang Yi jumped off the altar, the first Prince Wang Fei's attack arrived. The altar shattered in that instant, and the sacred flames scattered on the ground. The burning ferocious beasts howled miserably as they fled in all directions. Withdraw. Wang Fei smiled coldly. The Yen imperial sword in his hand frantically absorbed the dragon essence leaking out of the altar. Aside from me, everyone else is an ant. The sovereign Dao, this is the sovereign Dao. The greater one's momentum, the stronger one's strength. After Wang Fei destroyed the 8th prince and the 13th prince's momentum, his own momentum swelled to a level that no one dared to look directly at. Below the altar, Lord Shi's group showed calm expressions as if they had expected this. How terrifying! How can first brother be so strong? The third prince, who had just occupied an altar, had just jumped onto it. He did not even have time to refine the Yen imperial sword. When the third prince saw everything that happened before him, he was completely stunned, unable to continue fighting. Oh no! The third prince's expression changed dramatically. He felt a killing qi encasing him, preventing him from moving, and his entire body trembled. First brother. First brother. I have no intention of fighting with you. I'll give up now. Fear filled the third prince's heart. He stuttered, wanting to cry, but no tears came out. Boom! However, Wang Fei did not give the third prince a chance to speak. When his sword descended, he destroyed the third prince along with the altar. This happened again and again. Wang Fei sent out 3 sword strikes, destroying an altar with 1 sword strike. 3 sword strikes destroyed 3 altars. Those who paid attention could tell that this was no longer Wang Fei's own strength. He seemed to have borrowed the momentum of the dynasty's dragon vein. Before the other princes could perfectly merge their great Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the dynasty's dragon vein already treated Wang Fei as the true crown prince. The dynasty's dragon vein already treated Wang Fei as the true crown prince. In this ancient Yen emperor tomb, the dynasty's dragon vein was equivalent to the Yenwu dynasty's 100,000 years of accumulations. As for the first prince Wang Fei, he was the embodiment of this dynasty's accumulations. With the Yan imperial sword in hand, he carried the mandate of heaven. When the fourth prince Wang Yun saw the dead third prince in the distance, he felt a chill run down his spine. If the fourth prince had not listened to Yuanjun earlier, he would have been the one dead. Wang Yun said sincerely, "Mr. Yuan, many thanks for saving my life." Shock also flashed in Yuanjun's eyes on his calm face under the hood. Clearly, he was somewhat surprised by the strength that Wang Fei displayed. "There's no need to thank me. We are in the same boat. Saving you is saving myself." Wang Yun did not care about Yuanjun's words. He asked somewhat anxiously, "Mr. Yuan, where is the ninth altar that you mentioned?" Yuanjun smiled faintly and said, "There's no rush. This is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you." Wang Yun felt slightly stunned. Then, he looked in the direction of Yuanjun's finger and saw the ninth Prince Wang Yan's altar. Chapter 23:12. There's no rush. Now is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you. Ah. Wang Yun looked in the direction Yuanjun pointed. It was the altar where the ninth Prince Wang Yan was. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Ha! Stop looking. Hide first. Yuanjun pulled up his hood, hiding his face even deeper. Then, he turned around and said, "Mr. Yuan, tell me, where is the ninth altar?" Wang Yun asked anxiously as he pulled up his hood and shifted his gaze to Yuanjun. Wang Yun retracted his gaze and shifted it to Yuanjun. Then, he said anxiously, a crazed look flashing in his eyes. Wang Yun asked anxiously as he withdrew his gaze and shifted it to Yuanjun. Wang Yun had never felt so close to the crown prince position before. Since he was young, he had always been a joke among the many princes. Wang Yun clenched his right fist tightly, feeling a surge of hot-bloodedness. Yuanjun glanced over and saw Wang Yun's expression. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. I like your current state. However, this is indeed not the time to tell you. Come and hide with me first. The destruction and the battle later will surpass your imagination." Battle? Wang Yun appeared somewhat confused. First brother was so strong now. Who would dare to fight him? Wang Yun felt helpless to have such an idiot. Yuanjun sighed in his heart. Then, he gave a simple explanation: the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When your brothers wake up, they will understand this principle. They will only have a chance if they work together and destroy your first brother's altar. Don't you see that your first brother's guests are guarding the altar, not daring to move at all? Wang Yun looked around. Indeed, that was the case. Although the Xiuwu dynasty experts and the six-vein sovereign emperors Wuyu appeared relaxed, they did not relax at all. However, he did not let his guard down at all. He warily looked at his surroundings, his defense airtight, not revealing any openings. When Wang Yun thought of the battle that Yuanjun spoke of, he immediately felt horrified. If it was as Yuanjun said, just the ridiculously strong guests of the 8th prince and the 13th prince working together would not count the guests of the other princes. What kind of destructive power would that be? Wang Yun did not dare to imagine. Startled to his senses, Wang Yun shouted, "Go! Go! Go! Let's leave quickly. Don't move. Follow me." Yuanjun shook his head slightly. Then, he led the way, leading the group of guests and the 4th prince far away. The storm in the core region intensified. The first prince, who had absorbed another altar's dragon essence, became even more ferocious. He was so strong that he was beyond reason. Just a look from him was enough to make people tremble in fear. At this moment, aside from Wang Fei's altar, only 3 altars remained. They were the 11th prince, the 9th prince Wang Yan, and the 6th prince Wang Ming. The other altars were either destroyed or abandoned. Grim Reaper Lin Feng and the Universe Origin sect's Chu Feng both had ugly expressions on the 11th Prince's altar. Should we defend or abandon? The 11th Prince looked at the two of them. He was still hesitant and conflicted. Chu Feng said after some thought, "There's no rush. He will definitely target the 9th Prince Wang Yan with this sword strike. Your Highness, you should focus on refining the Yan Imperial Sword. Only by perfectly merging one's great Dao will one have a chance to compete with him." Lin Feng glanced around and said calmly, "There are still many uncertainties. I think that the 8th Prince and the 13th Prince can't wait any longer." "That's right. 8th brother and 13th brother will definitely not sit back and watch 1st brother continue to be strong." The 11th Prince made up his mind, no longer conflicted. Then, he focused on refining the Yan Imperial Sword. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The 11th Prince did not want to give up yet. Amid the fierce sacred flame, Wang Yan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 1st Prince Wang Fei. The shock in his heart had yet to fade. Too fast. It was simply too fast. The 1st Prince Wang Fei did not give anyone much time to react. He destroyed the 4 altars with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, he was so strong that no one could bear to look at him directly. The tyranny of the kingship Dao made Wang Fei's heart swell to the point that it nearly distorted. Wang Fei was ruthless and decisive when he attacked. Wang Fei eliminated 2 of his greatest threats and 2 of the weakest princes. At this moment, no one could compete with him. 9th Prince, your fate is already in chaos. I can see the situation of the various places. The fate of heaven is in chaos. The heavenly book scholar frowned heavily. At the crucial moment, his fate failed, making him feel somewhat guilty. However, your Highness's fate is a clash of yin and yang. It is hard to determine good or bad. I suggest that your Highness avoid it for now. Those who submit to me prosper, those who oppose me die. After Wang Fei finished refining the newly absorbed dragon essence, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan while laughing maniacally. As everyone expected, the target of Wang Fei's sword strike was the 9th Prince Wang Yan. "Xiao Qin, do you dare to receive this sword strike of mine?" When Wang Fei saw Xiao Qin on the altar, the murderous intent that he had been suppressing for a long time finally erupted without fear. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian raised his sword and brandished it. The foundation of a dynasty that had more than 100,000 years of history. The 100,000-odd years of accumulations of a dynasty turned into a towering sword light, looking like a sharp saber piercing through the sky as it descended on the altar where Wang Yan was. This already equaled the peak strike of a 7-vein sovereign emperor, perhaps even more horrifying. Most importantly, this was in the depths of the ancient Yan emperor tomb. Even a true 7-vein sovereign emperor or an 8-vein sovereign emperor would find it hard to display such might. The unparalleled sword light far surpassed the previous 4 sword strikes. This sword strike contained the vast sword light of the dynasty's might. It was also the legendary body of the dynasty that had weathered the river of time. The might of the sword made the vast and boundless core region seem incredibly insignificant. Should he defend? Or retreat? It all depended on Wang Yan's thought. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and let the strong wind caused by the sword might flutter his clothes and long hair. Wang Fei had specifically asked Xiao Qin to receive this sword strike. However, it was not up to him whether he wanted to receive it or not. It was not a matter of whether Wang Yan could receive it or not. Instead, if Wang Yan chose to retreat, receiving this sword strike would be meaningless. This king has never let anyone down in my life. Since everyone did not let me down, I will not let everyone down. Please help me receive this sword strike. We will live and die together. Wang Yan's calm words were indistinct before the vast sword might. However, it was like tar, igniting the hot-bloodedness in the hearts of Qin Zhuolin, the heavenly book scholar, and the others. They no longer showed any intention of retreating when facing this startling sword strike. Fight! My name is Xiao Suo. Today, I wield the flag with my body of flesh and blood. Scarlet Blood Pirate King, please bestow me an undefeatable fighting spirit. Half a lifetime of ups and downs, wandering from place to place, half a lifetime of invincibility, running amok. Xiao Suo shouted and burned his life force. The scarlet war banner fluttered in the wind. The undefeatable battle hunger that Xiao Qin inherited from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King crossed time and space, breaking through the barriers of time and space from the distant past. It turned into a blood-red sun and lit up the area, forcing back the sun-like radiance of the Wang Fei dynasty. The sun is like the sky, the true fire will never be extinguished. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai's expression did not change. Then, like tar, he turned into the solar true flame and started burning. His eyes turned golden, and his great desolate Ian bloodline was completely activated. Immediately, a golden crow circled around the altar, pointing at the sun as the sky, drawing the earth as the dragon. Qin Zhuolin brought out his dragon-seeking art to its limits. He pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. The location of his finger happened to be the blood-colored sun formed by the undefeatable battle will, and it instantly turned into a small altar. Under the sword that was formed from the foundation of 100,000 years of the empire, it forcefully propped up the sky. His other hand pointed to the ground, drawing the earth as a dragon, summoning the image of a dragon vein to soar up with the resplendent golden crow. Righteous chi of heaven and earth, sun, moon, and galaxy. The heavenly book scholar could not care too much. He slowly opened the folding fan in his hand. Borrowing the sun, moon, and stars, he transformed his righteous qi into a blessing for this world. Aside from Xiao Qin, Wu Meng and the others on the altar did their best, even overdrawing on their life force. To block the unparalleled sword materialized by the 100,000 years of the dynasty's accumulations. Kill! Xiao Suo took the lead. He held the blood-colored war banner in his hand as he charged toward that brilliant sword light. It looked like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a suicidal move. Even the feudal lords outside the palace could not bear to watch. Dang! The instant the scarlet blood war banner clashed with the sword light, Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared in his right hand, which held the war banner. Xiao Suo's undefeatable battle hunger actually blocked that unparalleled sword light for a moment. Everyone was shaken. This scene was just too inconceivable. Even the 8th prince and the 13th prince did not dare to receive this sword strike. To think that a guest of the 9th prince blocked it. Brother Xiao, I'll help you. Whoosh! It looked like the cracks on Xiao Suo's arm would spread to his entire body. Then, 5 figures soared into the air at the same time. Qin Zhuolin gathered all the power of the world that he could connect to himself. He turned into a dragon image and attacked the sword light materialized by the dynasty, one from the left and one from the right, together with the golden crow that Hao Kai turned into. Crack! Crack! Before everyone's incredulous gazes, cracks appeared in that sword light, showing signs of crumbling. The first prince's expression changed dramatically. How can it be like this? The kingship Dao that the first prince cultivated could not tolerate such failure. Once the kingship Dao failed, it would harm the great Dao's origin. However, just as the first prince prepared to attack again, he suddenly felt a chill. When the first prince looked in the direction of the chill, he saw that Xiao Qin had opened his eyes at some point in time. A towering azure-colored dragon image materialized behind him, containing the pure royal divine dragon's dragon might. Chapter 23:13. The Blue Dragon. The azure dragon image was eye-catching and clear. Unlike the dragon images of the past, the azure dragon image behind Xiao Qin looked very realistic. The scales were lifelike, and the fine details could be seen clearly. There was a spiritual light in its eyes, and it was vivid and lifelike. The pure royal blue dragon's dragon might made Xiaochen look like a living ancient divine dragon behind him. This was the effect of the 10,000 dragons art breaking through to the third layer. The 10,000 dragons merged into one, and the royal genealogical record of Xiaochen's true name. The moment this blue dragon appeared, all the princes and guests in the core region could not help looking over. The royal blue dragon's dragon might spread to every corner. It was like water or mist, real and ethereal. After the dragon might entered the bodies of the various cultivators, it brought fear and trembling. It was hard not to notice it. This, Xikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, who had agreed to attack Wang Fei together with the 8th prince, were stunned. Their bloodlines were noble, far surpassing those of ordinary great desolate Ian bloodline outstanding talents. They were very clear on how extraordinary Xiaochen's dragon might was. A mixed blood dragon. Is this really a mixed blood dragon? I don't believe it. The Silver Dragon King's voice trembled slightly. His great 7 silver dragon bloodline actually felt some fear. It was like the Silver Dragon King wanted to see a dragon, wanting to kneel and prostrate. This was extremely absurd. Although the other divine beast bloodline outstanding talents also felt fear in the depths of their hearts, they were not as fearful as the dragon race cultivators. Azure. Could it be that lost divine dragon bloodline? Xikong Shu thought of some secret records in the Bushan Palace. His expression changed, becoming uncertain. The sovereign emperor powerhouses in the palace clearly noticed the difference in the azure dragon image behind Xiaoqin. Interesting. This is already the dragon might of a king divine dragon. However, the 6-colored divine dragons do not have a blue dragon. There were rumors in the past that the divine dragons had 7-colored divine dragons 50,000 years ago. However, it seems like someone purposely erased these rumors. Even the various holy lands only have scattered records, so no one knows what happened. Who in this martial epic is so capable? You can force the various superpowers to make this a taboo. Strange things have happened one after another in this year's Crown Prince selection. I wonder what kind of omen this is. The various feudal lords and aristocratic family bigwigs were puzzled. At the same time, they had a bad premonition. There were also some big shots who wore grave expressions and did not dare to speak. Although the Blue Dragon's past was not a taboo, the factions that had existed for tens of thousands of years still knew about it. They also knew who had erased the news. This was the horrifying existence that stood at the peak of the martial epic, the one that no one dared to talk about or defy. But now, the Blue Dragon bloodline, which had been wiped out by that person, actually had a survivor. How could these people who knew the secret not feel terrified and uneasy, not daring to say anything? When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestors saw the azure-colored dragon image in the palace in the clouds, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled calmly and said, "The martial epic is indeed at its end." Even the race that person personally wiped out reappeared. How weak is he now? However, the Yan Emperor, who was restrained by a group of elders, could not smile. It looked like the Yanwu dynasty could not avoid the great calamity that the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot mentioned. Damn it, why do these people think that the demonic Dao Hall will listen to their whims? Inside the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Xiaoqin circulated the 10,000 dragons art in his body. Waves roared in his vast divine energy sea, forming thousands of different dragon images. Xiaoqin did not give Wang Fei a chance to attack again. The instant the azure-colored dragon image appeared, he soared into the air. Boom! Countless dragon images shot out of Xiaoqin's divine energy sea and entered the azure-colored dragon image. The dragon might of the azure-colored dragon image behind Xiaoqin soared. Its ferocious roar shook the surroundings. 10,000 dragons returned to one. As Xiaoqin soared into the air, he gently stomped on the dynasty's sword qi that Xiao Suo and the other 4 blocked. Cracks already appeared in the dynasty's sword qi. It was like Xiao Qin had turned into a blue dragon. When he stomped, the towering azure-colored dragon image merged with him, and the dragon claw attached to his leg. When Xiao Qin stomped, it looked like an ancient blue dragon had clawed at this sword light materialized by the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations. Ka Xie. The sword light, which already cracked in the first place, instantly shattered. A dynasty turned to ashes before everyone's shocked gazes. Pu Xi. Above the altar, the originally unrestrained, unruly, and arrogant first prince vomited blood and fell heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily onto the ground. The holy light that was as resplendent as the sun dimmed at an unbelievable speed. The kingship Dao was like this. The first prince could grow stronger quickly and weaken even faster. The somewhat dumbfounded Wang Fei kept falling, his mind blank. First prince, don't panic. While his stomp looked casual, he actually stored up power for a long time. He will not be able to unleash such a horrifying strike within a short time. Quickly destroy the remaining 2 altars while the kingship Dao's might is still resplendent. At the crucial moment, Lord Shi's voice was like a hammer to Wang Fei's head, rousing him to his senses. Right, that's right. I still have a chance. If I want to make up for my current injuries, I have to continue plundering. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. Wang Fei revealed a crazed expression in his eyes. Just as he was about to fall off the altar, he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Those who submit to me prosper, those who oppose me die. The originally tyrannical words that Wang Fei roared out sounded somewhat tragic and crazy in his mouth. The resplendent holy light materialized by the kingship Dao on the altar suddenly extinguished. Wang Fei's eyes turned bloodshot. When he thrust his sword, he used his great Dao energy, divine energy, soul energy, everything he had on this final sword strike. After Wang Fei sent out this sword strike, he seemed to age 100 years. His eyes turned scarlet. He forced himself into a desperate situation. Xiao. The dynasty sword light that burst out of the Yan imperial sword split into 2, charging towards the altars of the 6th prince and the 11th prince. The 2 streams of dynasty's sword light carried Wang Fei's everything, his will, his ambition, his madness, and even his life. It was even stronger than the sword light that the 9th prince faced earlier. The expressions of the 11th prince and the 6th prince changed dramatically. Their faces turned the color of chicken liver at the same time. He was still thinking that the 9th prince would block the sword for him and buy some time for the 2 of them, which was why he was secretly delighted. But now, he even had the thought of dying. The earlier scene proved that the first prince was terrifyingly strong. Just his aura alone rivaled that of a peak 7-veined sovereign emperor. However, this also meant that he wasn't so strong that he was unreasonable and undefeatable. As long as the brothers were of one mind, had the courage to go through life and death together, had the courage to press forward with indomitable will, and had the incessant boiling blood, they would be able to withstand this sword. However, the 11th prince and the 6th prince could not afford to bet on it. Their guests could not be as determined as Xiao Suo and the others. No one dared to be sure that the others would not abandon them. If they tried to forcefully receive the sword, they would end up dying miserably. The 2 did not dare to bet on it. They said unwillingly at nearly the same time, retreat. Boom! In an instant, the 2 altars shattered, and 2 shockingly large amounts of dragon essence surged out. 2 startlingly vast dragon essence surged towards Wang Fei like a hurricane. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Wang Fei stopped falling amid maniacal laughter and slowly rose up. The originally extinguished holy light on the altar flared up with an even more resplendent light. This sword strike not only allowed Wang Fei to return to his peak but also brought him to a higher level. We can't wait anymore. Kill. The 8th prince and the 13th prince, who had been watching, paled in fright when they saw this scene. They no longer dared to wait. They had to fight to the death. They had already reached a point where only one side could survive. The first prince had already forced them to the edge of a cliff. They had to fight even if they did not want to. Wang Fei smiled disdainfully, not caring at all. He said indifferently, "Block them." The mysterious man, Shi, waved his sleeve, and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter and the Black-Faced Holy Daughter led a few demonic Dao experts over. A frenzied battle between sovereign emperors instantly started at lightning speed. Be it the 8th Prince's subordinates, the Divine Sword Pavilion's Dao Yan and the Profound Heaven Holy Sun Wenrenyu, or the 13th Prince's subordinates, the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, they could all be considered super experts. They possessed extremely horrifying strength. Any one of them could turn the ancient Yan Emperor tomb upside down. Now, these people worked together to charge at the first prince. At this point, the succession race had slowly spiraled out of control, inspiring fear in the spectators for some reason. Xiao Chen, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, who knows when I could break through the shackles of my King Dao domain. Wang Fei, whose strength had clearly improved, smiled as he looked at Xiao Chen. However, an extremely cold murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Big brother, Xiao Suo, who had already landed on the altar, looked at Xiao Chen somewhat worriedly. Xiao Suo's entire body was covered in wounds. His right arm was nearly crippled as it swayed weakly. Wu Meng and the others paled as they supported Xiao Suo. They were in a similarly bad state. Xiao Chen, who had the blue dragon wrapped around him, looked at Wang Fei expressionlessly. His thoughts raced. This Wang Fei was indeed a ruthless person. In a sure-death situation, he actually tried to escape death. When facing a stronger opponent, Xiao Chen could not think of any other way to fight aside from drawing Heavenly Slayer, not to mention the Dragon's Gate forbidden art. However, Xiao Chen had already drawn Heavenly Slayer to help Wang Yan out earlier, draining most of his divine energy and soul energy. Shattering Heavenly Slayer with his foot had drained him significantly as well. Xiao Chen had not recovered yet. If he drew Heavenly Slayer, a soul tool that rivaled a superior grade soul tool, he would definitely overdraw on his physical body and injure his foundations. Furthermore, even if he drew Heavenly Slayer, his chances of victory were only 50%. Should I draw this saber or not? Draw. Xiao Chen, who was conflicted in his mind, made his decision without hesitation. Heavenly Slayer reappeared in his hand. Then, he held it horizontally in front of Xiao Chen, grasping its hilt. Big brother, you can't draw the saber anymore. Xiao Suo shouted hoarsely, his expression changing slightly when he saw the situation on the altar. A soul tool. The word forbidden distinguished it from ordinary secret treasures. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not attack recklessly. Otherwise, he would have drawn his saber long ago and killed until the sky turned dark. In the holy flame, Wang Yan, who was anxiously refining his Yan imperial sword, opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Chen's actions, his expression changed dramatically. You can't, however, right after Wang Yan spoke, a saber light interrupted him. Then, Wang Yan drew Heavenly Slayer. The dazzling saber light looked like the blazing sun. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, the sky shattered by 3 meters. Bearing the honor of the ruler, I draw my saber for the ruler. Chapter 23:14. Bearing the loyalty of a ruler, I draw my saber for a ruler. Right after Wang Fei spoke, he completely drew Heavenly Slayer. Heavenly Slayer, which rivaled a superior grade soul tool, was forged from demonic tribulation lightning metal and infused with the ancient Thunder Dragon True Soul. It was perfectly compatible with Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao, containing the Heavenly Dao's killing intent. If Xiao Chen drove Heavenly Slayer at full power, it could destroy the sky, make the sun and moon dim, and make the stars fall. Xiaochen had already demonstrated its unparalleled might once. When he drew Heavenly Slayer, he killed 5 princes with one saber strike. Once the Heavenly Dao's killing intent was brought out, it would not kill but injure. When Xiaochen sensed the vast energy contained in the saber, he infused his soul energy and divine energy into it, not holding back at all as he drove this saber with all his might. The withdrawn Heavenly Dao's killing intent immediately manifested, spreading out in the sky, ready to be unleashed. Kill! Without hesitation, Xiaochen held the saber in his hand and turned into a flash of purple electric light, appearing around Wang Fei. Good move. I'll make sure you never return. Wang Fei worried that he would not be able to take the initiative to fight Xiaochen after he left the altar's dragon luck. Who could have imagined that the other party would use a soul tool to charge over? If this was not seeking death, what was? In this ancient Yan Emperor tomb, no soul tool could compare to the sovereign Dao Yan imperial sword in his hand. Dang! 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 When the saber and sword clashed, Xiaochen brought out his saber techniques to their fullest. In an instant, Xiaochen exchanged hundreds of moves. His saber aura firmly suppressed Wang Fei. Before Xiaochen, Wang Fei's sword techniques were riddled with openings. In just a few breaths, Wang Fei's body was covered in wounds. He bled profusely, covered in the marks left by Heavenly Slayer. However, Wang Fei did not care. His injuries healed at a visible pace, and he instantly recovered. He instantly recovered to his original state. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he did not cower in the slightest. Humph! It is impossible for you to kill me in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. I already obtained the acknowledgement of the dynasty's dragon vein. My great Dao perfectly merged with the dragon vein. Here, I am heaven. Wang Fei ignored his horrifying injuries. Despite clearly being at a disadvantage, he continued suppressing Xiaochen. Amid the maniacal laughter, the dragon image materialized by the dynasty's dragon vein appeared arrogant and despotic, baring its fangs and claws. They clashed with the azure dragon around Xiaochen, fighting each other. The two of them fought in the sky. The azure dragon image and the golden dragon bloodline incarnation covered the entire sky of the core region. It covered the vast starry sky, triggering boundless phenomena. Gales, lightning, and thunder rumbled without end. Xiaochen frowned slightly. The other party held too much of an advantage in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiaochen had perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein, already gaining the acknowledgement of this world. Now, he could use the Yanwu dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years at any time. As he said, stabbing him 1,000 times would be no different from scratching an itch as long as he wasn't heavily injured. On the other hand, if he were to be struck by the other party's sword, even his blue dragon divine body might not be able to withstand it. This situation was simply like cheating. If not for Tian Slayer clashing with the other party's Yan Imperial sword, Xiaochen would not be able to fight such an enemy. He could only stay far away. All he needed to do was wait for a sure kill opening. With Heavenly Slayer in his hands, there was hope. The battle between the two was already intense enough. However, the battle below was even more bloody and brutal. The 8th Prince's and the 13th Prince's guests charged towards the altar at the same time. The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter and the Black Lotus Church Holy Son led people to block them. Close to 40 Great Perfection Sovereign Emperors attacked frantically. There was no lack of super experts like Dao Yan, Wen Renyu, the Silver Dragon King, and Sikong Shu. In the chaotic battle, killing moves and soul tools appeared. Great desolate Aeon bloodlines were activated, and boundless demonic chi surged out. At this point, the succession race already concerned life and death, honor and honor. The 8th Prince and the 13th Prince had to gamble everything for that tiny chance. The two's obsession and desire for the Crown Prince far surpassed that of the other princes. Naturally, their guests were not willing to lose. Dao Yan, who comprehended an ice small world, relied on his 10th layer Dao domain to move about without fear, advancing rapidly. No one could match him more than 3 times. Just when Dao Yan thought that he could charge over, a monk with handsome features and a lotus-like air stopped him. A monk with delicate features and a lotus-like air stopped Xiao Qin. This was the former Holy Son, the current Black Lotus sect venerate, Ming Xian. Scram! Dao Yan showed a cold and emotionless expression as he threw a palm strike. A soul-deep chill surged out. A 10th layer Dao domain was extremely horrifying. A regular Great Perfection Sovereign Emperor would find it hard to block this move. Their Dao domains would instantly shatter. Secret technique. Destroy. Ming Xian did not panic. He placed his thumb on the tip of his index finger and formed a hand seal with one hand. Then, he gently pushed forward. Immediately, boundless Buddhist might surged over and extinguished the incoming chill, regardless of whether it was materialized or directed at the soul. Dao Yan felt slightly stunned. When he saw the indistinct Black Lotus Church venerate image behind Ming Xian, he suddenly understood. So, it is a sinful disciple of the Buddhist sect. Humph. Originally, Dao Yan planned to use his ice small world on the mysterious black-clad man who had yet to make a move. Dao Yan snorted coldly, and the ice small world appeared, encasing Ming Xian. Ming Xian looked around. He could clearly see the figures of the others in the surroundings. However, he could clearly feel that there was a hazy boundary between him and these people. It was like they were in 2 different worlds. Of course, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Ming Xian felt immense pressure from the world. It was like the world rejected Ming Xian, feeling incredibly unbearable. His Dao domain was completely suppressed. His soul energy and divine energy were restricted, unable to circulate smoothly. 10th layer Dao domain, how horrifying. Ming Xian carefully sensed the various discomforts in his body. However, he did not show any panic on his face. Before Dao Yan's strange gaze, Ming Xian pointed at his forehead. Immediately, a swastika appeared on his forehead. Those who oppose me will live. Whoosh! After the swastika reversed, the originally golden Buddhist light instantly turned black, and its Buddhist might became even stronger. An ancient Buddhist light traveled from the distant past, breaking the restrictions of the small world and landing on Ming Xian. The various discomforts instantly vanished. Then, Ming Xian smiled faintly and said, with the support of this Buddhist light, even if I cannot defeat you, it is more than enough to block you. That will have to be tested before we know. Dao Yan showed a sullen expression. However, he was not satisfied with being blocked. Intense battles took place around the altar. The 2 princes worked together, carrying the momentum of a storm, wanting to destroy the first prince's altar in one go. Wang Fei sent out all the demonic Dao experts under him. However, he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It looked like he would slowly fall into a disadvantage. However, she still did not intend to make a move. He swept his gaze around and looked into the distance. Damn it! Yan Songming cursed in his heart when he felt Shi's gaze. Then, he looked at the 6th prince beside him and said, Your Highness, you no longer have a chance. Please forgive this humble one for offending you. I have to follow the agreement and help the first prince ascend to the throne. Sorry for offending. Before the 6th prince could answer, Yan Songming led Jin Yuan and the many abyssal underworld experts far away. Wang Ming was stunned, his expression extremely unsightly. Unexpectedly, this group of people was so unreliable. Yan Songming did not stand a chance at all before being abandoned. Wang Ming's expression flickered. He felt very dissatisfied in his heart, but he did not do anything in the end. Whoosh! A figure appeared before Yan Songming. It was Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Xiao Chen bought time for Wang Yan. He took the initiative to draw his saber and clash with the insufferably arrogant Wang Fei. If the battle was too intense, Xiaochen would not be able to interfere or help. However, the two princes clearly held the advantage. As long as they destroyed the altar, they could resolve Xiaochen's predicament. Even if Xiaochen could not block everyone, he could at least block Yan Sangming. Jin Yuan, bring them over to help. Leave this to me. Yan Sangming instructed with a calm expression. Then, he looked at Lin Feng. Jin Yuan did not say a word. He led the other abyssal underworld sovereign emperors to the altar to help Wang Fei. Although Yan Sangming had arrived, the appearance of Jin Yuan's group greatly eased the pressure on the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun and the others. The slightly suppressed situation actually flipped around. The situation instantly turned for the better. Bang! Yan Sangming and Lin Feng brought out their Death Dao domains to their limits. Dense black dragon patterns appeared on their faces. When their auras reached their peak, they instantly attacked and then retreated. A black state of death floated around the two, forming thousands of dark underworld flowers. Lin Feng looked at the black patterns swimming around his palm, feeling startled. To think that Yan Sangming's strength has already reached such a level. Senior brother, you are not a match for me. Move aside. Yan Sangming revealed a distant gaze on his calm face, not showing much hatred or hatred. Yan Sangming continued in a somewhat hoarse voice, the gap between us can no longer be described with cultivation. I already touched the origin of death. I am one of the players in this situation, but you are just a pawn. Given the situation, if you insist on going your own way, you will end up like Xiaochen when he draws his saber again. Only death awaits you. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was here on Sui Renji's orders to represent the Heavenly Alliance to help the 11th Prince. Lin Feng did not know about the deeper clash and chess game of the succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This succession race already touches on the direction of the epic cycle. It is not something you can understand. Yan Sangming showed a stern expression. A vast and distant aura appeared in his eyes, like a boundless sea. Lin Feng smiled and said, I do not understand. I only know that Xiaochen is my friend. With you joining, the two princes will definitely lose. Since I want to help him, naturally, I have to stop you. You say that I do not understand, but how could I? I have always been your beloved junior brother. Yan Sangming looked up. Wang Fei held the upper hand, like the heavenly Tao existed. On the other hand, Xiaochen's aura was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. As this continued, danger loomed. Xiaochen said indifferently, it does not matter. When he chose to draw his saber again, he was destined to die today. This is fate. Whether you stop me or not, it will not change anything. I have a saber that can cleanse everything and illuminate 3 lifetimes. Just at this moment, something strange happened in the sky. A blue lotus bloomed under Xiaochen's feet. Time seemed to change as Xiaochen's figure split into 3. Each figure sent out a saber and pierced Wang Fei's chest. The 3 figures represented the past, the present, and the future. The 3 sabers intersected and slowly destroyed the first prince's vast life force. No matter how the dragon vein supported it, it could not reverse the situation. Wang Fei revealed an extremely incredulous expression. He could not understand how he got struck. Chapter 23:15. Cleansing the glory, illuminating 3 lives. 3 saber lights intersected above the altar, illuminated by resplendent holy light, and pierced through Wang Fei. Wang Fei's life force drained at a visible rate. No matter how much the dynasty's dragon vein replenished it with dragon essence, it could not slow down the loss of life force. The 3 figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other as many scenes flashed. These were Xiaochen's present, past, and future. However, the scenes were blurry and distorted, disappearing in a flash. One could not clearly see what was happening. No one had expected such a scene. From the very start, Xiaochen did not hold the advantage against Wang Fei, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Practically no one felt that they could defeat Wang Fei. Even if they could not kill him. However, Wang Fei was about to die now. This was real, not faked at all. Damn it! How can it be like this? How did Wang Fei die? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor was stupefied in the palace in the clouds. A flustered expression flashed in his eyes. Although Wang Fei still showed signs of life, given their cultivation, they could tell that he was already dead. The instant the three saber lights intersected, Wang Fei died. Right now, the dynasty's dragon vein was using its supreme dragon essence to forcibly extend Wang Fei's life. However, this was like filling a bottomless bottle with water. No matter how much water one had, one could not fill the bottle to the brim. In the end, it would empty. Imperial ancestor, the other elders showed flustered expressions. They looked at the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor at a loss, clearly asking what they should do if Wang Fei died. In their plan, Wang Fei's death wasn't part of it. With the dynasty's dragon vein supporting him, he was an unrivaled existence in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He was the heavens of that world. How could he die at the hands of others? With Wang Fei's death, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's many plans could not be carried out. The suppressed Yan Emperor's expression changed slightly. Shock flashed in his eyes as the Yan Imperial sword in his hand trembled slightly. He could already draw his sword again. However, the Yan Emperor's face turned ashen. He had no desire to draw his sword at all. His heart remained deathly still, not having any thoughts. The Yan Emperor should hate Xiaochen. However, he could not do so. It was the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor and the others who pushed Wang Fei to the edge of the abyss. However, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders were his uncles. Similarly, he could not hate them. Right now, he was the loser. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders were also the losers. Is the Yanwu dynasty really unable to avoid a calamity? Thinking of this, the Yan Emperor could not help but close his eyes in despair, feeling disheartened. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the group of great perfection sovereign emperors fighting stopped what they were doing at the same time. They looked at Wang Fei, who had been pierced by 3 sabers, with some confusion. Big brother is going to die. The expressions of the 8th prince and the 13th prince changed slightly as joy and surprise appeared in their eyes. With the death of the eldest prince, that great threat would be completely eliminated. His subordinates would also be forcefully teleported out. At that time, the position of crown prince would only be between the two of them. No, there was another person, Wang Feng said indifferently, the next one has to be 9th brother. You don't have any objections, right? The 13th Prince Wang Yi smiled coldly and said, that's exactly what I wanted. The two did not feel any heartache over Wang Fei's death. Instead, they quickly set their sights on their next competitor. The coldness of the two was startling. Right now, only the 9th prince was still refining the Yan imperial sword. If he could perfectly merge his great Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the 9th prince would be the only one left. If he could perfectly merge his great Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein, he could become the first prince. This? Yan Songming, who was conversing with Lin Feng, felt greatly startled, his expression changing dramatically. Yan Songming raised his eyebrows and looked at Lord Shi in the distance. Lord Shi still showed a calm expression, unable to tell what he was thinking. You are very surprised. It looks like Wang Fei really did not deserve to die. Lin Feng keenly noticed Yan Songming's expression. There seemed to be some hidden secrets. Yan Songming withdrew his gaze and said after some thought, if that person is willing, no one can kill Wang Fei. Since Wang Fei is dead, it means that the first prince no longer has any value. Senior brother, I can no longer understand this Go puzzle. If possible, I hope that you can help me at the crucial moment. Stand in the shoes of a flood dragon human and help my junior brother. The world is about to undergo a great change. My flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Whoosh! Yan Sangming sent a voice projection to Lin Feng. After saying that, his figure flashed far away, leaving the somewhat confused Lin Feng behind. The world is about to undergo a great change. The flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Senior brother, you have to help me. Yan Sangming's words lingered in Lin Feng's mind as he entered deep thought. Most importantly, who was the person that Yan Sangming mentioned? Based on that person's tone, even Lin Feng felt reverence. Who exactly is this person? Who is so horrifying? Whoosh! Xiao Chen's three figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other, and many scenes flashed by. The scenes all showed Xiao Chen's past, present, and future. However, the scenes were distorted and blurry, appearing and disappearing in a flash. A scarlet flame shot over. The demon blood vulture descended from the sky and caught the swaying Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and held the wound on his chest, appearing pale. That earlier saber strike was the three-life flower and not the three-life flower. Xiao Qin used the state of cycle to drive the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to execute the three-life flower. Xiao Qin traveled to the past and the future, merging the three saber strikes into one. Wang Fei, who revealed an opening, would die for sure. Originally, Xiao Qin wanted to execute the stronger colorless killing. However, merciless killing was hard to control, and he was not confident of success. Hence, he could only settle for the next best thing, executing the more mature three-life flower. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill the first prince, who was one with the world. No matter how severely injured he was, Wang Fei could rely on his horrifying dragon essence to instantly recover. He had a nearly undying body. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. He did not relax at all. The instant Xiao Chen executed the three-life flower, he felt a horrifying killing intent. The fear that killing intent brought was something he had never felt before. Xiao Chen nearly could not execute it successfully. He even thought of giving up. However, that person seemed to have confirmed something. His killing intent suddenly vanished, and he successfully executed the three-life flower. What did he confirm? A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. After he confirmed that my saber strike could kill Wang Fei, he chose to give up. That's right. That must be it. If my saber strike could only severely injure Wang Fei, he would have made a move to block it. If I could kill Wang Fei, he would have chosen to give up and reap the benefits. There was only one explanation. Xiao Chen could not kill Wang Fei, who was one with the world, in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Perhaps he had to pay a huge price to do so, which was why he sent me to kill Wang Fei. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the black-clad Shi, who wore a mask over his left eye, below the altar. Many doubts flashed in his eyes. However, even though someone used him, Xiao Chen did not feel any regret in his heart. Xiao Chen had three purposes in coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He wanted to help Wang Yan become the crown prince and wait for the ethereal immortal palace to appear. He had never told anyone about his third purpose, only hiding it deep in his heart. However, he had never forgotten it. It was like a sharp knife carving into his heart. Kill Wang Fei. Wang Fei had to die. He had to pay the price for his little martial nephew, Ling Yu's death. Even if Xiao Qin had to face the boundless pursuit of the entire imperial ancestral temple, he had to kill Wang Fei. On that day, the scene of Ling Yu committing suicide made Xiaochen swear in his heart that he had waited for this day for a long time. Wang Fei's body fell off the altar. When he felt his life force ebbing like sand, his eyes filled with despair. Dissatisfaction. He was not willing to die like this. When Wang Fei saw she below the altar, a trace of hope appeared in his despairing eyes. This man, whom he could not see through, possessed horrifying strength. Perhaps he had a chance. Lord Shi, save me. If I die, you will not have a chance, either. Wang Fei muttered as he looked at Shi with hope. She said calmly, "Sorry, Your Highness, you are already dead. Even a true god cannot save you." No! Wang Fei shouted in despair as he grasped his Yan imperial sword helplessly. However, no matter how much despair he felt, he could not change the reality. The instant he landed, his body scattered like sand. Everyone in and out of the area watched this scene incredulously. The insufferably arrogant Wang Fei, who had merged with the dynasty's dragon veins and could be said to be unrivaled, died just like that. Not even dregs remained. The person that everyone thought would become the crown prince was gone, just like that. Hiss. After the first prince died, the figures of his guests flickered continuously. This was the rule of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. After a prince died, his guests could no longer remain in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, just as these people's figures slowly turned blurry, the black-clad masked man suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the first prince's Yan imperial sword. Whoosh! The sword immediately burst forth with a soaring demonic light, turning the entire sky dark. The azure lotus holy sun and the others' figures turned blurry. The instant the black-clad masked man grabbed the Yan imperial sword, he forcibly pulled them back. The Yan imperial sword is rather impressive. That's not right, it should be called the demonic imperial sword now. She ferociously tore off his black robes, revealing the noble and evil dragon robes inside. That was the Shuowu dynasty's dragon robes. She tossed the black robes into the air and turned into a blood moon rising into the sky.